If they want to do that, they're doing it for themselves, not for the people, all right? The people that elected you, if you're a rep from Zamfara or from Kaduna, from this thing, your people are dying. Your communities people are dying every day. What have you done? How have you liaised with the executive to make sure that this thing doesn't happen again? And we have the House Committee on Security and the rest of them, and on border and the rest of them. What are they doing? All right? So they come and they waste taxpayers' money and waste taxpayers' fuel and the rest of them to debate things that are inanities that doesn't help the people. Yeah. Because at the end of the year, people are dying.
No, I want to agree with him that most of the intention is for their own personal benefit. And you look at the issue of car they want to buy now, they look at the economy. But like I said, I want to say we can have one or two advantage in this immunity of a thing. One is, like I said earlier on, we prevent the other arm of the government from intimidating them or from using the prosecution agency of the executive from taking out from derailing them from what they are doing. Secondly, I'm thinking probably maybe those in leadership now, they now want to see to their responsibility. And maybe they are not saying, if we have to do what we are supposed to do as a leader, we may be pursued. So let's put something in place to ensure that nobody will chase us, so that we'll be able to achieve what we want to achieve. I'm thinking, that's my thinking. That may be an advantage. If they have that genuine intention,
yes.
It will be, but I don't think so. There's most time, like you said, most of the activities are personal. They want to do things that will benefit them in person. You know, there was a time they were talking about lack of security at the National Assembly, and I was wondering, is there any security in the country? Should that be only security at the National Assembly? Right. What about the other people in the country?
Yeah. Now, Ugo, do you think it's about time they lift up this immunity on both the president, his deputy governors, and their deputies as it stands right now?
Yeah, so for some people, the argument varies, right? And I think sometimes there is merit in the president having an immunity that allows him to, to preside over the affairs of the nation for 4 years without any legal distraction, any legal distraction that would distract him from charting the course of the nation very well. But we've seen over the last, since 1999, where successive presidents have used this thing not to advance the interests of the nation, but to advance their own personal interests. He gave a valid example of what happened under the Saraki dispensation. And we saw because the National Assembly under Saraki, despite whatever anybody thinks about them, wasn't a pliant National Assembly. They were not there to serve the purpose of Muhammadu Buhari. But the National Assembly that we have now is more pliant. They're willing to do anything. And at the end of the day, they're even trying as much as to pass a bill that will embody them to do anything they want to do. So should it be removed at this point? I think it will be fine to be removed. So everybody that's going there will go there to do anything that is right. Because if you can't give it to Mr. A, which is the president, and other arms of government, like you rightly said, does not have the same.
Are we even saying that?
Now, Tunji, we know the president, the deputy, the governors, and deputy governors do enjoy this immunity clause. Do you think it should be extended to the members of the National Assembly?
Yeah, I've said it. I said it should be extended to if at all it will be retained. But I'm also in support of the fact that, look, let us remove the immunity for everybody. But whether with or without immunity, I am of the opinion that in this country, those that will not be prosecuted will not be prosecuted. It's not about the immunity. There are people who don't have immunity in this country and they are running free. They have issue on their head, but nothing is happening to them.
And then
we have people.
You just said something right now. Sorry to cut you. You just said something that that's whether the immunity or no immunity, the people in this country that will not be prosecuted, doesn't that make a mockery of the rule of law? As it is today, we are making mockery of our law because we are selecting what to do, who to pursue. I am aware in this country that a petition has been sent against somebody. To date, no investigation has been carried out. Before now, they were saying there was no petition and therefore they cannot do anything against that person. Somebody went there, lay his life down, submit a petition. To date, did you hear anything? Does he have any immunity? Why was he not pursued? Now, lastly, we need to wrap up this segment. Something else we need to talk about. Now, should this be pushed to Nigerians through a public hearing? What do you think might be the possible outcome?
And just to trash
it.
Which is what some of the opponents of this bill, they say on the floor, that they should push it to Nigerians and let them decide either to accept it
or
reject
it. Who are Nigerians at the hearing? Who are selected Nigerians who will do their bidding?
So I think at the end of the day, what is the pulse of the street? What is the nation crying for? What are we asking at this point? We're asking for security. We're asking for the economy to be better so that the common man will eat. So that is what the country wants to hear. That is what the people want to hear. So it does not make sense that we're pushing this thing on the people. It makes a mockery of their suffering. It makes a mockery of someone that wakes up at 4 o'clock to get to his office by 9 a.m. It doesn't need that distraction. Femi Bajamila has constituency members in Surrey, and I find it difficult to go to work. So those are the conventions we want to hear that can help the people, not what can make them get fat and not do anything. And sleep inside the National Assembly.
Tunji Abdul-Hamid, legal practitioner, thank you for your contributions in this segment, and also Ugochukwu Ikeako, political analyst, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying with us. Up next, beggars in Lagos State protest against harassment. Stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And thank you for staying with us. Now, beggars in Lagos State have besieged the entrance of the office of the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, to clamor against the harassment and arrest they supposedly face at the hands of state officials. The beggars, who came in over 10 buses and 7 tricycles, barricaded the entrance to the assembly and demanded that Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu addresses them. They also asked that the persecution of people with disability be stopped and that they be empowered. Joining me still to discuss this in the studio is legal practitioner Tunji Abdul-Hamid. Thank you, Tunji, for staying with us.
Thank you.
And political analyst Ugochukwu Ikeako. Thank you for staying with us, Ugochukwu.
Thank you for
now,
having us, Benny.
how do we begin to react to this seemingly ugly situation? It's an ugly trend. What's your reaction to this?
Well, I think it shows the kind of administration that we have in Lagos. The Lagos State government under Jide Sanwo-Olu is not people-oriented. It is not there for the people. It's there for a particular man and for a particular set of elite, in where basically their interest is to extract from the state, to extract from the people in Lagosians, to make life difficult for them. You have people, the majority of people that were in this protest were fiscally challenged people that raise money among themselves, we're able to get
Physically challenged people, disabled people.
Disabled people that raise money and we're able to, get keke, to do business, not to beg, not to constitute nuisance in society. And you're making a policy, you didn't ask after the aftermath of the policy, you didn't think about the people, you didn't think about themselves. You just made an outright law. It looks like we're in a dictatorship, right? Masquerading as democracy or masquerading as a civilian-led administration. So it does not make sense. What we're seeing is people reacting that this thing does not help us. This does not help us. It does not go well with the people of Lagos State. And most importantly, if this is an administration that listening, if this is an administration that is pro-people, right? What would have happened is that over the last few weeks, they would have recalled themselves on this and said, we made a wrong decision, all right? And apologize to the people of Lagos State. But we're not having that, right? So it shows that Babajide Sanwo-Olu is not there for the people of Lagos. He's there for his belly and for his godfather.
Tunji, what do you say to that?
I think the issue is not only about the banning of keke or whatever was banned, or that was restricted. Let me use their language.
Yes.
I think they also complain about the fact that the people with disability have been arrested and embarrassed, humiliated,
Persecuted,
or whatever,
harassed, yes.
persecuted and for the ground that they are constituting nuisance. Yeah, I'm aware of a provision of the law, that Lagos State law, that is Section 168 of the Lagos criminal law of Lagos State, which prohibits a person with disability using that disability to contribute nuisance by way of begging or other means in the country. It's an offense. I know that. I'm not sure whether that's what they are trying to enforce when they are being picked, but I'm aware the protest.
Because I remember during Fashola's time, there was such law in enforcement, yes.
It's called Criminal Law of Lagos State.
Yes.
It was in 2015, and the section that relates to this is Section 168 of the law. So if you look at that Section 168, it prohibits any form of a person using his disability to create a nuisance in the community. So if you create nuisance with your disability, you can be arrested for that. But I'm not sure whether this is what they have been arrested for. I'm not sure whether sometimes when the law is made, those who are given the power to enforce the law, they are too overzealous sometimes. They do things, once they see you whether you are a beggar, you are not even beggar, you are disabled, and you are somewhere where that they think it's not necessary, they will pick you up and say you are begging, or you are doing this and that. I think that's what they are trying to say. That, look, they are just picking our people randomly without any cause. And then we are trying to make money for ourselves. We have made money for ourselves. We have tried to empower ourselves by buying what's it called, keke. Yeah. And now the keke has been banned. What do? There's no other thing. The government should provide job for us. If the government does not want us to become a nuisance.
Which is what the protest majorly was about yesterday.
If they don't want us to become a nuisance, get us job. Put us where, give us an enable environment to be able to achieve our dreams. I think that was what the protest was all about.
Okay, now, Ugochukwu, now you heard what he said. If indeed you said some of these were disabled people, if indeed most of these disabled people use their situation to constitute themselves nuisance on the street, which we see most of this on the time, most of the beggars are disabled in some way. Don't you think the Lagos State government has the right to take these people off the street and do what it needs to do to make Lagos sane the way they want it to be? Yeah,
Lagos State has the right to be a state for all right? We can't claim to be a mega city where we don't look after the affairs of the disabled.
Should we have them on our streets begging?
No, because we don't have a proper place to house them.
Okay.
Do we have a proper place to house them? Do we have social welfare for them? Is our road built with them in mind? Or it's easy for the governor or for whoever that manages his PR to come and say something that doesn't make sense, all right? We're not in the 18th century, we're in the 21st century, 2020, all right? Is this how cities across the world, is it how they're building sustainable cities? Is it how they're building a city of the tomorrow? So, for example, let's say from the Lekki-Epe Expressway, from Lekki to Ajah, have you been able to construct roads in a way that these people can even have a way to move around, to get into a place that they can get job and to get it? Have you made it easy? Have you passed laws that can help them, they don't get discriminated? So these are the things that government is supposed to do to help them, because already because of the virtue of who they are, of how they are, they've been disadvantaged in a way. So what are you doing? All right, and some of them are taking it upon themselves, okay, say, this is what we're doing. So what government should be doing is to work with them to find a way to make life better for them, not by placing a law that makes it more difficult for them not to feed their family, not to take care of themselves, and you're bringing them back to the place where they constitute nuisance. All right. So at the end of the day, for me, it's not about taking them out of the road. What was the intent? What is the end goal? Or you have a people that needs help. Your government is not helping them. You're making life difficult for them. I mean, a lot of them cannot move around because there's no way. It's difficult for them to move from point A to point B.
But we see them on our streets, Ugochukwu, begging. We see them every now and then, every day and night. They're on our streets, on the road, begging for alms.
Because you have.
Now, let's begin to address the spate of the beggars we have on our street. What can be done to address and arrest this ugly trend? Because you and I know at the end of the day, these people could at the end of the day serve as mercenaries in the hands of ill-willed people who want to cause mayhem in the country if we don't address what the issue is right now. So should we allow this begging go on because someone feels in some certain way he's disabled?
For me, for every society, the begging you're seeing is not a reflection of the fact that they want to beg. It's a reflection of the fact that you have government that has created policies that make life difficult for them.
Okay.
All right? And they have every right as citizens of this country to do whatever they have to do as far as it is not against
including begging.
As far as it's not against the law, they're not.
Does that constitute nuisance?
No, it doesn't constitute nuisance in any way. Right?
By 168 by section 168 of the criminal law of Lagos State, it's an offense to beg.
So
it is an offense.
It does for me. It does not, because at the end of the day, you're making policies that make life difficult for people. All right? What is Lagos?
So it's a failure of a system. That's what you're saying.
It is a failure of the system.
What does Lagos State now need to do now?
It is a failure. If it is a failure of the system, is this for someone to say that go to the court? You're the same person that stayed here as a lawyer and admitted in front of national television that it is easy to get the rule of law does not work in this country. So if you're saying that
some people are beyond prosecution,
some people are beyond prosecution.
I'm not supporting the fact that.
No, if you admit that as a lawyer, so you know how difficult is it for someone that does not even have to 5,000 naira in his account?
I'm not supporting the fact that they're being intimidated, they're being harassed or whatever.
So that is
I'm saying that, look, I'm just trying to correct an impression that it's not an offense. I'm not saying by law.
So for me,
whether that law is proper,
is a non-issue. I don't have an issue with it.
Whether that law is good,
because you have
a different issue.
I have no issue with it.
Okay.
If the state feels that it is an issue against the state, right, personally, I have no issue with it. Let the state prosecute them. All right. But we're talking about the crux of this argument is not about. They are saying that is what they said in the press that we read today. They said that we are working. All right. It's easy for the Lagos state government to turn around and say these people are beggars. You're calling them beggars. These people did not identify as beggars when they went for that protest yesterday. And I'm not going to take that.
Now, do you think this is a case of, to kill the dog, you got to give it a bad name first?
Yeah, I think I see it as a case of a failure of government. And then we're having this conversation because the government has failed to do its responsibility. They failed to provide an enabling environment. Even those who are not disabled, they are also begging. People are there. We have so many corporate beggars. We have so many people who are doing. That's the truth. So I'm not in support of
organized begging. I hear that's what it's called.
So I'm not in support of government intimidating or harassing those who are disabled and trying to make ends meet to survive. I'm just trying to correct an impression that by Lagos state law it's an offense. So whether that law is right or is wrong, I'm not addressing that one now. I'm just trying to bring it up to the public that there's a law which criminalizes begging in Lagos State.
Now, let's take a look at.
Like I said, it's a failure of government. It's a failure of irresponsibility.
We're going to come to what the government needs to do, especially the Lagos State government needs to do at this point in time. On Tuesday, the Kano State Governor, Ganduje, made an announcement of ban on street begging and said all beggars, Almajiri, should go back to school. And any of them caught on the street will be arrested, and also their parents and guardians. Go step in the right direction. And you think that the Lagos State government should emulate this?
He's joking. Ganduje is joking. He's a joker, and that is the only way to express it. Right? I've lived in the north, and I've been across in the north. Somebody have lived there. Right? There's no way you can address issue like a marriage issue by waking up in the night and giving an executive decision and outlawing it. No. You have a societal issue. You have a problem that is as old as the fabric of the society where you govern. All right. We used to have a president in this country that built Almajiri schools across the country. Today, that place it does not. How many of them still exist today? All right. So if you can't tackle an issue from the root, that is why we have problems as a country. You wake up and you build a roundabout that is big as a football field. 2 years later, you're taking it away. You did not make a projection that in the next 10 years, you have more than 10 million people that will live here. So you didn't think towards building a railway or a waterway that makes it easy. So all the government policy has always been reactive. Why all they do every day is to loot money and amass wealth and doesn't care about the people. So for me, I will not be the kind of analyst that will stay here and follow a government that all I know that is all about themselves. All right? What are you doing? Okay, what are the root causes of why do we have an Almajiri issue in the north? Right? Why is it that children? Okay, there are parts where the argument is said that people are exploit them. Find those people, deal with them. But a lot of them can't access anything, even education. So when Ganduje makes laws like that, it shows that he is in the same class of Sanwo-Olu. They are clueless and they don't understand one thing about governance.
But at least he's saying they should go to school, and he provided a basic education scheme for them to be a part of. Isn't that a solution?
Going to
somewhat.
Is it going to be responsible for their schooling?
Yes.
Has he made a free education available for them?
Yes, for their Almajiris to go back to school.
Their parents and whatever where they are going to be staying, their accommodation has it been made available
does
for them?
Does the student go to that kind of school?
No, but these are underprivileged.
Hold on,
these are underprivileged children. And so I'm just saying, how do we begin to take government responsible to reduce the spate of begging we have on our street? There are beggars on our street. We can't even run away from that fact. So what are the solutions?
You see, the same way we can't run away from insecurity in this country because we have a government that has failed to address insecurity issues. Right? We can pray in the name of...
And you don't think Ganduje did the right thing by providing free education for these beggars and Almajiris, at least for them to be in school?
Ganduje, all right, if you want to take people that have been out of school for years, there are ways, there are sustainable ways you can do that to get them back into the system. You don't wake up in the morning and make an art. You just put out a law that is ill thought, right? Almajiri issue, street begging issue in the north is as old as northern Nigeria. Right, so it does not make sense, all right? So we can clap for him and he can use that and go and go for a TED talk. But it does not fix the issue itself.
Okay. Yes.
Ben, are you aware that most of these people are on the streets? If they are being forced to go to school now, after coming back from school, where would they stay? Have the government thought about providing accommodation? And who even say that it's compulsory that everybody must go to acquire confessional education? Can they do vocational training? Can they do other things? Must it go to
now let's
it goes beyond forcing them to go to school. Okay. the government should provide an enabling environment. They should make everything work. They should provide facility for people to enjoy and to be able to achieve your dream. When you see people achieving by dream by doing those things, you also be encouraged to say, look, I want to be this. I want to go this way. When people who even went to that school, after several years, they are there looking for a job.
Now, Tunji, I'm going to let me put you on the spot a little bit because Ugochukwu has had his opinion about the Lagos State governor. Do you think Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration is a people-oriented and friendly administration, given a few things that have unfolded itself in the last couple of weeks and months?
It's a misreaction in that regard because they've done things that are people-oriented and they've done things that are, to me, that the banning or restriction of Marwa and Okada, as far as I'm concerned, is anti-masses.
Takwa Bay is anti-masses.
As far as I'm concerned.
So there's a
and I believe they have their plan. Probably somebody is bringing in another alternative which he believe those existence of those Marwa and Okada or whatever will affect that business.
Yeah, but people have argued that those alternatives should have come into being before totally taking this guy off the street.
And that is what I'm saying. If he's a thinking government, if he's a thinking governor or a people-oriented governor, he would have done all those things. He would have put out the palliative measures that are across the whole state. You don't do that, all right? People leave their house as early as 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and they don't get to the office till 9 a.m. And how are they going to function? How are they going to be productive?
I'm also aware that the government has also listened to the people, and there's also ordered that last month should not be arresting people again. I see that one too as a plus for the administration.
We say not to be arresting people again. What if they do? What if they do wrong? What if they last month? What if they go against traffic?
Their job is to control traffic, to direct you and say, ensure that look, they don't do. If you want to commit, if you want to break traffic rule or whatever, they guide you and say, look, go this way, don't go that way. But they will wait for you to see to ensure that you fall into the trap.
Okay. And
then they will come after you, rather than correct you and say, look, this one way, go back. They want to force you. They want you to enter that place and then come after you. In that situation, what they need to do is just take you back, go back to where you're coming from, and this is how to go about it. So that is it. Like I said, our system in Nigeria generally has gone wrong, and then nothing. As I'm concerned, I've not seen anything that is working in this country now for now.
Okay, in just 30 seconds each, gentlemen, Ugochukwu, what is pertinent for Lagos State government at this point in time, given this protest yesterday, and we know that there are a whole lot of issues facing Lagos. Citizens are still yet to come to terms on how to commute to their various destinations due to the ban of Okada and Keke in February 1, and now we have the Association of Disabled People, or beggars like they were termed, locking the gates of Alausa yesterday. What is pertinent for the Lagos State government right now?
The Lagos State governor does not listen. All right. First of all, you need to listen to the people that you are leading. All right. You didn't get here not after covering Lagos with your faces all the time. All right. With your hands placed in the air like you're holding a gun, and you're not listening to the people. All right. It does not make sense. All right. People are finding it difficult to go to job. The Keke is needed, all right? Even if you want to face out the Okadas that was regulated, the OPE, the ORAD, and the rest of them, you can still bring them, all right? Those are the ones that you can track, all right? There's a way to track all these things. Technology has made a lot of things easy, all right? So that is the way to start, and that is the way to listen to the people, know what the people are passing through, and start thinking towards that. Not do things because your godfather in Bodilon is asking you to do something, or you're doing it because you want to please your party members, or because, like he said, you're making way for someone to bring in another set of vehicles.
All right, Tunji, quickly, in 30 seconds, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, I think the government should look inward, think outside the box, do things that will affect, that will not affect the masses negatively. You know, in other words, I am of the opinion that, look, rather than restrict or ban the Marwas, they should look at a way of trying to enforce the rule already on ground to ensure that they comply with necessary rules. Because these small bosses that is coming now, there will be worse than Marwa after all.
Tunji Abdulhamid, legal practitioner, thank you very much for being part of the show this evening, and also Ugochukwu Ekankor, political analyst. Thank you very much for your contribution. And thank you for staying with us. We'll take our plus reports now, and when we return, I'll be giving you my take. Do stay with us.
The Nigerian Senate has said it will consider the report of its ad hoc committee on security with a view to finding a lasting solution to current security challenges in the country. The president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, while reacting to a motion raised by Senator Aishatu Ahmed from Adamawa State, said the Senate will engage with the House of Representatives and with the executive arm of government to find quick and lasting solutions to current security challenges in the country.
On the 21st February 2020, an insurgent group attacked the good people of Garkida, a peaceful town in Gombe local government area of Adamawa Central Senatorial District. The insurgents in over 7 gun trucks and many motorcycles attacked the town at about 7 p.m., setting many buildings ablaze. An act aimed at destroying the foundation of peaceful coexistence among Garkida community and Adamawa State as a whole. As a result of this, the urgent need to take more drastic actions in the face of such affront on the national security architecture, the region and indeed the entire nation is long overdue.
It will require that we work with House of Representatives and the Executive as well as citizens, because I believe that citizens need to be taken into confidence in the fight against insecurity. So we will not waste any time. As soon as the report is ready, I believe by next week, probably the report will be ready. We are going to look at the report of the ad hoc committee and take those important and very valuable resolutions and, of course, engage with the executive arm of government. But I believe that we are on the same page with the executive arm of government. Everybody is worried, and we are going to do whatever it takes.
A bill to provide immunity for presiding officers against possible blackmail and prying eyes of witch hunters, or is it against possible prosecution for crimes committed? Now, whatever purpose it serves, wouldn't this be equivalent to actually ripping up the Constitution and assaulting the rule of law? I think this would be a huge setback for the rule of law, as the same powerful and privileged leaders of parliament that regularly make laws that imprison the ordinary Nigerian for even trivial offenses want to establish elite immunity to protect themselves from any consequence of serious crimes of corruption and money laundering. The message here seems to be that in Nigeria, powerful influential actors must not be and are not subject to the rule of law. I believe it's simply not proper for lawmakers to be the chief advocates of immunity for corruption. The parliamentarians should not be seen as abusing their legislative powers intended to use in public interest for their personal advantage. Nigerians are deserving of accountable government, and I suggest that the House of Representatives withdraw this bill. And concerning the beggars and people living with disabilities, and we might call them protesting against harassment, begging or homelessness can be very complex, and some rough sleepers will refuse help when living on the street becomes a part of them. But finding people, confiscating tents, harassing and forcing people to move on from certain areas will do nothing to combat the core issues that cause begging and homelessness. It's high time we demand real solutions by our government. There is need now than ever before to use legislation to address and solve this problem once and for all. That's all for tonight, and thank you for staying with us. We'll return same time tomorrow. Have a good evening.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Under the bridge in Menday, Maryland, at the very popular Cane Village, particularly thrilled at the level of creativity being displayed in terms of the artworks here by the artisans.
An array of weavers and sellers of baskets, chairs, and artistic household furniture made out of cane were all hard at work at the time of my visit to the Cane Village. The men, women, and children all seemed engrossed at their day's task. I was welcomed by the president of the Cane Weavers Association, Mr. Edward Akpofure. According to Edward, the weavers and sellers were collectively relocated under this bridge in 2002. A hard miss for anyone coming from Ikeja or Ikorodu access.
This is a fantastic location. How long has this cane village been in existence?
Well, the cane village has been existed for a long time ago. We rise from our forefather who founded this industry, established it for year 1974. But we came to register this industry in 1986. It was registered as National Cane Weavers Association. So we have been existed for many years. Before we came on board, we have been a roadside seller, but the government said that they don't want anything else. Anybody want to operate such thing, you must come under union and register.
From my observation, more elderly weavers were in sight as I pondered on the posterity of this age-long craft.
What exactly does it take to learn this craft? How long would it take an average person to learn how to make something like this?
If you want to learn this work, one thing you need to have is that you have to have patience. This work is not something you can just carry knife and do. You go for process. You got the material which is called cane. And from there, you scrape it. After you scrape it, you tear it. After you tear it, then you now carve it. And this here you are sitting on today now, before we work on it, we have procedure go through before you come like this. We have the framework. After the framework, before you can weave on it. So learning this work is not really a bad thing, and to know this work is not a bad thing. I can tell you today now we are this business. We have many graduates in this business. And those who finish secondary school are here.
Are they
yes. And some of them can even do this work and now making their life better by go more further their education more. So we create job opportunity. This job is helping young people who are not lazy.
I was eager to meet the university graduate who came into the business for what he described as a lack of jobs in Nigeria. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the unemployment rate bedeviling the country as of the third quarter of 2018 stood at 23.1%, hence putting the number of unemployed at 20.9 million.
I'm a graduate from University of Port Harcourt. I studied pure and industrial chemistry. I graduated in the year 2010, did my NYSC in Ebonyi State, Zia Girls Secondary School in Zangbo. I left the NYSC the year 2014. So, but due to Nigeria and no job creation for we the youth, so we engage ourselves since Nigeria said that everybody should find themselves doing one or two things.
However grateful for the good gift of education, which he said was sponsored by his parents, with hopes of being employed after graduation, he fell back to this craft, which for him portends a means for better livelihood.
So I started doing it right from the year 1990. After my university, since there is no job, I have to fall back to what I know how to do best. So at least I can make money and take care of myself.
He described the various weaving techniques associated with the creation of a variety of cane-woven designs.
As you can see, this one, the cane comes from Delta State. It grows within the riverine areas. There's one that comes from Delta State, Bayelsa State, Rivers State, Edo State, Ondo State, and there are some in Lagos as well. But that in Lagos differs from the one that comes from Delta State. So, but we prefer the ones that come from Benin and Delta State. So that is where we have our suppliers from. So now this one is the cane. It's also the same cane that we use in caning kids in the school. So now for me to use this now, example, if I want to make these chairs now, like this one comprises of two materials. This one, there is the wooden part, which is the frame. Before you make the chair like this, you must make the skeleton, which is the frame, with the wood. Then after the wood, then before you get your cane, then after the cane, you cannot just use the cane like this. If you can say that the color of this one and the color of this one, they are two different colors. Then when I get to this stage, now depends on what I want to use it for. Depends on what I want to do. If I want to do this chair, then definitely I'm to chair this into 4 pieces because I'm to use just the back of it. I won't use the inner of it. But if I want to do another design, maybe something like this, I'm going to use the inner of it and the outside.
While this craft had transcended many generations, I could tell it consumed a lot of production time, which affected the ability to meet up with purchase order demands from customers. For this reason, some of the weavers have employed the use of rattan made from polyester, a more expensive but efficient material imported into the country. Macaulay, however, confirmed my assumptions.
The manual processes delays the production. And that's the reason why these days we are now shifting from the cane aspect to the one we call the outdoor, the rattan process, which is now the one that has been done through polyester materials. But meanwhile, it's not being done in Nigeria yet, and it's more expensive compared to that of the cane. Like if you see these two materials now, they are different. This one is the rubber one. This one is made from polyester. Then why this one is a cane. So this one is faster in production compared to this.
While the cane weaving procedure can be done in isolation of things like electricity, the rattan procedure may use an electric-powered compressor or one which makes use of fuel. But due to the inconsistent power supply in the country, weavers such as Macaulay settled for compressors which make use of fuel.
Meanwhile, in doing this, there is no how I can do this without the help of this gun and a compressor. Meanwhile, there is a stapler we put inside. Then with the help of the compressor, see, we use this to staple the rubber to it so that at least it can hold. That of the cane aspect of this craft is already weaving out due to the factor of producing it and getting of materials from the forest. And the forest where they get these canes from these days, like the people that supplies us the cane are complaining that the bush are already being burned. Now people that plant these days are now burning the cane. So before they get to the forest where they will get this cane now, it's very, very difficult for them. So now that's the reason why we try to advance into this new technology that the whites, the Americans, the Japanese, the Chinese, they are already using in their own country. And some Nigerians travel abroad and import this thing into Nigeria. If someone comes to me and said he wants this one, he wants like 15 sets of Dick's dining within 1 week, I can boldly tell the clients that he's going to pick it up. But that of the cane, even 1 month, it won't be ready due to the process of preparing your materials, getting your frames ready. Like that of the cane, a set of cane chair, at least you get it for like 150,000, 170,000. But a set of rattan chair, the least amount you can get is 250,000.
This market right here does have a high level of economic benefit for the country if issues such as financial deficit as well as a restructuring of the business can be done by the government. The weavers remain optimistic about their ability to expand and possibly export their products someday. Edward says financial aid from the government would go a long way.
If government shall now say, I want to give individual 500,000 to start. I tell you, when you invest 500,000 for this business by a year, by the end of the year, you will make a return of even 300,000 on top of that 500, even a million. Because during December time, the period of December, when many companies want to do outpass gift, they come here to have a demand of basket. Meaning, even when you do not have money, you can never meet up there because they will come, they will demand more than you don't even have. So, but you don't have money to do this Dana, you cannot get it. But at that time, the price will even favor you because that time the price will wait up because there will much demand that time. So if the government help us, will give us money, we do this business, we keep them toward December time, we bring them for sale. You know, when you borrow money for back, maybe some all these back microfinance now, you borrow today, tomorrow they are coming to collect the money from you. And this our business does not go like that. You see, we do the business, you give us money, you give us time to work with that money. So by the time maybe 7 months, 8 months, we started to pay. You know, we have produced something that by the time we carry the market where we want to sell, return that money back will not be a problem at all. But when you give me money today, tomorrow you are coming to, you are trying to kill the business man. You are not making my business to this. We are not buying and selling. It's not this buying and selling this thing. So it's something you produce before you can sell.
For Edward, financial aid from the government and a restructuring of their current location to take on a more tourist look would improve the shortfall in supply as well as make them more competitive in the global market, hence giving way to export.
Like this place we come to now, government can come to this place and turn it to tourist center as cane industry. So whereby they build a good structure and whereby people come and make their daily bread, whereby government can get sort of out of it. It's the looks of this our work now. You have to finish there to export them. It's another problem because we don't have the financial background to carry this work outside for people to buy. We only look at this rattler work now. Before we don't know how to do them, but now we are now named them and we know how to do them. So all those things that we are going for abroad for, we have them. We have the knowledge, the people who are so intelligent to do this craft work here in Nigeria, in this industry. It's just what the government should come and ask us, how can we do it? And we tell them the other side of it where we need their help.
Macaulay was gracious enough to take me around the cane village on a tour.
This is dining for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 chairs. There's going to be a glass of 10 mm on it, which is this. This is a glass. This glass will be on it. If I'm to produce this one now, to do this one alone, it's going to take me about 1 week to produce just one of this. But if I'm to do it in the rattan, it's going to take me maximum of 2 days. I'm done with this. This one cannot withstand the outdoor. It's not something that can withstand rain. And that one can withstand rain. This one is made with raffia. We'll call this one raffia. This material is sort. This material, we get this material from Cotonou. Something like this one now is about 2,000.
And how long would it take you to make it?
This one takes about 1 hour. So that's the reason why during the Xmas period, people don't even do chairs.
Amazing, amazing items. I certainly had fun here, and I did get myself some take home as well. For Plus TV Africa, I am Irene Ubani.
On Top Plus TV Africa News for this hour, FG don't raise alarm, say Boko Haram and ISWAP attack for Christian villages, say if it make a religious war badness, shele. An African Union go deploy 3,000 soldiers to Niger, Mali, plus others. And on top of Obodo saying World Health Organization and say coronavirus outbreak don't reach a decisive point. My country people, you do well say you join us inside news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And this one of them story we want some give on her until this very o'clock. My name na Destiny Momo. And President Muhammadu Buhari said the federal government will sustain the deploy for Geographic Information Service GIS and similar technologies to help farmers achieve increased production. The president Yans this year when in Kolobi delegate from the Surveyors Council of Nigeria, SOCON, where they led by President for the International Federation of Surveyors, or Rudolph Steger, for the State House Abuja during by Thursday. And he expressed delight to say many states don't adopt GIS for both urban plus rural development, and plus say government they on track as they use similar technologies to support farmers to increase their harvest. Buhari say in administrative will continue to work with members for the survey plus geoinformatics profession to bring quality infrastructure and we go bring prosperity to Obodo Naija. And 4 people don't die during one attack for Gurubu village inside Kankara local government area for Katsina State. The police public relations officer for the state, Gambo Issa, don't confirm it inside the statement, say the attack shele on Thursday afternoon. And he explained, say the incident is still leave 3 other persons wounded, plus plenty animals and livestock they also after the bandits meet heavy brigade from the local vigilante group. And in review said the police been get distress call about the attack while the commissioner for police inside Katsina, Sanusi Buba, direct the divisional police officer for Kankara division to lead operatives for Operation Puff Ada and vigilante group go the scene. The PRO and security personnel say make them engage the bandits inside the shootout, will finally lead to the death of some of them, and while the others they managed to escape with their gunshot wounded. And according by command spokesman, operatives they comb nearby bush so that they then go find bandits where they hide, so that they then go arrest them plus recover all their weapons. And the federal government say Boko Haram insurgents plus the ISWAP allies, they don't change their strategy. Say as then they target Christians and Christian villages so that it go put fire, make religious war shele, so that it go throw the country for confusion. The Minister for Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, don't raise the alarm for media briefing during by Thursday inside Abuja. And the Minister Yan said the insurgents say then they disguise themselves as Muslims. Say now nothing more than blood rapacious killers away subscribe to no religion. And in stress say then they deliberately target Christians to sow the seed for confusion between the two religions. And Mohammed Yan say some don't misinterpret the attack to insinuate one systematic campaign to persecute Christians for the country. And Mohammed Yan said they renewed vigor from the military for their war against the insurgents. Say it they pay off. The sake of the victories the way they record nowadays, it is very, very high. And SAC Governor-elect of Bayelsa State, David Leon, don't accept the final decide for the Supreme Court on top of the judgment will nullify victory for the November 16, 2019 governorship election. And inside the statement, where he personally signed and say, though they decided for the Apex Court to stick to the February 13 judgment, say he caught the hope for the people for the state, but he accept them for the interest of peace plus development for Bayelsa State. And he appealed to the supporters of the All Progressive Congress in loyalists and the people will come out well to vote them, say make them accept the judgment and make them maintain peace. And he commend the leadership for the APC for the state and the national level for their tenacity to uphold the principles for constitutional democracy. And the impeachment for the former deputy governor for Kogi State, Simon Achuba, don dey declared null and void and from State High Court inside the Lokoja. Then say for October 2019, he been dey impeached from the State House of Assembly. Justice John Olorunfemi on Wednesday been fault the former deputy removal from office and in describe am say he dey violate constitution. The judge, when he been deliver the judgment, still and say nomination for Edward Onoja as the new deputy governor, say he no follow due process at all. And one high court wey sit down for Lokoja, Kogi State, he don rule say the People's Democratic Party no get a candidate for the November 16 governorship election inside the state. Justice John Olorunfemi for the State High Court for inside one ruling on Thursday don declare to say the primary election will be conducted for September 3, 2019 will produce Musa Wada as the candidate for the PDP, say he bust out with irregularities. The ruling na for one pre-election matter where they filed by the eldest son of one former governor of the state, Ibrahim Idris Abubakar, to take a challenge the candidature of Musa Wada for PDP inside the November 16, 2019 governorship election. The judge Yan said the claimant Abubakar Idris wey avert say he go win the primary and will be conducted by the first defendant for the missing vote will be owned, say he dey add to him vote and he no fit still convince the court to deliver judgment for in favor. And the People's Democratic Party, PDP, inside the Kogi State, he don't react to the ruling for the court to declare to say he no get a candidate for the November 16, 2019 governorship election inside the state. And he say make them calm. And the party inside the statement from the state publicity secretary, Bode Ogumola, in the advice for calm, say the judgment go dey tested for one higher court. Plus say the party legal department, they already study the judgment. He reassure say necessary legal steps go share to make sure say the wishes for the people they respected. And the Niger Center for Disease Control (NCDC), the result of 11 suspected cases of coronavirus COVID-19 test for Niger say it is negative. And Dr. Chikwe Ihekwazo, when he be the Oga Patapata of NCDC, confirmed this matter on Thursday inside Abuja. Ihekwazu telling Niger people say then they safe against the COVID-19 after the rumor of one confirmed case for Lagos. And he said that the NCDC, National Reference Laboratory and Virology Laboratory, and do the test for the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUT, and all of them tested negative. Ihekwazu tell Niger people say the NCDC go continue to monitor the outbreak where globally. And he say, we dey tell all Niger people, make them no mind the carry talk of the spread. And NCDC could somehow informate to give the public if any case is there for Niger. And the Senate don't criticize the federal government the sake of them no do enough to take prevent coronavirus to enter our country. The position for the lawmakers now sake of a point of order where they raised by Senator Robert Boroface and during by Thursday plenary inside the Senate chamber for the National Assembly inside Abuja. Senator Boroface draw the attention of his colleagues to waiting in described as a loose arrangement for one of the international airports in travel from recently. And he said the Nigerian authorities make them properly screen visitors where they enter inside the country. And inside in remark, Senate President Ahmad Lawan, where they preside over the plenary, he call on the federal government to make them not take anything for granted to make sure say the prevention for coronavirus say is shele kajadly kajad. And the bill for the establishment for the Southwest Development Commission don't pass the second reading. The bill is sponsored by Honorable Olufemi Fakeye and 70 others to tackle ecological problems, environmental challenges, plus developmental challenge for the region. The bill they find way to take a mandate the commission to Colobi plus manage monies where they allocated from the federation account for the reconstruction rehabilitation for roads plus other infrastructural challenge where then they face inside the region.
We are here as people elected to see to the socio-economic engineering of this country. And that is what this bill is all about. This bill is talking about what aspects of life could have been if there had been no military intervention. I guess we'll never know. But we know today some facts. Number one, The country of Nigeria needs a lot of re-engineering development in one region in the country is development in Nigeria as a whole. And wherever you go to within this country, you will find all the different tribes, ethnic groups living in that particular region. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the Northeast Development Commission was moved in the 8th Assembly. The Southeast Development Commission was also moved in the 8th Assembly. Now we have the Southwest Development Commission, and hopefully by the grace of God, we will also be moving for the Northwest Development Commission.
If you look at history and the present circumstances, you find that every geopolitical zone in this country has one set of challenge or the other. And I think what is good for one geopolitical zone is good for another. So I strongly support that this bill should be supported by all members because it will bring more development to each and every geopolitical zone in this country.
Nigeria is to develop economically. You need a better infrastructure in surplus. That's why I support virtually every point.
The best way to go at this critical point is for us to support ourselves from inside, because charity begins at home. We cannot just be talking about federal, because a good family will breed good community. Good community will bring good local government from that to state and then to federal. So if we support the regions to develop, it will also amount to development of the federation.
And the Benue State House of Assembly don't order the caretaker chairman of Ushongo local government area for the state, Bernard Dagogo, to make a tender written apology for the pages of several newspapers plus radio stations sake of the assault of a member of the Benue State House of Assembly. Even though said Dagogo been don't apologize to the House after them thoroughly drill him for several state lawmakers and enraged Speaker Honorable Titus Uba expressed disappointment for his conduct. Honorable Uba one say without a written apology where they published for dailies for the state, said Dagogo could they place on top of suspension.
When you entered here, I was looking at you very closely. You seem to display an air of arrogance. I observed that you really refused to take a bow for the mess. Yes. I don't know whether because it is an offense that this house cleaned you in absentia.
I sincerely would want to apologize to the Honorable House here of the Shogo local government also for my actions. I have made peace with my brother. It was a simple misunderstanding and I regret my actions. I ask this Honorable House to tender justice with mercy that such will not repeat itself again.
The caretaker chairman of Shongo local government, Bem Agubu, should go and unfairly should submit a letter of apology to the entire members of this assembly for what he did. In absence of that, failure to do that, the assembly will take another decision. House. Is that taken?
And people when then they stay for Jos Plateau State, they don't say they no agree as the Jos Electricity Distribution Company, JEDC, they want to take a carry electricity money go up. Some of them talk as then they vex for one forum, and when the JEDC do to take a retouch light the new money and their plan to carry and go up. The consumers say when they don't get plenty complaint for the bill for unlawful disconnection, the shedding plus a poor infrastructure tell the distribution company make them improve for their service before they plan any money when they won't carry go up.
You people just sat down, think that I have consumed so power, and you brought your bills. Of course, we've been paying for long, like in my own community. During Christmas time, December period, we only had light for only 2 weeks. But the bill that came to us was about 11,000 euros.
There is no need for them to add when the service is not even going anywhere. In my community, I'm talking to you now, in my community. 76 years without seeing light in my community. Here in the urban area, Angwa Rukuba, Angwa Magaji. I am saying there, I'm representing my community there. Of which is very easy to me. We are with these security challenges, people are saying without light for that particular time, 6 years. How well, how secure are we?
We have been paying for darkness for long in Plateau State. Imagine just electricity distribution company, which comprises 4 states, but the tariff in Plateau is different. Gombe On is different. Bauchi is different. Benue is different. The highest pet tariff is in Plateau State. Even if you come to Plateau, the tariff in other communities are different. So why the differences?
The increase in tariff has to come because there has to be investment in the business. And there is nobody who will accept that tariffs remain the same and investment will happen. Investors are required to come in both debt and equity to invest in the network, and they require that the tariff should increase.
Naturally, there are certain issues, maybe public complaints on other issues that has bedeviled the sector itself. So, and people have opportunity to vent in their anger on that. It's expected. We are not begrudging anybody because it's their right to say out this, and that's why we created the board.
Still for France, World Health Organization say coronavirus outbreak it don't reach decisive point. This one another story when we show back. And inside African news, the U.S. government don't want a terrorist group fit they plot one attack against one major hotel inside Nairobi. The alert for the embassy website advised U.S. tourists to say make them exercise high vigilance and when they visit or stay for hotels for the Nairobi area and today aware of the hotel evacuation plan. The alert advised travelers make them review their personal security plans to they aware of their surroundings, plus make them monitor local media for updates. The exact hotel is never they identified, but they believed to be one hotel and where they popular with the tourists plus business travelers. According by the embassy spokesperson, the United States and Kenya, they work very, very closely to share information plus to monitor the security environment for the country. The embassy yarns a timely security alert to U.S. citizens. They give timely information so that they fit to make informed travel decisions. The alert shall even as the Inspector General of Police give assurance to Kenyans to say everything they well. And inside one statement to newsrooms, Hilary Mutiamba Yan say Kenyans supposed to do their normal day-to-day activities without any fear. And Yan say police don't enhance border surveillance to ensure say criminal elements they caught from entering the country. And as way to take end terrorism away the scatter Sahel region for Africa, the African Union they prepare to deploy 3,000 troops to the countries for the region. They decided for the AU summit earlier this month. Ismail Chego, head of the AU's Peace and Security Commission, he confirmed on Thursday said the AU they send the troops and sake of regional force they struggle to respond to nearly 8-year-old onslaught from armed Islamists. The African Union go they work together with G5 Sahel and ECOWAS. G5 Sahel na 5,000 member points a joint force already for the ground inside the Sahel and ECOWAS na the West African regional bloc. And one localized revolt will start for northern Mali inside the 2012. It don't spread to the center for the country and to neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger. Information will come next now, our Obodo Ibo Tori. Will they come back now?
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground,
And
look at even how
only
they
for
see.
you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month and then you throw them back and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fun meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere, and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long,
sold
long
Nigeria.
time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
And didn't get
against the
anything
behemoths
from
of APC and PDP. Those same people who are looting us.
If you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
And on top of Bodo Ibotori, Japan, whole school system from elementary to high school, then go tell them to close from Monday until spring break late for March to help contain the coronavirus outbreak. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe named this one on Thursday. The dramatic escalate for Japan fight against the virus na sake of rising criticism for waiting then see as a lukewarm and government response. And the Prime Minister Yan said to prioritize children health and safety past everything else. Say it is very, very important. And all the elementary school and junior high and high schools inside Japan then go temporarily close from March 2 to spring break. The Japanese school year go end for March with the spring vacation where they usually start the last week for the month. The number of cases inside Japan they rise on Thursday to more than 200, up from the official tally for 186 late on Wednesday. And UN Health Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus don yarn say the coronavirus transmission and where they inside countries like Iran, Italy, and South Korea say it don't bring the world to confusion where the outbreak fit either they contained or spiral out of control. And the World Health Organization Director General Nayan for news briefing said the organization did for decisive point and this virus gets a pandemic potential. And Nayan say now no be time to panic, even though the number for new cases for the past 2 days they don't be higher outside for China than inside China. The director yarned all governments to prepare not be only for their first COVID-19 case or infection clusters, but serve for full-blown epidemic inside their country. Up next, the Nigerian Senate go probe difference for deposit borrow for interest rate plus a commercial bank and other financial institution. This and plenty other story for inside our business report. Inside business, the fast-spreading coronavirus will clearly get the impact on top of global economic growth. And the International Monetary Fund, they're likely to downgrade their growth forecast as a result. And one spokesman for the International Monetary Fund yarned this one on Thursday. IMF spokesman Gary Rice yarned one regular briefing said the virus could get global impact for growth and they no give any specific details. And Yan say they expect decision soon on top of the impact for the coronavirus for the IMF and World Bank spring meetings inside April, plus a range of options they under considerate. And still for front on top Plus TV Africa News, now our roundup on top entertainment and sports news. We'll come back now.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
And inside entertainment, a country legend Garth Brooks will go be the icon accolade for the 2020 Billboard Music Awards. The star will be the 9th person today honored with the prize, and when they celebrated for the bash for the MGM Grand Garden Arena inside Las Vegas for 29 April. And then followed Neil Diamond, Celine Dion, Jennifer Lopez, Prince, Stevie Wonder, Janet Jackson, and last year person we collaborate the award on Mariah Carey and will be honoree. For the ceremony, we go there hosted by Kelly Clarkson, and then go take the stage to take and perform some of his greatest hits from career we don't land in songs for the Billboard Hot Country chart. And also we'll take ahead entertainment, the very best and top spots they come now. And inside sports, Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State on Thursday for Government House for Enugu, he received the torch for unity for the 20th National Sports Festival with the tag Edo 2020. Governor Ugwuanyi, during by the period when he received the torch, said the NSF and a promoter for peace and unity for Obodo Naija. And he say, I commend the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Develop for say they sustain the festival with the enhanced sports develop. And the program for say they take the touch around the state for the federation are part of activities where they proceed the festival. And the governor said the state they participated for before editions of the festival, and they will continue to develop all aspects for sports activities inside the state. And in charge the state athletes make sure say they are standing for the festival final medals table go better pass before on for December 2018 inside Abuja. The festival will begin to March 22 with the athletes where they compete for 3,000 medals from 33 sports. And that now a news roundup for events we shall doing by this very o'clock. For more news updates, I beg follow us at Plus TV Africa on top of Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And it will make a bonga sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We go come back later with more stories and where they make background headlines. On a well done. My name is Destiny Momo.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Close to 800,000 persons die by suicide every year. Now that's according to statistics from the World Health Organization. More statistics reveal that every 40 seconds, at least one person is likely to die by suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. When Nigerians crossed over to the new year in 2019, it was all prayers to God and excitement. Little did the nation anticipate the reign of multiple suicides that would soon ravage it. January 2nd, 2019 was greeted with the first case of suicide. DJ XG, the popular Lagos DJ who took his own life allegedly over marital troubles just a few hours after posting a sad suicide note on his Instagram account. Then to Ms. Hikmat Badamosi, a 100-level student of the University of Port Harcourt. And that statistics continued to swell with a first-class student of yet another Nigerian university, the 21-year-old Akachi Chukwuemeka, who took his own life after dropping a suicide note on his Facebook page. This suicide takes me all the way to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where his friends and classmates speak about his last moments.
Akachi was dealing with depression long before he came out as an atheist. So, if anything, the depression had left a footprint. And like I said earlier, you can find it reflected in his writing, which is what a lot of people should do.
Akachi's life is kind of complicated, sort of, because I've always known him right from year one as this type of person who is reticent. It's kind of a lonely being, let me put it that way. He usually like being on his own, kind of. So most times, even earlier that day we met, I noticed his mood, kind of. I even asked him basically, Akachi, what's your problem? I've asked him several times, what's your problem? He will always tell me, Chris, you won't understand.
I meet Victor, Akachi's closest friend and coursemate. He is very emotional as he speaks with me. He deeply regrets his friend's decision to commit suicide.
I never expected something like this to happen. It was a shock. It's so sad that he had to end his life at the ending while we were just about graduating, but I don't still understand it. And concerning the circumstances of his suicide, I personally know the struggles he went through.
From my findings, the pain of suicide is only passed on to the family and loved ones of the suicide victim, as Ifani, Akachi's friend, tells me.
The Monday he died, the Monday morning, I saw him last. We greeted and we talked. The news I got around 8 a.m. was that he was in the hospital. So I had to rush to the medical center. I saw him in a really bad situation. Getting to around 8 p.m. in the night, I got the news that he passed on. The major issue there is the reputation, should I say bad reputation in code that he left behind, because, for instance, someone would just walk up to you that he's a close friend. Why do you let him do it? And someone might almost think that, okay, since you guys are close, you must know what happened to him, or you participated in making him commit suicide. So the stigma and then the loneliness that your friend is gone.
Just a few kilometers away from the campus, I meet this clergyman who is using his church to reach out to more depressed students. He complains to me that most Nigerian universities do not have the structure to help suicidal students.
Talking about suicide among students, I have come to see that there are 3 factors implicated. Some cases are absolutely mental. The student loses mental coordination and he wants to kill himself. Others are emotional. The student is battling with failure, battling with heartbreak in relationship, battling with one thing or the other, sometimes even parental pressure. And he breaks down emotionally, he's depressed, and he wants to kill himself. But others are absolutely demonic manipulations. The case of Akachi that happened last week, I believe, is one glaring example of demonic manipulation. We live in a very harsh situation in the country now. There is poverty, there is joblessness, and it's not even good enough reason for someone to kill himself. It's not. That is why even those of them who go to school should understand that school is not just about passing exam. School is about being enlightened. So you're able to understand situations of life and how to bring them under your control. That's what education should give to anybody. And besides this intellectual enlightenment, there should be emotional education. Maybe the university should think about introducing a course like emotional intelligence as one of the general courses.
He came all the way to this secluded building to take some bottles of Sniper. As at this time last Monday, Akachi was actually battling for his life, a battle that he lost. Akachi's case is one case too many of increasing suicide attempts across Nigeria. The Department of English and Literary Studies of the University of Nigeria. This used to be the classroom of Akachi Chukwemeka, who had actually committed suicide on May 10th. The last time Mr. Akachi was in this class was on May 10th, his last moments, according to information that I gathered. Well, this used to be one of his favorite sports in this class, where he shared beautiful moments with classmates and friends. According to information that I've gathered from the head of department here, Akachi was actually one of the brightest students of the department, and he was in a first-class grade.
Akachi was a good student, very studious, and he was also a student of mine, all black literature. And to be honest with you, I never had an inkling that there was any trouble with him.
Only a few days after, another devastating news breaks about yet another suicide case. This time, a church worker, a music minister allegedly from the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Michael Orowoshaye, in Abuja. Now, this leads me to the streets of Lagos, where I ask the question, why would someone want to take their life?
I just read recently of the Jambites who failed jump the second time and they went to commit suicide, and that was crazy.
I'm not God. Even God that created everybody knows that we are one way or the other going to fall short of His glory. So why do I want to commit suicide?
I think the guy that committed suicide has low self-esteem. Suicide is not the best way out. I have a purpose on this earth, so I can't waste it by committing suicide.
These answers lead me to a mega church where I ask this clergyman one question. What does religion say about suicide?
The spirits responsible for suicide are wicked spirits. We've got to understand that this physical world is controlled by the spiritual. Paul said, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers, wicked spirits in high places.
And seeing that Islam is one of the two major religions in Nigeria, I am here at the Lekki Central Mosque in Lagos to ask the same question. Is there a spiritual side to suicide? And if there is, what is it?
As a Muslim cleric, I think suicide is demonic. It is against the law of God, against the law of Allah.
We never commit suicide. A Muslim must never commit suicide, must never even contemplate it.
The life that you did not create, why would you want to take it?
Religion has given us its side. Now we speak to the experts. Dr. Maimuna is a psychologist. She tells people to stop blaming suicide victims.
Sometimes when people just sit down and just make statements like those that have attempted suicide, or those that have killed themselves, that they are worthless, they are sinners, No, you shouldn't say such a thing. We as a society, we should begin to build a culture of compassion where we show empathy to people, listen to people not judgmentally, to understand them from their point of view rather than just to respond to them.
She says with love and support, along with professional help, depression and suicide can be overcome.
Send them to professionals where they can be properly evaluated, assessed, know the root cause of why they are even suicidal. Suicide is an end thing. It's a bigger picture, but you need to know what this person is even suicidal. And of course, if it's depression, depression is treatable. If it is pain, is it the kind of pain that can be managed? There are painkillers, there are even surgeries to even regulate pain. And there are even non-medication treatment for some of these illnesses. Meditation, yoga, some form of exercises and all that. So it's very key that we put all this on board. Let's not demonize people that have completed suicide. Let's not see them as bad people. Let's not see them as evil people, because anybody can be suicidal depending on your challenges, what you face, and of course from your past experiences.
Oftentimes, when we speak of people attempting to take their lives, it seems vague, with very few sharing their stories. I spoke with Fumi, who had tried to take her life a few years ago. From her account, we understand the link between depression and suicide.
I was under a lot of pressure. Then it was marital pressure. I was just under a lot of pressure from, family, from in-laws, from my ex-husband at the time. Just, hearing so much, it was almost like the pressure of the marriage was on me, like, oh, I wasn't doing enough. I wasn't doing well. I just felt not only was I feeling like I wasn't doing well, I felt like I couldn't do anything to change, the situation or to turn things around or to just, so I just had this heavy burden, upon me, and that's when I just started feeling depressed. Of course, at the time, I don't think I knew that I was depressed. I knew that I was depressed until the time I tried to take my life. I was just very, very, I was just very sad.
According to more research, depression is one of the leading causes of suicide world over.
Depression is a mood disorder characterized by low mood. So it has to do with the mood. But what affects the mood has to do with your mental state. How you are mentally, then affects the mood. Probably what you're going through, how things are not working out fine, the issues, the challenges that you're facing affects you mentally, then it basically affects your mood. You're not happy, you're feeling down, you're sad, you're indoor, you're secluded.
Depression itself is a clinical diagnosis. You cannot just say I'm depressed because you're broke or someone cheated you or something didn't go the way you plan it.
But what are the symptoms of depression?
If depression, sadness or low mood, you are experiencing this on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, coupled with this second sign that I'm about to mention, loss of interest in what you used to find interesting, loss of interest in what you used to find pleasant, or you're beginning to feel you're apathic. There is no interest, there's no excitement about any activity you used to find interesting before. These two, when they are present on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, and they're beginning to affect your ability to relate with people, to work productively. And there are 3 other symptoms and signs among these remaining 7 we call classical symptoms and signs of depression, like a change in your appetite. It could be appetite for food reduction or increase. It could be appetite for sex for married ones, reduced or increase. There's a struggle with maintaining concentration or attention or focus or sustaining focus. That's another classical symptom and sign. If there is a problem with fatigue, with energy level, so you cannot explain where this fatigue is coming from. You cannot explain it, or you are extra energetic, you are restless. Then there are other physical symptoms, especially in men. Depression can manifest as physical symptom in men. If a man is beginning to visit a doctor, visit a clinic repeatedly, this week treated for malaria, next month treated for typhoid and malaria, and is becoming a repetitive stuff, it can be a pointer to depression. Another classical physical symptom is sleep alteration. You're struggling to initiate sleep, or you might even find it easy to initiate sleep, but you are waking up intermittently, or you even sleep all through normally, but when you wake up, fatigue is there, you don't feel refreshed. That's another classical sign of depression. Then a chronic feeling of guilt, hopelessness, or regret can also be a pointer to depression. Then another common one in our society is what we call social withdrawal. In fact, I should have mentioned this as number 3, social withdrawal or isolation. You could begin to withdraw yourself from social media, Facebook, Instagram, and the likes, or even religious activities that you belong to, or social clubs that you belong to, or even your siblings or family members. That could be a pointer. If you see anybody, observe this in anybody, that could be a pointer to depression. Then lastly, suicidal ideation. And I need to explain this because it's quite peculiar with Africans. Because of religious indoctrination or religious restraint, some people might not have it well thought out to end it all. But when someone begins to tell you in any conversation, they are quick to say, I just want to escape from everything and just be alone somewhere. It could be a pointer. Or there's a news about a collapse of building, and the person is saying, what's the big deal about collapse of building? Even where we are now, if the building collapses, what's the big deal? We end it up, we go over, and we go and rest. That could be a pointer. The religious folks can sound like this. I just want rapture to happen. Let's just go. Let Jesus come, and let's end it up. If it's becoming repetitive like that, it could be a pointer. So these are the 9 symptoms and signs of depression, but with the first 2 that I mentioned must be present with 3 other ones, making 5. When they are present on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, and they're beginning to affect the productive living or relationability of that person, something has shifted in the brain, both chemically or structurally. The diagnosis of depression is made. And at that point, the person needs professional help. There's this tendency in Africa, because mental health issues cannot really be grasped with physical descriptions of physical ailments. They are quite abstract. We tend to just adduce everything to spiritual under the balance of religious doctrination. Because I hear people say to the people battling depression, have a firm grip on your mind. Come on, are you not a child of faith? Are you not a prayer warrior? And my question to those people is this: if a woman has breast cancer, do you say to the woman, have a firm grip on your breast? You are a child of faith. Or you encourage the person to seek help. If a man is battling prostate cancer, do you say to the man, come on, you're a prayer warrior, have a firm grip on your prostate? You know why? Because those ones are physical. You can rightly see the symptoms and signs physically. But because this is psychological, it's quite abstract. Pray with the person, quite all right, but refer them for professional help.
And how can you know that your family or friend is depressed?
A lot of depression cases will be caught early if the people around are able to spot it early enough and able to get the right information and referral to the right places. Because these things will manifest subtly. Because it's a progression. It doesn't just happen suddenly. It manifests subtly, but people cannot pick it.
What remedies are there for depression and suicidal thoughts?
Globally, we are advocating now that all organizations should have 1 or 2 people in their human resources department or human capacity development that are trained in mental health first aid, so that they can deploy this model. ALGE model, ALGEE, A representing assurance. You can only assure someone when you are aware of the signs and symptoms. So if you don't know how to spot the signs and symptoms, how do you even start assuring? You will start misreading the behavior. There are ways people that are already sinking into depression behave. If care is not taken, you will misread it or misinterpret it as being snobbish. You will misinterpret it as being unkind, or as being lazy, or as being a man or woman of weak faith, or not prayerful enough. So awareness is key. Awareness and assurance, that's the A. Being able to assure them that it's something, it's just a mental health issue. You're passing through so condition now. It could be triggered by stress, it could be triggered by a trauma, but you can get out of it. Now, L is listening non-judgmentally. You must know how to communicate with people battling depression. The problem with us, especially Africans, is that we are quick to conclude and condemn. And that's not love. Listen non-judgmentally. In fact, limit your talking and do more of listening. And when you're listening, you are not trying to judge them as being weak, not mentally strong, not prayerful, not strong in faith, or this and that. You must be able to listen non-judgmentally to them. By the time you are repeatedly saying, aren't you a man of faith? Aren't you prayerful enough? You are judging because you are concluding it's lack of prayer that led the person into depression. And you're further sinking the person into depression. I see a lot of comments on social media when somebody says I'm depressed, even though I'm always quick to say that a lot of people that claim they are depressed, they are not depressed, they are just sad because they are broke or they just got heartbroken. There's a difference. You will get out of it if you know what to do because it's natural to be sad. However, depression is different. But I see a lot of people commenting when people say that I'm depressed. They say, is it only you that you are depressed? All of us are depressed. As long as you are in this country, you cannot run away, this and that. But that's not the right way to go. Listen non-judgmentally. Just the awareness that you are present in their life is enough strength for them to even pull through to a large extent. Then next one is G, which is giving support. Giving support and information. So a lot of people, we have more people that are unaware of these signs and symptoms and what to do than people that are aware. So that your friend, that your colleague might not even be aware that this is depression I'm battling. That's where I'm low in mood. That's where I'm withdrawing. Might not even be aware. Just you giving information that, have you considered researching or checking it on a doctor concerning these symptoms you're feeling? Because I think I've experienced it before. I've read about it that when you're having this, when you're having that, it could be depression and it's better caught early. It's better managed early. That's giving the right information. The fourth under the model, which is E, is encouragement. Encouragement. And when we say encouragement, it's encouragement with tips. There are basic tips that everybody should be equipped with. As simple as nutrition change, diet change. Because your food controls your mood. These are things we need to create more awareness about. As simple as how to be in charge of your thoughts, how to be in charge of your self-talks, how to reframe from negative thinking to positive thinking. Encouraging people is quite key, and the people around must be able to do this. It will go a long way in preventing suicide and also curtailing the progression of depression. Then the last E, which is essentially about ensuring that you follow up on the person gets the professional help. It's not enough to refer the person or give information that you need to see a doctor, you need to see a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist. It's not enough. You must be able to ensure that the person gets that help, seeks that professional help, follow up. What are the obstacles? It could be fear of financial implication. Could it be stigma in the society that they will see me going to see a shrink? You must ensure that you are able to help them follow up, to seek help, see the professional help, and if there's any obstacle, you help them to remove it, or you ensure you support them in removing. That's why we say that social support is as important as psychiatry and psychotherapy. Family, friends, colleague, workplace, the support they give is as important as the medications. By now, because of the crisis we're having, I dare call it crisis, mental health crisis in Nigeria, I believe every religious body should have a counseling center. And religious bodies have a lot of role to play. We're not relegating their responsibility or their role or their usefulness, but we're saying they should do informed religious help. While they're praying, while they're helping them support, why not try to have counseling centers? Why not try to have counseling center? It doesn't cost much, so that it is served as a mental health facility. So churches and mosques should rise up to this responsibility. While government is doing theirs and we are advocating for government to do more, churches and mosques must rise up, because, see, we cannot divorce our societal culture from religion. We are highly religious. A lot of Nigerians will obey their pastors or imams before they obey their parents, before they obey doctors.
According to experts, with more awareness and a lot of effort, depression and suicide can be overcome.
country people, we dey thank una one that joined us on top News on the Hour for Plus TV Africa.
This na number 63 Massey Street for Itafaji, where building just collapsed by 10 a.m. this morning.
They say the Oga of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, don't tell federal government say if they provoke him, it go cause wahala for inside the country.
Because if the British citizen no be say you go enter Niger, come cause kasala, run go Britain, go stay in peace.
Them say na the diesel truck catch fire as they try offload the diesel way dey inside. Come out, fire department come try quench the fire.
For the first time for Nigeria, every go enjoy television news for Ogbonge Pidgin English.
For more tori, make una kukuma follow us at Plus TV Africa on top Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Make una subscribe to our YouTube page and for Star Times on channel 308.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. Wow. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright. I still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Apala music is for mature minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi like
sleeping early.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
On Plus TV Africa News at this hour. Federal government raises alarm, says Boko Haram and ISWAP attacks on Christian villages could trigger religious war. African Union to deploy 3,000 soldiers to Niger, Mali and others. And on the foreign scene, World Health Organization says coronavirus outbreak has reached decisive point. Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Benny Ark. President Muhammad Buhari says the federal government will sustain the deployment of Geographic Information Services, GIS, and similar technologies to help farmers achieve increased production. The president made this known when he received a delegation from the Surveyors Council of Nigeria, led by the president of the International Federation of Surveyors, Rudolph Stagia, at the State House, Abuja, on Thursday. He expressed delight that many states had adopted GIS for both urban and rural development, noting that government was also on track on using similar technologies to support farmers to increase their yields. Buhari said his administration will continue to work with members of the survey and geoinformatics profession to provide quality infrastructure that will bring prosperity to Nigeria. 4 people have been killed during an attack on Gurubi village in Kankara local government area of Katsina State. The police public relations officer in the state, Gambo Isa, confirmed in a statement that the attack took place on Thursday afternoon. He explained that the incident also left 3 other persons injured, while scores of livestock were rustled after the bandits met fierce resistance by the local vigilante groups. He revealed that the police got a distress call about the attack while the Commissioner of Police in Katsina, Sanusi Buba, directed the Divisional Police Officer at Kankara Division to lead operatives of Operation Puff Adder and vigilante groups to the scene. The PRO said security personnel engaged the bandits in a shootout which led to the death of some of them, while the other managed to escape with gunshot wounds. According to the command spokesman, operatives are combing nearby bushes for the fleeing bandits in order to arrest them and recover the weapons. Meanwhile, the federal government says Boko Haram insurgents and their ISWAP allies have changed their strategy, targeting Christians and Christian villages to trigger a religious war and throw the nation into chaos. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, raised the alarm at a media briefing on Thursday in Abuja. The minister noted that the insurgents who deluded themselves as Muslims were nothing more than bloodthirsty, rapacious killers who subscribed to no religion. He stressed that they were deliberately targeting Christians to sow the seed of confusion between the two religions. Mohammed said that some had misinterpreted the attacks to insinuate a systematic campaign to persecute Christians in the country. Mohammed stressed that the renewed vigor by the military in their war against the insurgents was paying off, judging by the victories they recorded in recent times. And joining us in the studio this evening to discuss this further is journalist Dipo Olayoku. Thank you, Dipo, for staying with us. Now, what comes to your mind when you hear this kind of report coming from the federal government?
Yes, there's a need for us to situate within the context of what is happening.
Okay.
And this is the fear that some of us raised when this thing appears to be like a religious dichotomist of Christian-Muslim. And we remember that about 6-7 years ago, this antics was deployed by the Boko Haram guys when they were bombing churches, and then it became a fashion that anywhere you see a church, you will see security men around and stuff like that. When that one didn't pay off, I think the system, the antics died down. But don't forget now we have a collaboration between Boko Haram and what they call Islamic State of West African Province. Yeah. And if you look at the history of this ISWAP, they had their root in ISIS, ISIL, which seems to be promoting what they call Islamic interest. And that is their style, that is their antics. When they enter into a place, they create a division. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, must we as a country fall into this trap? Because these guys already want to start what we can call a religious war. Yes. And come to think of it, if you look at their style, lifestyle, are these guys really Muslims? All over the world, anywhere their camp is attacked and they are made to flee, so to speak. Now, people don't find Qurans there.
Yes.
What you find are condoms in Indian hemp. All those what we call tramadol and all those hard drugs. So nothing in their life to show that actually they profess a religion, even in their lifestyle.
Yes.
Because we have listened to a lot of Islamic leaders that their lifestyle is not what their Quran has teaching them. Abducting women, turning them into sex slaves, turning some of them into slaves generally, doing house chores for them. So I think what the government needs to do is to present a picture before Nigerians that these guys are not fighting any religious war. These guys just want to sow the seed of discord, and Nigeria should not buy into it.
Okay, now let's talk on information dissemination and management here. Doesn't this kind of message send a wrong signal, like panic to us, the citizens, and also to international communities, saying there might be a likelihood of a war in the country?
No, that has been the narrative for a very long time. You see Khan calling for what they call a march, some people call it protest. That was towards the end of January. And then just like yesterday, the Catholic bishops also, because these guys have been able to create a scenario of Christians attacking Muslims. And to me, I think the government was slow in coming out to dispel this thing. The narrative has spread. You could see from some legislature, congressmen in America expressing that fear, that view. Even Donald Trump at one time or the other was trying to say the president should try to protect those who hold contrary religious views. This narrative is out there in the field, but I think it's coming rather too late for the president, for the federal government to actually speak on it. But if you look very well, you know that this is the antics that are being propagated by these people, and it is now left to Nigerians not to key into it.
Okay, now going by the saying of the federal government that they are aware of some of these tactics and strategies being employed by this Boko Haram insurgent and ISWAP, then why is it so hard then for our military to put an end to this insurgency?
Insurgency is not the conventional war, where you know your opponent, where your opponent will abide by the rule. You know there's something called rule of engagement in war, yes. Prosecution. Your opponent are not observing this. They lay ambush for you, they attack villages, and you should get to the north. Some of these villages are far-flung. I remember in 2019, sometimes in January, we were moving within Bauchi State. Then we traveled for about 1 hour, 45 minutes inside, away from the main road, to go into communities. And I remember my colleague was telling me that, he said, General, do you think if anything happens in this place now, our law enforcement agencies will be able to get there? And what is the strength of our army? By now, the Nigerian army, except we are deceiving ourselves, they are stretched beyond limit. If you come across these guys, when they tell you what they go through, what is the strength of Nigerian army? I don't think we are up to 200 or 300. Nigerian police, they are up to less than 300 to police the whole of Nigeria. There is no state in Nigeria, I think there are 2 states of the Federation, where you have the Nigerian army or military involved in local security internally. So you notice that our guys are overstretched. That's why I think I think it was the chief of army staff that was saying that they will need about 100,000 youths to join the army before they can come. So Nigeria is fighting a serious war. Right. Don't forget we have foreign interests there. Yes. That we have France, we have Turkey, we have Iran that are aiding some of these guys. It's a big war that we are fighting.
Okay. Now would you say the war against Boko Haram, looking in terms of information management, do you think that the federal government has been able to handle this well? Do you think they've handled it well?
No. The information aspect of it has been below par, I must confess, because the government is not quick into educating or letting Nigerians know what is happening. I remember during the Gulf War, you have a situation where the government was briefing the America regularly. Even those of us that were not even in America, you were watching mediums and people, they were telling us what was happening. I think the government needs to rejig its information department, seriously. It's a pity that the minister is just waking up now, but I think there's the need for them to rejig, because when there are no information available, some people are filling in the gap. And unfortunately, with the menace of social media now, a lot of misinformation is out there. And that is why the government needs to be up and doing. There should be a system of at least, yes, we understand that in security matters, not everything is being there, it has to be divulged. But there are some information that Nigerians need to allay their fears, so that when anything happens, Nigeria will get to know. It is not that coming too late for the government to be talking about Boko Haram antics. Some of us knew it, but a lot of Nigerians have keyed into it, that, they are killing Christians. They are killing Christians because they want to annihilate Christians, they want to Fulanize, and that narrative has spread. Yes. A lot of people are keyed into it. Maybe we'll get it out of our minds. Government will have to continue.
Thank you very much, Dipo Olayoku. Thank you for staying with us on News on the Hour and for your contribution.
It's always a pleasure.
And still in the news, sacked Governor-elect of Bayelsa State, David Lyon, has accepted the final decision of the Supreme Court on his judgment that nullified his victory at the November 16, 2019 governorship election. In a statement he personally signed, said, though the decision of the Apex Court to stick to his February 13 judgment dashed the hope of the people of the state, he accepted it in the interest of peace and the development of Bayelsa. He appealed to the supporters of the All Progressive Congress, APC, his loyalists, and the people that came out en masse to vote for him to accept the judgment and maintain the peace. He commended the leadership of the APC at the state and national levels for their tenacity in upholding the principles of constitutional democracy. The impeachment of the former deputy governor of Kogi State, Simon Achuba, has been declared null and void by a state high court in Lokoja. He was in October 2019 impeached by the State House of Assembly. Justice John Olorunfemi on Wednesday faulted the former deputy's removal from office, describing it as a violation of the Constitution. The judge, while delivering the judgment, also said the nomination of Edward Onoja as the new deputy governor did not follow due process. Also, a high court sitting in Lokoja, Kogi State, has ruled that the People's Democratic Party had no candidate in the November 16 governorship election in the state. Justice John Olorunfemi of the State High Court, in a ruling Thursday, declared that the primary election conducted on September 3, 2019, which produced Musa Wada as a candidate of the PDP, was fraught with irregularities. The ruling was in a pre-election matter filed by the elder son of a former governor of the state, Ibrahim Idris Abubakar, challenging the candidature of Musa Wada for PDP in the November 16, 2019 governorship election. The judge said the claimant, Abubakar Idris, who averred that he will have won the primary conducted by the first defendant if the missing votes belonging to him were added to his votes, could not also convince the court to deliver judgment in his favor. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Kogi State has reacted to the ruling of the court, declaring that it had no candidate for the November 16, 2019 governorship election in the state, urging for calm. The party, in a statement by the State Publicity Secretary, Bode Ogumola, urged for calm, saying that the judgment will be tested at a higher court, adding that the party's legal department is already studying the judgment. It assured that necessary legal steps will be taken to ensure that the wishes of the people are respected. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, says results of the 11 suspected cases of coronavirus COVID-19 tested in Nigeria is negative. Dr. Chikwe Ihekweazu, the Director General of NCDC, confirmed this on Thursday in Abuja. Ihekweazu reassured Nigerians of their safety against COVID-19 following rumors of a confirmed case in Lagos. He said the tests were conducted by the NCDC National Reference Laboratory and Virology Laboratory at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUF, and all tested negative. Ihekweazu assured Nigerians that the NCDC will continue to closely monitor the outbreak globally. We urge Nigerians to disregard rumors and discourage further spread. NCDC will inform the public if the case is reported in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the Senate has criticized the federal government for not doing enough to prevent coronavirus from getting into the country. The position of the lawmakers followed a point of order raised by Senator Robert Boroface during Thursday's plenary in the Senate chamber of the National Assembly in Abuja. Senator Boroface drew the attention of his colleagues to what he described as loose arrangements at one of the international airports he traveled through recently. He therefore urged Nigerian authorities to properly screen visitors coming to the country. In his remarks, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who presided over the plenary, called on the federal government not to take anything for granted in ensuring the prevention of coronavirus. The bill for the establishment of the Southwest Development Commission has passed a second reading. The bill, sponsored by Honorable Lufemi Fakeye and 70 others, acts to tackle ecological problems, environmental challenges, and also developmental challenges in the region. The bill seeks to mandate the Commission to receive and manage funds allocated from the Federation account for the reconstruction, rehabilitation of roads and other infrastructural challenges being faced within the region.
We are here as people elected to see to the socio-economic engineering of this country. And that is what this bill is all about. This bill is talking about what aspects of life could have been if there had been no military intervention. I guess we'll never know. But we know today some facts. Number one, the country of Nigeria needs a lot of re-engineering development in one region in the country is development in Nigeria as a whole. And wherever you go to within this country, you will find all the different tribes, ethnic groups living in that particular region. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the Northeast Development Commission was moved in the 8th Assembly. The Southeast Development Commission was also moved in the 8th Assembly. Now we have the Southwest Development Commission, and hopefully by the grace of God, we will also be moving for the Northwest Development Commission.
If you look at history and the present circumstances, you find that every geopolitical zone in this country has one set of challenge or the other. And I think what is good for one geopolitical zone is good for another. So I strongly support that this bill should be supported by all members because it will bring more development to each and every geopolitical zone in this country.
Nigeria is to develop economically. You need a better infrastructure in surface. That's why I support virtually every point.
The best way to go at this critical point is for us to support ourselves from inside, because charity begins at home. We cannot just be talking about federal, because a good family will breed good community. Good community will bring good local government from that to state and then to federal. So if we support the regions to develop, it will also amount to development of the federation.
Still ahead, World Health Organization says coronavirus outbreak has reached decisive point. This and more after this break. And across the African continent, the U.S. government has warned that terrorist groups may be plotting an attack against a major hotel in Nairobi. The alert on the embassy website advised U.S. tourists exercise increased vigilance when visiting or staying at hotels in the Nairobi area and to be aware of the hotel's evacuation plan. The alert advised travelers to review their personal security plans, be aware of their surroundings, and monitor local media for updates. The exact hotel has not been identified, but it is believed to be a hotel popular with tourists and business travelers. According to the embassy spokesperson, the United States and Kenya work closely to share information and monitor the security environment in the country. The embassy said such timely security alerts to U.S. citizens provide timely information so they can make informed travel decisions. The alert comes in even as the Inspector General of Police assured Kenyans all was well. In a statement to Newsroom, Hilary Mutyambai said Kenyans should go on with their normal day-to-day activities without any fear. He said police have enhanced border surveillance to ensure that criminal elements are caught from entering the country. And we'll go for a quick break now, and when we return, the news will continue.
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground, and only for you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month and then you throw them back and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fun meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere, and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long,
They've sold
long
Nigeria.
time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
and didn't get
against the
anything
behemoths of APC and PDP. Those same people who are looting us.
If you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
The coronavirus rapid spread in Iran, Italy, South Korea, and elsewhere left armed governments and people across the globe rushing on Thursday to implement emergency measures. For the first time, new infections around the world in the past 24 hours surpassed those in mainland China, where the flu-like disease emerged 2 months ago, but is on the decline after an aggressive containment campaign. In Japan, where cases rose to 200, there was particular concern after a female tall boys guide tested positive for a second time, one of the very few worldwide to do so. The coronavirus has mainly battered China, causing 78,596 cases and 2,746 deaths. But it has spread to another 44 countries with 3,246 cases and 51 deaths reported. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison said there is every indication that the world will soon enter a pandemic phase of the coronavirus. U.S. President Donald Trump put his Vice President Mike Pence in charge of America's response, while France's President Emmanuel Macron rallied the nation. Meanwhile, UN Health Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says the coronavirus transmission within countries such as Iran, Italy, and South Korea has brought the world to a crossroad where the outbreak can either be contained or spiral out of control. The World Health Organization, WHO Director General, told a news briefing that the organization is at a decisive point. This virus has pandemic potential. He added that it is not time to panic, even though the number of new cases in the past 2 days has higher outside of Chinatown within China. The director urged all governments to prepare not only for their first COVID-19 cases of infection clusters, but also for full-blown epidemics in their countries. Up next, Nigeria's Senate to probe difference in deposit lending interest rates among commercial banks and other financial institutions. That's in our business news after this break. The Senate on Thursday mandated its committees on finance, banking, insurance, and other financial institutions to investigate rationale behind huge difference between deposits and lending interest rates among commercial banks and other financial institutions. The Senate's resolution is hinged on the motion urgent need to reduce the gap between lending interest rate and deposit interest rate among commercial banks and other financial institutions. The motion was sponsored by Solomon Adeola. The senator in his lead debate noted that there was a huge divergence between the deposit and lending rates in Nigeria. It said data from Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, indicates that savings deposit rate as of December 2019 was 3.89%, while prime and maximum lending rates were 14.99% and 30.72% in the same period. It said CBN had not done enough in balancing the deposit and lending rate with the goal of encouraging savings. He also expressed concern that higher interest rates, interest payments on credit cards and loans were more expensive. The fast-spreading coronavirus will clearly have an impact on global economic growth, and the International Monetary Fund is likely to downgrade its growth forecast as a result, a spokesman for the International Monetary Fund said on Thursday. IMF spokesman Gary Rice told a regular briefing that the virus is going to have an impact on growth. He gave no specific details. He said he expected a decision soon on the impact of the coronavirus for the IMF and the World Bank's spring meetings in April, noting that a range of options were under consideration. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Country legend Garth Brooks is to receive the Icon accolade at the 2020 Billboard Music Awards. The star will be the 9th person to be honored with the prize when he's celebrated at the bash at the MGM Grand Gardens Arena in Las Vegas on 29 April. He follows Cher, Neil Diamond, Celine Dion, Jennifer Lopez, Prince, Stevie Wonder, Janet Jackson, and last year's recipient Mariah Carey as an honoree. At the ceremony, which will be hosted by Kelly Clarkson, he will take the stage to perform some of his greatest hits from a career that landed him songs on the Billboard Hot Country chart. And that's it on entertainment. The very best in sports coming right after this. And in sports, Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State on Thursday at the Government House in Enugu received the Torch of Unity for the 20th National Sports Festival, NSF, tagged Edo 2020. Governor Ugwuanyi, after receiving the torch, described the NSF as a promoter of peace and unity of the country. I commend the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development for sustaining the festival, which has enhanced sports development. The program of taking the torch around the states of the Federation is part of activities preceding the festival. The Enugu State Governor said the state had actively participated in previous editions of the festival and will continue to develop all aspects of sports activities in the state. He charged the state athletes to ensure their standing on the festival's final medal table was better than what they had at the event's last edition held in December 2018 in Abuja. The festival is scheduled to begin on March 22 with athletes competing for 3,000 medals from 33 sports. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Benny Ark.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground, and only for you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month, and then you throw them back, and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fun meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere, and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
and didn't get
against the behemoths of APC and PDP. Those same people who are looting us.
If you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
Hello and thank you for staying with us. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss the biggest entertainment stories. My name is Elsie Godwin, and I've got my very interesting co-anchors with me, Ife Omai and Ife Oluwa Oshunke.
Interesting. That's amazing.
You want amazing?
No. I'm just saying, like, she's always excited.
She's fine with
it.
interesting. She's fine with whatever I call her, because it's always nice.
Okay. How you doing? Nice
I'm
shirt.
great,
by the way.
thank you.
Nice shirt too.
We had the denim vibe.
Yeah, you got the memo. You didn't. I don't know what happened.
Anyways.
Work with the program.
Yeah,
No.
you should.
Versace is on point.
Hey, sorry.
Okay, moving on real quick. Davido celebrates 10 years in the music industry. The singer took to his Twitter page to say, "It is crazy. I will be 10 years in the industry this year. Not bad at 27." Congratulations to him.
Congrats.
It made me remember when he actually came into the industry with the OBO album and the whole back when I was broke. I don't know when he was broke, but you know.
I just remember him being so animated. Remember he used to be the guy where like,
animated over hyper.
Yeah, like acting like an animation, like.
But he's still very over.
Oh, now he
still has. He still has it.
No, but he still has some drip to it now. Back then he was like
he was
doing pianos
he was kind of
and
skinny
like.
then. There's something about everybody's throwback. You would look a bit.
And then he used to use a lot of lip gloss then.
He has come a long way, actually.
Yeah, he has, and I'm really proud. And I just say this thing that people try to pitch Wizkid against Davido. Like sometimes if Davido should just post something, we should all just be happy for him and not try to make it a comparison. Because when I was going through the threads, people were like, I can't believe Wizkid has been relevant since 2001. That's 19 years. Not bad for 27 or something. You know, and I'm like, what? Let's just be happy for Davido for crying out loud.
Sorry, not bad for 27, 19 years. So when did you start singing? I don't understand.
No, Wizkid started when he was 11 now.
I didn't know Wizkid professionally.
I think Ola
with
Chuboy.
When Banky W discovered
Ola Chuboy was what year?
And he was not 11.
Ola Chuboy was 2009, I think.
Okay, this is not about Wizkid. Actually.
Yeah, so it's about
Yeah, let's stop doing that.
Yeah,
no, I'm just saying it that people need. No, it's not.
You were the one who brought it now. It's not people.
Okay.
Congratulations, Davido.
Yeah,
Keep
we're
up the
very
hard work.
proud. I mean, if he vibes me like one of those Kim Kardashian things where we've literally seen him grow. Like when we first started, he was not a family man. He didn't have that many baby mamas, if he did at all.
Yeah,
I don't remember him having
people around.
You know. And now he's turning into this family guy, talking about wifey and kids. He has many kids, but he's doing well for all of them. He's one of the only few celebrities.
He has several kids.
He is one of the few that have a lot, and no one has come out to say that he has neglected his child. Wizkid cannot brag about that. So. Kudos to him doing something right.
You brought it.
I'm just trying to balance the equation. Yeah. But yeah, we're very proud of him, and his music has been getting better and better. So that's also a very big,
especially when Peruzzi came into the picture.
Okay. Congratulations to Davido. Let's just leave it there and move on, right? Popular social media sensation Oye Mike has started a conversation regarding Fireboy's identity. Take a look at what he said.
What I'm saying now, I've been meaning to say for the past 3 weeks. I've called a couple friends, but I didn't know how it would get to you and Bado, so I didn't want to say it. Fireboy, right now you are arguably one of the most talented Nigerians out there. No doubt, you have one of the biggest albums out of Nigeria right now, brother. But brother, I don't know what you look like. Look at this video, see. I don't even know who shoots your video. They don't show me your face, bro. Your songs are doing better than your face. Your face should match your songs, bro. When I was in Nigeria, I couldn't stop. I was like, where's this guy? Where's this guy? Till now, I can't say this is what Fireboy looks like, because I don't know. You and like 5 other guys in that industry have the same hair. I don't know yours that time. They not die in way. But me, I'm different. Find a way, bro. I need to differentiate you from these other boys. Your talent is unique. You are great. I just need to know what you look like, bro. Take pictures. Let your cameraman show your face.
Take pictures. Let your camera show your face.
What's your take on this one?
Well, I feel like it is not absolutely necessary to put a face to a brand.
I think
if
so
the
too.
brand is doing well, giving the kind of content that
talent is speaking for them.
Yeah, I mean, we had
And that
for
could
a
be
very long time. I never knew who Sia was.
Yeah, and that could be your brand. Not having
a brand.
But
I'm not quite sure if this is what he is trying to achieve, because
I think with that video, he was definitely trying to achieve that. He doesn't really show his face. This is my take, and it kind of sounds mean.
Okay.
I don't think he's the most attractive.
Yeah, true. That.
Yeah.
Oh, Fireboy.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't think he's the most attractive. And when you're not really like that, it's always that hiding face with the hair and like, you know, side views thing going on. People always do that. A good example is the American guy. I always confuse Travis Scott with the other person. He's Kylie Jenner's baby daddy.
Okay.
What's his name? I don't know. Is it Travis Scott? I think so.
Yeah, Travis Scott is Kylie's
yes.
baby daddy.
He's a good example of that. He's not attractive at all. And he knows that. So he does this whole... Even when he's taking pictures, he's like... hiding his face.
Swagging it.
So it's... I think that's... I feel like that's the vibe he's giving me. But we know his face. His album is literally a picture of his face. We know what he looks like. I just don't think he pushes it out. And a lot of people are giving examples and comparing it with Rema. But exactly my point. Rema is quite like a cute baby face thing going on. And I don't think
what do you think
necessarily has that.
Okay, so to me, I don't know what Oye Mike is about, because Fireboy's face is out there. Everyone knows who Fireboy is. Fireboy is that Durag guy.
Not everyone, if you
Durag.
You use the word everyone.
I've never seen,
I don't know
until
who
I downloaded Fireboy's
I know,
music
like,
on
I
his
vibe
maybe
to
because I follow Fireboy, so maybe
Yeah.
Oye Mike needs to follow Fireboy.
You don't need to follow someone to know their face, though.
If you go on his
Okay, so that's
Instagram-
Fireboy.
If you go on his Instagram page, he posts a lot.
I've
of
never seen him in
pictures.
Durag.
He's always done. He said it's a deliberate thing. He said, okay, ever since he attained stardom, that the only thing he needs to do for him to walk on the street to go and get a going, you understand, like, and people would not know, is to take off the durag.
He
and
looks
then when
different
he has,
in every picture.
do you understand,
I still
like-
don't know his face. Like, I don't think I will be able to see Fireboy, and like, except he does the exact same pose he did on his cover. I won't be able to say that is Fireboy. I would not be able to do that.
I think that's
Even this picture is still like side angle. By the time he puts his face to the front, it looks like a different person. It looks like a different person with each hairstyle.
well, I really don't
that's
agree
cute.
with what Oye Mike is saying, because I think Fireboy's face is.
all right.
with the
Let's. I
music,
think
and
let's
he's done
take
a lot of interviews as well. That,
really.
Yeah, that his
Let's
face
take
is out
social
there.
media reactions on this one. I think this conversation trended for the whole day yesterday. At is it accotainment now or accotainment? I don't know, but he says, I think what Oye Mike is simply saying is that when it comes to personality, Fireboy isn't really carrying everyone along. You are a celebrity, and part of being one is letting your fans into your personal life at times. That's why you are a #public figure. At Solomon Ford says, few days ago, Olamide and Fireboy signed a joint venture deal with American music company Empire Distribution. Empire is a San Francisco-based distribution company founded by Gazi Shami. Only intellectual paralyzed person will say YBNL isn't branding Fireboy. Okay, that was, you know.
But was he talking about branding, or was he just talking about his face? Because branding, I think he has. He has strong music presence. He has a niche. You can almost tell. Even his music videos are all like curated kind of differently. I think he has a brand, and I don't think that's what. Oye Mike is saying, because your brand isn't necessarily your face. I might not know your face, but you have a good brand.
So you guys saying when you watch his videos, you can't see his face?
It's not very. It's not the focus.
Take more reactions. At Mr. Man here _ says, Oye Mike told the truth about Fireboy and him not having an image of his own. For someone with one of the hottest albums in Nigeria, he's doing a poor job selling his brand. 8 in 10 Nigerians would not recognize Fireboy if he walked past them, and that's where he really needs to fix up. At Jamal Hussein says, if you know nothing about brand identity, facial expression, poses and celebrity charisma, you might never understand this. Fireboy's team might not have noticed this, but it's actually a thing, and most Nigerian artists always miss it. at Obong Roviel, what he said is the truth. Fireboy needs better branding. A friend keeps confusing him with Joe Boy. Same thing happens to some influencers here. We know your tweets, we don't know what you look like. I think that's a shade for the Twitter influencers. And then at Yemi Hazan says, Fireboy just blew last year and still adjusting to fame. Only a clown will expect him to portray an obvious identity this quick. Saying you can't recognize him is beyond laughable too. Even Olamide evolved with time in style and looks. That's from Olamide to younger Rikino, then to Bado. You agree with that one? All right, so we've got Chidi Okereke joining us on the phone to share his perspective as a brand strategist. Chidi is the head of business at Devon Choi Cooper. Hello, Chidi. Do you think it is absolutely necessary for Fireboy to have a clear personality attached to his brand?
What is a clear personality? I think that's the most important question for an artist. Yeah. For someone whose primary job is to create music for us to listen to. What is a clear personality? Is it not a sound thing? Is it not the uniqueness of his voice? I feel like that's like the most important thing. And I'll go back and I'll reference examples like, who was it? Adele back in the day. Adele was told different things about how she should change her look and all that. But she stuck to her roots. She stuck to the most important thing, which is her music, and that is what has made her who she is today. I understand the calls for, trying to sound different from everybody else, trying to look different from everybody else, but this guy is less than 2 years in the industry and he's already come this far. Let's not put pressure on him to change who he is. Are we trying to make him different from who he is because we want him to stand out? I don't buy into that, to be honest. I don't.
However, we cannot deny that there is a constant confusion when figuring out who Fireboy is away from Joe Boy. Now, coming from that angle, do you think they need to work more on Fireboy's identity to make him stand out?
Do I think he needs to work more on his identity? Now, if I were talking brands, if I'm talking from a brand perspective, I'll tell you, okay, so you could tweak this. He could be out there more. When I say be out there more, maybe post more on social media, make skits, maybe do this, do that, get on billboards, do something in the charity space, basically do something that Joe Boy isn't doing. But then, this is a conversation I cannot have because I don't know Fireboy enough to know if he would thrive in these conditions. You understand? So, if people say they can't separate him from a Joe Boy, for example, then these people are not enthusiasts. Because his most popular videos, his most popular work, it has his face all over him. All over them, rather. He has a thriving social media account where he, actively engages people. If you want to see his pictures, go there. I thought his album cover was really, really bare. If you ask me, there wasn't a lot of design. It was simple, and now I understand why it was that simple. It was simple because it was just his face. Laughter, tears, goosebumps. It was just his face. If at this stage you've streamed his music, you've gotten his music, you've watched his YouTube videos, you follow him on social media, you can't still say you don't know Fireboy.
Okay, so from your perspective, would you say you see any sense in what, that's for lack of a better word, in what Oye Mike is trying to convey?
So again, as soon as I saw it, I felt, nah, this is unnecessary, But then I am somebody who likes learning, So I've listened to plenty of feedback, I've seen all the arguments about it, and why I still feel like it's a non-issue. I work in brands, I work in communications. Why I still feel like it's a non-issue, I do see why people would say that. Because even though I can separate Joe Boy from Fireboy and Fireboy from all the other new artists with dreadlocks and all that, if many people are saying, or if few people are saying they can't, that means there is a problem or there is a challenge or there's something that could be fixed. So what he said, while I might not agree with it totally, there is an argument there. Again, this is a conversation I can have if I have had a conversation with Fireboy and YBNL to understand what the direction is. Now you talk about face, you talk about identity. Fine. not everybody's face is obvious. Some people's music is bigger than them, which is also fantastic. I don't think I know what Sia looks like, but then she has an identity, which is fine. Nobody knows what Lagbaja looks like till today, so you can walk across anywhere, and sometimes these artists want to be so big, but then they still want to maintain some privacy. They want to be able to disguise themselves, walk the streets and walk the malls. It helps with mental health. It helps with clearing their heads. So, at the end of the day, we need to ask Fireboy, or people need to ask Fireboy, what do you really want out of this? Do you want to be a pop star whose face is all over the place, or do you want to be able to have some time to yourself too?
I like that he's particularly about what Fireboy wants, not what everybody wants. So does he want to have his face all over? He wants to maintain a level of privacy, and I think this conversation is now left to Fireboy and his team to know if they're fine with what they have now or they want more.
Yeah, because either ways it's good. Like, we don't have to know your face, and if we do know your face, it's also like each path that they take has an advantage and a disadvantage. So it's really up to him. But if you're not a big fan and you're not following him on social media and every post that he makes, you would understand where Oyemike is coming from. But if you do, then you wouldn't see an argument to it. So I feel like he's not completely mischievous. Like, if you actually wanted to know what he looks like, I'm just not going to take my time to do that. I just found his music like recently. Yeah. So, but if I become a fan and I want to search, I feel like you would know what he looks like, but he's not putting it in your face.
Well, I think Chidi Okereke has done justice to this conversation, because he said everything I was thinking, and if, like he said, he would be able to differentiate Fireboy, but when he went in, with the reactions we saw now, there's still a lot of people that agree to what Oyemike is saying. So because of what those people have said, we cannot actually push it aside and be like, okay, Oyemike doesn't have a point. But like you rightly said, some of us follow him, so we know what it looks like. If I see Fireboy coming like a mile away, I'll be able to tell, like, oh, yo, that's Fireboy. Do you understand? But not everybody can do that. Do you understand? So I think it's a balanced equation right now. So he's left to his team to decide whether, okay, we want his face out there. And if it's a strategy for his sound to go farther than his face, and then when you get used to the sound, then we'll bring out the face of Fireboy, then all well and good. I think every artist evolved from one thing, and some people have very recognizable faces and some don't. Do you understand? Like, I see a lot of people like I met just once, and then the next time they see me, they're like, oh, yo, and I'm trying to remember, like, where did I know you from? Do you get what I mean? So it's not everybody that has that face that you can just...
But as a bad guy, you have that face, so people just like, remember you. I just saw that flex, but okay.
All right, it's time for a quick break, but when we return, there is so much more to discuss.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has disclosed that Nigeria realized $104 million from the creative industry in the year 2019. Okay. As much as that sounds really huge and big, it still sounds really small. And I would say that we need to maybe consciously stop comparing Nollywood to Hollywood, because this realization is like the budget for one movie. So we need to begin to cut them some slack to know that they are doing a lot with what they have or with the little they have on ground.
It's very interesting that I've noticed, this is just my perspective, that the government or like officials only start to notice entertainment industry when they're talking about figures. Because every other time they interact with us, I will say us because I'm part of the entertainment industry, every time they interact with us, it's always a backlash. We don't like Big Brother. We don't like your music. Ban this and ban that and don't endorse. Like recently, they just removed musicians from endorsing alcohol.
That's in Ghana.
Yeah. So I've always noticed that there's always just these like negative interactions with the government and the industry when we're talking about the creativity that we put out there. But then when you see the overall figures in a piece of paper, then you have a lot to say on how you need to invest more in the government and all of that stuff. So I'm not really like moved. If you are a creative, you understand that there's more to life and the work that you're doing than the budget. Like, does it actually get to me, the creative director or the script writer or the camera guy? Like, has the salary increased? Like, please, this is not really a news for me.
Well, I kind of understand where Line Moment is coming from because if we're talking about just having 200 cinema screens and the whole of Nigeria.
Saying we need to get to 6,000, right?
He's saying that imagine if we had 6,000.
I don't think
for him to imagine that, it means we need to get to that point, right?
I don't really think we have that type of cinema culture yet. There's still cinemas that are empty throughout the week. There's a lot of places that
the time
cinemas
that
are
you
not.
go, it looks like you're in a private screen.
Yes.
But I still think that we need more screens. I think the problem now is when you have to release a movie, must it be nationwide? It can now. We've also created a perception to go into the cinema, and it feels like it's what cool people do, and it's what rich people do. We need to get to a point where we make people understand that they can even go to the cinema to watch their favorite Yoruba comic Odunlade in the cinema. It doesn't have to be the Avengers or the Merry Men or that kind of vibe for you to know, okay, this is a cinema movie. Because remember the conversation we had sometime last year regarding indigenous languages, when we talk of Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa movies not being given chances in the cinema. It is changing, but even when they do, we also brought up the conversation around the marketing. How do they market it? Because these people want to make money. They don't just want to play your movie and nobody's watching it, right? So there is a lot that needs to be done from every angle of the space, but I also do believe that we need more screens.
Yeah, definitely. We do need more screens, especially with the population of Nigeria. But
I disagree with that. No. I just don't think we watch that many movies. And you have to think about the fact that the people who can afford to watch a movie and not according to the population. So the people that can afford, the people that have the time, and the people that are interested, I don't think we need it in more cinemas just yet. I think there's a lot more, like you mentioned, that needs to be worked on in terms of cinema culture, what we watch, and all of that stuff. Because for me, for example, now I wouldn't watch a movie that isn't worth my money. So you're talking about a lot of things now, with the type of movie that's going to be played and what time it's going to be played, where it's going to be played. Like, there's a lot that goes into it before you then start to make more screens.
And then aside that, a lot of people would rather go for the pirated stuff or go watch it online than go to the cinema. But at the end of the day, the movie industry and the entertainment space is growing, and if there are more investments, it could be a very good cash cow for the economy for Nigeria. And but I think a lot of investment should be made by the government into the entertainment space.
If I could even add that, no matter how much investment you make, if you don't concentrate on pirating, it's like you are filling a basket up with water, and it's always going to leak out. So if they don't really put a lot of emphasis into cutting down, because it's open, people are not hiding. This is not like black market, like dark secret thing. You can go walk into a store and buy pirated stuff. So if that isn't cut down on severely, we're just talking.
You need to start with Alaba Market.
Okay. I think we should move on to the next story. Actor Johnny Depp takes Sun newspaper to court in wife beta libel case. Okay, I think this one is just really getting extremely twisted as the time goes, and I hope that they get to a point where we hear that the case is concluded, at least. I don't know who is going to be found guilty or who will be paying who what, but it's the twists and turns. And I think I would just have to give kudos to their lawyers, because it takes great lawyers to hold cases to this point, regardless of our sentiments and our emotions behind Johnny or Amber. It takes strong lawyers to hold forth this long.
I first started with Amber, obviously, because she's the first person to come out anyway. She came out and said she was the oppressed and she was the victim, and immediately my instincts were like, we need to protect you, as it should be. But as tables are turning and the research that I've been doing, I'm beginning to really think that she's just, if she's not the only one, if she's not like, is it Johnny Depp is not also like that, I think she is just as volatile as what she's claiming she is suffering from. There's too many incidences now, especially with the how many gigabytes of whatever messages that have come out. Yes, he's reacting crazy, but he is reacting a lot. And that to me just shows that he's not like a lunatic or something that's just reacting on his own. He's reacting to an action that you've already made. And it seems like she's making a lot of actions that are severe and drastic, making him want to say things and all of that stuff. Is he abusing her for abusing him? Maybe that's what's going on.
Well, I just want to see the outcome of this case, because and I really like what Johnny Depp is doing. He's taking those steps in the right direction, especially with the people he's going after, because defamation. And like we all know, he's been the biggest loser of this case in terms of getting cut down from his movie roles and all of that, not getting movie roles and all of that. So I know he's been the biggest sufferer of all of this. So I just want to see how this plays out, because at the end of the day, like you said, it's really getting messy and messier by the day. So
I don't think he's necessarily innocent completely, like he's a victim. I'm not saying that either. I'm just adding to what you said. I don't think he's completely an innocent, but we need to like rock him like, oh, you missed it. Like, I don't think that. But the fact that my focus is more on Amber, because she came out to say that she's the one that needs that tapping, and I was like, no, girl, maybe you are just as crazy. But the lawyers need to do a lot more. There's still documents that Johnny Depp is hiding and is reserving. They've only seen messages, they haven't seen emails, haven't seen a lot of other stuff. So he needs to come out a lot more. And I think then the lawyers need to do the same for Amber. Like, we also need to know what's going on, because the messages that we are seeing is between him and one Bethany girl. I don't know where this Bethany girl fits in, but we need to see who Amber is also talking to.
Yeah, okay. I think that's how we wrap up this episode of Tea Time. Thank you for watching, and do subscribe and visit our YouTube channel to watch this conversation all over again, or check out other exclusive content to Plus TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on Auto TV and in London on Ven Television. My thank you as always go to my co-anchors, Ife Omai and Ife Oluwa-Osunkeye, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching Tea Time. My name is Elsie Godwin. Do stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ife Oluwa-Osunkeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
On Plus TV Africa News at this hour. Federal government raises alarm, says Boko Haram and ISWAP attacks on Christian villages could trigger religious war. African Union to deploy 3,000 soldiers to Niger, Mali and others. And on the foreign scene, World Health Organization says coronavirus outbreak has reached decisive point. Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Benny Ark. President Muhammadu Buhari says the federal government will sustain the deployment of Geographic Information Services, GIS, and similar technologies to help farmers achieve increased production. The president made this known when he received a delegation from the Surveyors Council of Nigeria, led by the president of the International Federation of Surveyors, Rudolph Stagia, at the State House, Abuja, on Thursday. He expressed delight that many states had adopted GIS for both urban and rural development, noting that government was also on track on using similar technologies to support farmers to increase their yields. Buhari said his administration will continue to work with members of the survey and geoinformatics profession to provide quality infrastructure that will bring prosperity to Nigeria. 4 people have been killed during an attack on Gurubi village in Kankara local government area of Katsina State. The police public relations officer in the state, Gambo Isa, confirmed in a statement that the attack took place on Thursday afternoon. He explained that the incident also left 3 other persons injured, while scores of livestock were rustled after the bandits met fierce resistance by the local vigilante groups. He revealed that the police got a distress call about the attack while the Commissioner of Police in Katsina, Sanusi Buba, directed the Divisional Police Officer at Kankara Division to lead operatives of Operation Puff Adder and vigilante groups to the scene. The PRO says security personnel engaged the bandits in a shootout which led to the death of some of them, while the other managed to escape with gunshot wounds. According to the command spokesman, operatives are combing nearby bushes for the fleeing bandits in order to arrest them and recover the weapons. Meanwhile, the federal government says Boko Haram insurgents and their ISWAP allies have changed their strategy, targeting Christians and Christian villages to trigger a religious war and throw the nation into chaos. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, raised the alarm at a media briefing on Thursday in Abuja. The minister noted that the insurgents who deluded themselves as Muslims were nothing more than bloodthirsty, rapacious killers who subscribed to no religion. He stressed that they were deliberately targeting Christians to sow the seed of confusion between the two religions. Mohammed said that some had misinterpreted the attacks to insinuate a systematic campaign to persecute Christians in the country. Mohammed stressed that the renewed vigor by the military in their war against the insurgents was paying off, judging by the victories they recorded in recent times. And joining us in the studio this evening to discuss this further is journalist Dipo Olayoku. Thank you, Dipo, for staying with us. Now, what comes to your mind when you hear this kind of report coming from the federal government?
Yes, there's a need for us to situate within the context of what is happening.
Okay.
And this is the fear that some of us raised when this thing appears to be like a religious dichotomist of Christian-Muslim. And we remember that about 6-7 years ago, this antics was deployed by the Boko Haram guys when they were bombing churches, yes. And then it became a fashion that anywhere you see a church, you will see security men around and stuff like that. When that one didn't pay off, I think the system, the antics died down. But don't forget now we have a collaboration between Boko Haram and what they call Islamic State of West African Province.
Yeah.
And if you look at the history of this ISWAP, they had their root in ISIS, ISIL, which seem to be promoting what they call Islamic interest. And that is their style, that is their antics. When they enter into a place, they create a division. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, must we as a country, fall into this trap? Because these guys already want to start what we can call a religious war.
Yes.
And come to think of it, if you look at their style, lifestyle, and these guys are really Muslims, all over the world, anywhere their camp is attacked, and they are made to flee, so to speak. Now, people don't find Qurans there.
Yes.
What you find are condoms in their hemp. All those, what we call tramadol, and all those hard drugs. So nothing in their life to show that actually they profess a religion, even in their lifestyle.
Lifestyle, yes.
Because we have listened to a lot of Islamic leaders that their lifestyle is not what their Quran has teaching them. Abducting women, turning them into sex slaves, turning some of them into house called slaves generally, doing house stuff for them. So I think what the government needs to do is to present a picture before Nigerians that these guys are not fighting any religious war. These guys just want to sow the seed of discord, and Nigeria should not buy into it.
Okay, now let's talk on information dissemination and management here. Doesn't this kind of message send a wrong signal, like panic to us, the citizens, and also to international communities, saying there might be a likelihood of a war in the country?
No, that has been the narrative for a very long time. You see Khan calling for what they call a march, some people call it protest. That was towards the end of January. And then just yesterday, the Catholic bishops also, because these guys have been able to create a scenario of Christians attacking Muslims. And to me, I think the government was slow in coming out to dispel this thing. The narrative has spread. You could see from some legislature, congressmen in America expressing that fear, that view. Even Donald Trump at one time or the other was trying to say the president should try to protect those who hold contrary religious views. This narrative is out there in the field, but I think it's coming rather too late for the president, for the federal government to actually speak on it. But if you look very well, you know that this is the antics that are being propagated by these people, and it is now left to Nigerians not to key into it.
Okay, now going by the saying of the federal government that they are aware of some of these tactics and strategies being employed by this Boko Haram insurgent and ISWAP, then why is it so hard then for our military to put an end to this insurgency?
Insurgency is not the conventional war, where you know your opponent, where your opponent will abide by the rule. You know there's something called rule of engagement in war, yes. Prosecution. Your opponent are not observing this. They lay ambush for you, they attack villages, and you should get to the north. Some of these villages are far-flung. I remembered in 2019, sometimes in January, we were moving within Bauchi State. Then we traveled for about 1 hour, 45 minutes inside, away from the main road, to go into communities. And I remember my colleague was telling me that, he said, General, do you think if anything happens in this place now, our law enforcement agencies will be able to get there? And what is the strength of our army? By now, the Nigerian army, except we are deceiving ourselves, they are stretched beyond limit. If you come across these guys, when they tell you what they go through, what is the strength of the Nigerian army? I don't think we are up to 200 or 300 Nigerian police. They are up to less than 300 to police the whole of Nigeria. There is no state in Nigeria, I think there are 2 states of the Federation, where you have the Nigerian army or military involved in local security internally. So you notice that our guys are overstretched. That's why I think I think it was the chief of army staff that was saying that they will need about 100,000 youths to join the army before they can come. So Nigeria is fighting a serious war. Right. Don't forget we have foreign interests there. Yes. That we have France, we have Turkey, we have Iran that are aiding some of these guys. It's a big war that we are fighting.
Okay. Now would you say the war against Boko Haram, looking in terms of information management, do you think that the federal government has been able to handle this well? Do you think they've handled it well?
No. The information aspect of it has been below par, I must confess, because the government is not quick into educating or letting Nigerians know what is happening. I remember during the Gulf War, you have a situation where the government was briefing the America regularly. Even those of us that are not even in America, you are watching but mediums and people, they were telling us what was happening. I think the government needs to rejig its information department, seriously. It's a pity that the minister is just waking up now, but I think there's the need for them to rejig, because when there are no information available, some people are filling in the gap. And unfortunately, with the menace of social media now, a lot of misinformation is out there. And that is why the government needs to be up and doing. There should be a system of at least, yes, we understand that in security matters, not everything has to be divulged. But there are some information that Nigerians need to allay their fears, so that when anything happens, Nigeria will get to know. It is not that coming too late for the government to be talking about Boko Haram antics. Some of us knew it, but a lot of Nigerians have keyed into it, that, they are killing Christians. They are killing Christians because they want to annihilate Christians, they want to Fulanize, and that narrative has spread. Yes. A lot of people are keyed into it. Maybe we'll get it out of our minds. Government will have to continue.
Thank you very much, Dipo Olayoku. Thank you for staying with us on News on the Hour and for your contribution.
It's always a pleasure.
And still in the news, sacked Governor-elect of Bayelsa State, David Lyon, has accepted the final decision of the Supreme Court on his judgment that nullified his victory at the November 16, 2019 governorship election. In a statement he personally signed, said, though the decision of the Apex Court to stick to his February 13 judgment dashed the hope of the people of the state, he accepted it in the interest of peace and the development of Bayelsa. He appealed to the supporters of the All Progressive Congress, APC, his loyalists, and the people that came out en masse to vote for him to accept the judgment and maintain the peace. He commended the leadership of the APC at the state and national levels for their tenacity in upholding the principles of constitutional democracy. The impeachment of the former deputy governor of Kogi State, Simon Achuba, has been declared null and void by a state high court in Lokoja. He was in October 2019 impeached by the State House of Assembly. Justice John Olorunfemi on Wednesday faulted the former deputy's removal from office, describing it as a violation of the Constitution. The judge, while delivering the judgment, also said the nomination of Edward Onoja as the new deputy governor did not follow due process. Also, a high court sitting in Lokoja, Kogi State, has ruled that the People's Democratic Party had no candidate in the November 16 governorship election in the state. Justice John Olorunfemi of the State High Court, in a ruling Thursday, declared that the primary election conducted on September 3, 2019, which produced Musa Wada as a candidate of the PDP, was fraught with irregularities. The ruling was in a pre-election matter filed by the elder son of a former governor of the state, Ibrahim Idris Abubakar, challenging the candidature of Musa Wada for PDP in the November 16, 2019 governorship election. The judge said the claimant, Abubakar Idris, who averred that he will have won the primary conducted by the first defendant if the missing votes belonging to him were added to his votes, could not also convince the court to deliver judgment in his favor. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Kogi State has reacted to the ruling of the court, declaring that it had no candidate for the November 16, 2019 governorship election in the state, urging for calm. The party, in a statement by the State Publicity Secretary, Bode Ogumola, urged for calm, saying that the judgment will be tested at a higher court, adding that the party's legal department is already studying the judgment. It assured that necessary legal steps will be taken to ensure that the wishes of the people are respected. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, says results of the 11 suspected cases of coronavirus COVID-19 tested in Nigeria is negative. Dr. Chikwe Ihekweazu, the Director General of NCDC, confirmed this on Thursday in Abuja. Ihekweazu reassured Nigerians of their safety against COVID-19 following rumors of a confirmed case in Lagos. He said the tests were conducted by the NCDC National Reference Laboratory and Virology Laboratory at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUF, and all tested negative. Ihekweazu assured Nigerians that the NCDC will continue to closely monitor the outbreak globally. We urge Nigerians to disregard rumors and discourage further spread. NCDC will inform the public if the case is reported in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the Senate has criticized the federal government for not doing enough to prevent coronavirus from getting into the country. The position of the lawmakers followed a point of order raised by Senator Robert Borough-Office during Thursday's plenary in the Senate chamber of the National Assembly in Abuja. Senator Boroface drew the attention of his colleagues to what he described as loose arrangements at one of the international airports he traveled through recently. He therefore urged Nigerian authorities to properly screen visitors coming to the country. In his remarks, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who presided over the plenary, called on the federal government not to take anything for granted in ensuring the prevention of coronavirus. The bill for the establishment of the Southwest Development Commission has passed the second reading. The bill, sponsored by Honorable Lufemi Fakeye and 70 others, acts to tackle ecological problems, environmental challenges, and also developmental challenges in the region. The bill seeks to mandate the Commission to receive and manage funds allocated from the Federation account for the reconstruction, rehabilitation of roads and other infrastructural challenges being faced within the region.
We are here as people elected to see to the socio-economic engineering of this country. And that is what this bill is all about. This bill is talking about what aspects of life could have been if there had been no military intervention. I guess we'll never know. But we know today some facts. Number one, the country of Nigeria needs a lot of re-engineering development in one region in the country is development in Nigeria as a whole. And wherever you go to within this country, you will find all the different tribes, ethnic groups living in that particular region. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the Northeast Development Commission was moved in the 8th Assembly. The Southeast Development Commission was also moved in the 8th Assembly. Now we have the Southwest Development Commission, and hopefully by the grace of God, we will also be moving for the Northwest Development Commission.
If you look at history and the present circumstances, you find that every geopolitical zone in this country has one set of challenge or the other. And I think what is good for one geopolitical zone is good for another. So I strongly support that this bill should be supported by all members because it will bring more development to each and every geopolitical zone in this country.
Nigeria is to develop economically. You need a better infrastructure in Southwest. That's why I support virtually every point.
The best way to go at this critical point is for us to support ourselves from inside, because charity begins at home. We cannot just be talking about federal, because a good family will breed good community. Good community will bring good local government from that to state and then to federal. So if we support the regions to develop, it will also amount to development of the federation.
Still ahead, World Health Organization says coronavirus outbreak has reached decisive point. This and more after this break. And across the African continent, the U.S. government has warned that terrorist groups may be plotting an attack against a major hotel in Nairobi. The alert on the embassy website advised U.S. tourists exercise increased vigilance when visiting or staying at hotels in the Nairobi area and to be aware of the hotel's evacuation plan. The alert advised travelers to review their personal security plans, be aware of their surroundings, and monitor local media for updates. The exact hotel has not been identified, but it is believed to be a hotel popular with tourists and business travelers. According to the embassy spokesperson, the United States and Kenya work closely to share information and monitor the security environment in the country. The embassy said such timely security alerts to U.S. citizens provide timely information so they can make informed travel decisions. The alert comes in even as the Inspector General of Police assured Kenyans all was well. In a statement to Newsroom, Hilary Motiambai said Kenyans should go on with their normal day-to-day activities without any fear. He said police have enhanced border surveillance to ensure that criminal elements are caught from entering the country. And we'll go for a quick break now, and when we return, the news will continue.
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground, and only for you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month, and then you throw them back, and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fun meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere, and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long,
They've sold
long
Nigeria.
time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
And didn't get
against the
anything
behemoths of APC and PDP. Those same
these
people who are
didn't
looting
run
us.
election. If you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
The coronavirus rapid spread in Iran, Italy, South Korea, and elsewhere left armed governments and people across the globe rushing on Thursday to implement emergency measures. For the first time, new infections around the world in the past 24 hours surpassed those in mainland China, where the flu-like disease emerged 2 months ago, but is on the decline after an aggressive containment campaign. In Japan, where cases rose to 200, there was particular concern after a female tour bus guide tested positive for a second time, one of the very few worldwide to do so. The coronavirus has mainly battered China, causing 78,596 cases and 2,746 deaths. But it has spread to another 44 countries with 3,246 cases and 51 deaths reported. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison said there is every indication that the world will soon enter a pandemic phase of the coronavirus. U.S. President Donald Trump put his Vice President Mike Pence in charge of America's response, while France's President Emmanuel Macron rallied the nation. Meanwhile, UN Health Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says the coronavirus transmission within countries such as Iran, Italy, and South Korea has brought the world to a crossroad where the outbreak can either be contained or spiral out of control. The World Health Organization, WHO Director General, told a news briefing that the organization is at a decisive point. This virus has pandemic potential. He added that it is not time to panic, even though the number of new cases in the past 2 days has higher outside of Chinatown within China. The director urged all governments to prepare not only for their first COVID-19 cases of infection clusters, but also for full-blown epidemics in their countries. Up next, Nigeria's Senate to probe difference in deposit lending interest rates among commercial banks and other financial institutions. That's in our business news after this break. The Senate on Thursday mandated its committees on finance, banking, insurance, and other financial institutions to investigate rationale behind huge difference between deposits and lending interest rates among commercial banks and other financial institutions. The Senate's resolution is hinged on the motion urgent need to reduce the gap between lending interest rate and deposit interest rate among commercial banks and other financial institutions. The motion was sponsored by Solomon Adeola. The senator in his lead debate noted that there was a huge divergence between the deposit and lending rates in Nigeria. It said data from Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, indicates that savings deposit rate as of December 2019 was 3.89%, while prime and maximum lending rates were 14.99% and 30.72% in the same period. It says CBN had not done enough in balancing the deposit and lending rate with the goal of encouraging savings. He also expressed concern that higher interest rates, interest payments on credit cards and loans were more expensive. The fast-spreading coronavirus will clearly have an impact on global economic growth, and the International Monetary Fund is likely to downgrade its growth forecast as a result, a spokesman for the International Monetary Fund said on Thursday. IMF spokesman Gary Rice told a regular briefing that the virus is going to have an impact on growth. He gave no specific details. He said he expected a decision soon on the impact of the coronavirus for the IMF and the World Bank's spring meetings in April, noting that a range of options were under consideration. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Osuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Country legend Garth Brooks is to receive the Icon accolade at the 2020 Billboard Music Awards. The star will be the 9th person to be honored with the prize when he's celebrated at the bash at the MGM Grand Gardens Arena in Las Vegas on 29 April. He follows Cher, Neil Diamond, Celine Dion, Jennifer Lopez, Prince, Stevie Wonder, Janet Jackson, and last year's recipient Mariah Carey as an honoree. At the ceremony, which will be hosted by Kelly Clarkson, he will take the stage to perform some of his greatest hits from a career that landed him songs on the Billboard Hot Country chart. And that's it on entertainment. The very best in sports coming right after this. And in sports, Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State on Thursday at the Government House in Enugu received the Torch of Unity for the 20th National Sports Festival, NSF, tagged Edo 2020. Governor Ugwuanyi, after receiving the torch, described the NSF as a promoter of peace and unity of the country. I commend the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development for sustaining the festival, which has enhanced sports development. The program of taking the torch around the states of the Federation is part of activities preceding the festival. The Enugu State Governor said the state had actively participated in previous editions of the festival and will continue to develop all aspects of sports activities in the state. He charged the state athletes to ensure their standing on the festival's final medal table was better than what they had at the event's last edition held in December 2018 in Abuja. The festival is scheduled to begin on March 22 with athletes competing for 3,000 medals from 33 sports. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Benny Ark.
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground, and
look at even how
only
they
for
see.
you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month and then you throw them back, and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fun meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere, and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long
Nigeria.
time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
And didn't get
against the
anything
behemoths
from
of APC and PDP.
Ekene,
Those same
these
people who are
didn't
looting
run
us.
election. If you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
This is the time on Plus TV Africa where you get the biggest entertainment stories. My name is Elsie Godwin and I've got my troublesome co-anchors here with me, Ifeoluwa Oshonkeye and Ifeoluwa Owai.
I was waiting for the nice
You guys are being troublesome behind, so I had to, bring it out somehow.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well,
good.
Looking forward to Friday.
That's tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
No, come on, guys. We love hanging out with you guys. We're not looking for. We wish there was
No,
Monday.
I'm looking forward to Friday, but of course, I love hanging out with you guys. But I am looking forward to Friday.
Same. I'm tired.
I wish there was Monday, so we can do this all over again.
Okay, you need to learn to be sincere. If you like, don't hurt people that you claim to love. Like,
I'm being sincere right now. I wish today was Monday for real.
Be careful. And it's only you that's gonna get that wish. Just you be careful. Wish that on your own. Don't add us.
Only me, so only me will go back to Monday.
It happens. Don't you watch movies? Your life will just on its own. Okay, let's start the show with the story on. Okay, she simply says having tattoo on your body or dreadlock on your head does not automatically make you a criminal. And this is coming from Police PRO Dolapo Badmos. In a Twitter post, she further encouraged the populace to resist intimidation of any law enforcer who wants to use that as basis to terrorize them by remaining calm, firm, courteous, and insisting on not being a criminal for having that.
This we know. The officers know.
It's such a naive statement. Like, Mifonko, of course we know that. Is that what's happening in reality? No. So it's very baseless for her to say that.
They're not the ones to be telling. And
exactly.
The thing is, before you know it, they'll start saying you're fighting the police, you're resisting arrest.
Which is why I like how she put it. The later part of the tweet, she said, remain calm, be cautious, and just maintain.
And be firm.
Because most times when they come to you and try to harass you, you want to respond with their level of aggression.
No. I just don't.
No, hold on. I'm saying, so even let's take the police away from it. Yeah. Imagine you are sitting somewhere and there is a very uncaught person trying to stress your life, and this person is going, hey, ha, who, and they're just looking like, okay. At some point, this person realized that I think I'm being stupid here. I need to relax, or someone somewhere will come. No, I'm saying it works. No, it does work. Yeah. So when everybody's being mad at the same time, nothing is going to happen. Yeah. And sometimes that reaction comes from you being actually scared and hoping that they don't do anything wrong to you. So you are so aggressive and doing a whole lot. I've been in cars where they stop, and this is not to like horn the flames of my friends, but they're kind of calm and like, okay, good day. What do you want? Like, do you want the driver's license? Did have a conversation with them, and before you know it, they realize that this one, I think your calmness even throw them off balance most of the time.
I mean, obviously, yes, it doesn't make sense to throw heat in
Sorry, before you come in, those your friends, do they have tattoos? Do they have dreadlocks?
What's the age group? What's the age?
What's the age
see
group?
someone with tattoo and dreadlocks, they just start bagging your car. Is that what
I agree to the sense that
if you every young person already, of course,
it's a lot more when you are and if you're young and you're flashy, like if you're young and you're doing okay, you're driving a nice car, the aggression gets deeper. I agree to an extent that when you say if somebody's angry, if someone's go high, go low, all that type of stuff. But the problem with this type of tweet, and the reason why I don't necessarily agree, is that you keep putting too much emphasis on the person who's being oppressed. It isn't our job to remain calm. It isn't my job to behave myself. It is for you not to be bringing wahala near me and like talking about like you know, my car or my license or things that don't really make sense and stereotypically insulting me and all of that stuff. So that's why I said in the beginning when Ife talks, is that the text is so baseless. You shouldn't be having that type of conversation with the audience. There's nothing wrong. We all know there's nothing wrong. When we're doing it, we knew there was something. Are we mad? People that put the dreadlocks on their head, did they know that something was wrong with them and they just deliberately did that? So, and when I saw that she also had
criminals.
When I also saw that she had a like title, like she's actually in the police, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, who are you talking to? Go and talk to the people who are causing the problems.
Yeah, that's the one I agree with, because I think they need to have these conversations more with their people, not coming online.
Or they can just start by ending SARS. That would be great.
Well, there has been a disbandment of the SARS and all the full-fledged SARS and all that. But anyway, I was going to say that when I played out a scenario in my head, so you meet these people now and you tell them, even your madam talks, it will tell you, that one at it though, now road we day.
Yes.
That is something they can do. Like they'll tell you, that woman, she just a tweet her, we they do our own for here. So I think they need to take sensitization of these men very seriously, because they, to a large extent, to a very large extent, they do not know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And most times, you're saying stay calm, good day.
Yeah, it works.
It works, it does.
No, it does. But not when they've profiled you.
Just stay calm, be firm.
Yeah,
it doesn't
imagine
mean
I'm wearing a tank top,
okay.
my tattoo is showing, I have dreadlocks on, I have my earrings.
Gang.
Then
all right.
they pull me over and I'm like, good afternoon, do you need my driver's license?
No,
come down, my Yahoo boy. Come down, you're a stupid man.
You need your driver's license.
That's
You
the
just
way
good
they
afternoon and let them start the conversation.
Some guys don't want to hear calm. Some guys, if they've targeted you and they're ready for that. But every time I have been in the car personally and it has gone south, it's honestly because of the attitude of the civilian. I'm not gonna lie. It is that we see I know my rights. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that happening. But there is still some cases that I've seen that even when they're respectful and they're begging, they take them all the way to court. I mean, all the way to the prison.
Don't beg, yo. Nigerian police, you are begging. Except you've done something wrong. If you know you've done nothing wrong and everything is right,
should be told.
You know, she used the word firm. That's one thing you should know. Being firm does not mean you have to be aggressive.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I wish I can ask this out or create a scene now, but I'm telling you that when you are calculated and firm with these people, they let you go because they know you know you're right. Or at some point, they're already jittery because most of the times their checkpoints are illegal. So they don't want to get into trouble. They don't know who you know. So that calmness actually throws them off balance.
I was going to get that. Should be told it's good to be calm, but with certain police officers, not the SARS officials, because like you said, they're even doing illegal jobs to start with. I was on my way to work this morning, and then they were in this corner, like it was a golf. They were in this corner. They were like 6 packed in a small golf, and they all had the whole SARS thing, and they were in a tight corner, like you won't even notice them. They're just waiting for one bench to pass, and before you know it, they're chasing the person. Do you understand? Like, it's already illegal. So it's good to be calm, it's good to be firm, but just be sure of, are they actually supposed to be there? Because if they're not supposed to be there, they will go all out just to make sure that I've seen somebody that said, okay, you want to take me to the station, let's go. And immediately they started handcuffing him, they threw him in the car. And they took him, they said, okay, we're going to Aladmore. And they got there, they parked like 2 streets away. And they were like, they called somebody that the person should bring a search warrant, that they are going back to his house. They want to go and search his house, he's a Yahoo boy. And this person's name was totally, he gave them a fake name, and they still said they wrote that fake name on the search warrant to go and search his house. Do you understand? And he was totally calm. They brutalized him and all of that. So those ones that are doing the illegal, they don't want to know your calmness. So the people that need the orientation and the people that need to be taken off the road are those ones that don't even know the basis
and I found
of
it
being
even
a
kind of
police
insensitive
officer.
because this is the same time that guy, footballer who died, his case is still going on. They dismissed, this country is such a, they dismissed the person that, pushed him out of the car and somebody else hit him, blah, blah, blah. And that's what I'm trying to say, like the measurement that the emphasis that they're putting on the SARS members and the measurement of punishment they're putting on them, it's nothing in comparison to how much pressure they're putting on us, the victims. We're the ones losing our lives, we're the ones being afraid, we're the ones scared of the people that are supposed to be protecting us, and all you're getting is a dismissal, but we're the ones you're referring to in a tweet, telling us to calm down. Like, it's just mad insensitive and not a necessary tweet. It shouldn't even be coming out. Telling people to be able to calm down, know their books, if you need to up their salaries or something, but we need to start getting more respectable people on the road.
And let them do their jobs. Yeah. Because it's not your job to ask for my driver's license. Yeah. It's not your job to ask for my papers. We have authorities that are supposed to do that. Yours is supposed to be, okay, we're doing a stop and search, we got this information. So by the time you start telling them that, they feel like, oh, you think you know more than me, eh? And they get intimidated, especially when you have good spoken English, good command of English and all of that. They get intimidated, like, you they speak English, you say now your maga, you they talk to Abi.
You know? Let's just move on from that story. Lawyers of Lori Loughlin and her husband has said that they have new evidence which shows the couple is innocent of charges that they bribed their daughter's way into the University of South California. Prosecutors is said to have provided the defense with notes written by the admitted ringleader of the college admissions cheating scheme that supports the couple's claim that they believed their payments were legitimate donations, not bribes. The couple's attorney are asking the judge to postpone the settling of the trial date in light of the new evidence, saying it is the only fair way to protect the defendant's right. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, it's
I didn't see this coming, but
if it's a stunt, it's a very brilliant one to act that role of like, oh, I was doing it for a good cause, or I thought that I was doing it for a good cause. I can't think of any other way to bring yourself out of that.
This is not, from what I read, it's not a new evidence. It's an
right.
evidence
and something that they've been keeping away from.
That has been overlooked, which they're saying it seems that the prosecutors were bent on just making sure these people were convicted.
Well, you see, that is the lawyer's perspective. Of course, it's going to paint it like that. We're not 100% sure that that's what's happening.
No, but if there is a note that tells you clearly that these particular persons are likely sending this money for donation, why wouldn't you
put that out
in your case file?
Do you understand?
So it's kind of weird, because if that's the case, then I don't know why else they would want, like, what would you achieve in like bringing them down? Because they already have people who are guilty, so it's not that.
If they lose, they're the ones losing the money.
You know, there are people that are very obsessed with winning a case. Like, we are the government, we have to win.
I always get that, but usually they need one guy or two guys, and I feel like they already have that with this story. So I didn't know why there was that special emphasis on these people.
No, because they are what's it called?
Immigrants.
Celebrities.
Oh, right. I thought I was going to make it a race thing.
No, because they are celebrities, one, and because out of all the other parents, they pleaded not guilty. So they were ready to make them scapegoat, like, oh, really, these other people are taking plea deals, and you guys are saying you're not guilty, and you guys paid the most money, $500,000. So they were ready to make them scapegoats, give them a long jail sentence and all of that. So let's see how this plays out. But if the prosecutors were actually keeping the note and it wasn't in their case file, that's a lot of trouble for them, and the case is probably going to be thrown out and they walk.
They should get compensation for that if that's the case, because they've been through a lot.
Now they would sue. Do you understand? So now, that's what I'm saying. Let's just watch the space. It's about to get interesting.
Hi, Felicity Hoffman. It's time for a quick break.
But
when we return, we have more to discuss.
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground, and only for you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month and then you throw them back and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fund meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long,
They've sold
long
Nigeria.
time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
And didn't get
against the
anything from
behemoths
the
of APC and PDP.
Ekene,
Those same
these
people who are
people
looting
didn't
us.
run election.
No, they're not
If
exhausted.
you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Whitney Houston hologram tour is being compared to slavery. The tour did not go down well with reviewers on its opening night, February 25th, with one commenting it is probably best to let sleeping stars lie, end of quotes. The 48-year-old singer who died in 2012 has been reincarnated in holographic form for an evening with Whitney, the Whitney Houston hologram tour, which has its world premiere in Sheffield, England on Tuesday night.
It's kind of, it's not the first time they are doing this, and I don't know why.
It's not the first time, but
this
it's
is
like
getting a lot of backlash. The reasons why I suspect is, one, it's a bit too early, and her live work is still living, is still present. People are still consuming that. Second is that the hologram just looks really weird. First time I saw it from afar, I was like, is that Beyonce? And then I was like, close on, I was like,
somebody said she looks like Adesuwa.
like from afar, she just looked like a completely different person. And maybe they're not doing justice to that. When you're talking about somebody who is gone, it's just too sensitive. You can never do it right because the person isn't here. So it's already a tricky thing that you're trying to tread on, but I don't think it deserves this much backlash. I'm talking about slavery. Like, calm down, oh guys. It's just hologram. We know it's fake. It's not like as if they clayed somebody up and tried to breathe life into her to make a reincarnation.
So people really paid to go and watch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who would you do that for? What artists would you go out after they're dead that you would know?
I'll be streaming their song. We'll be making money.
No. Because like, Michael Jackson's song was there, and it was
Tupac's song was there, 2012 Coachella as well.
It's not a new thing.
It's
I
not
don't
a bad
know
idea.
why.
It's not a new thing, but I'm just saying I'm not just the target audience. That's what I'm saying.
For like dead people.
I listen to the songs, a lot. I mean, I love Whitney Houston. I still do love her. You know, I love most of her songs, but I would not pay to go and watch a
It's kind of a creepy idea, sort of, if you think about it, like she's moving and like you're creating new content from somebody who isn't actually, like, talk about plagiarism in person. Like it's just.
But it's handled by her people, so.
Still.
So wait, but I still don't get the comparison to slavery.
Because it's caging. So what they're saying is that they're limiting her. Obviously, it's not Whitney Houston. That's what I'm saying. It's reaching.
But we know.
Exactly.
We already know this.
That's what they're saying, that you're caging her into this person that you have created, or the idea of.
Oh, please.
Let her spirit sleep in peace.
Okay.
I mean, it's good to keep the fire burning and the legend, alive and all of that stuff, but.
I think it's a great idea.
To keep the fire burning, can you just have a concert where people
come and
perform her songs, karaoke or something? I don't know. I think I would want to pay to watch a Demi Lovato play.
Demi Lovato.
I'm giving an example.
That's a bad example. Please
why? Because she's what? White?
Yeah.
We need to calm down.
Whitney Houston of all people did not like people that were not of color. Yeah, she was always that type of woman.
She was racist.
She wasn't racist, but she was very pro-black. She's always said it that she wanted.
If you say she doesn't like people that are not black, then she was racist. That's what you're trying to say.
No, please. If I want somebody to sing...
an example. I'm just saying any great singer can,
Jennifer
I don't put Demi Lovato in the same space with Whitney, please.
I'm not saying...
Why?
Wait, are you going to say you have to look for the person? If you're going to carry out the idea I'm talking about, it can't be someone who is in the same space with Whitney. It's going to be people that are singing, making good music, and at least has good voice or have good voice, and they will just do the song. I'm not saying that. Are you going to get a Whitney to become another Whitney? I don't understand.
But why can't we compare? What's your reason for that? It's because of the...
No, don't even go there.
I'm glad I started the show by calling you too troublesome. It's okay.
But I think it was a great idea if you ask me anyways. And I didn't see anything wrong with it because we already know this person is dead, and obviously you didn't expect to see Whitney Houston. So why all this backlash? Like if I said, it doesn't make no sense.
Okay, moving on. Woman's boyfriend beat her up and bites her breast because she reposted Pretty Mike's post stating that a beautiful woman is not meant for one man.
Oh my God.
Did we talk about that story?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah, we did.
We did? I don't
No,
think
we
so.
didn't.
We didn't get to. We were supposed to.
We were supposed to, but we didn't.
We were supposed to, but we did
No,
not.
okay.
So basically, Pretty Mike said that men should begin to understand that a beautiful woman is not meant for one man, except you can do what 11 men can do.
Right.
And until we posted it, and this is the result of the reposts.
I just wonder why the breast? Like, it's gonna take you a lot
It's
to
fights
reach
now.
there.
Wherever you, it's a nuba.
She said her ex as well. It's just really strange
She
why.
had what?
She said it was her ex, like even before.
Ex?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're not dating anymore.
So
Yeah,
how did he reach you?
Why is the ex so passionate about you posting something on the
Maybe
internet?
she should tell us how they broke up. Maybe she
Was
cheated.
he ex? It's not boyfriend.
No,
said
ex. Like we're not even dating anymore.
Yeah,
she said that. And
Are they sharing an apartment?
do you know the worst part?
She shooting
Was
her
when
shots.
Jane, yeah,
She's hustling.
The girl is
She
hustling.
said, "Pretty
She
much,
said,
I need
"Pretty
a
my
new
place, can you help me look
boyfriend."
for a new boyfriend? It's somebody that will take care of me." And I'm like, hey, sister, you should have just gone straight to the point.
Yeah.
So I feel like even
was no
maybe those
biting, right?
pictures were old or something.
Same.
And
It felt a little
yeah,
bit
because
staged.
it looked staged. Like she just wanted to get Pretty Mike's attention, and so that he can probably do
She
some
put it.
giveaway.
You know when somebody want to use you and you're
Performing justice to this, like it's acting like it's
But
serving
let's
us
go back to
some
what
kind
Pretty
of
Mike
goodness.
said. Do you think a pretty lady doesn't belong to just one man?
I don't like the word belong.
Yeah, same.
Okay, doesn't she can't be with just one man.
Of course, a pretty lady can be with
I think the
just
better way
one
to ask
man.
that question is: can one man fulfill
Desires.
all the
a
desires of
pretty
one
lady.
woman?
Can one woman fulfill all the desires of one man?
Of course.
Of course. Okay, I'm glad you're saying that. I think generally,
No, I doubt that.
I think no
I
one can
strongly
really
doubt
fulfill
that.
the desires of another.
Yeah.
But what keeps you together is a commitment to that
Yeah.
relationship. And
Exactly.
understanding that
Like
no
when
one
we
is
had that
perfect.
conversation yesterday, she was saying that okay.
Yeah, you can go.
Can I
yeah,
say?
Yeah.
She was saying that because of the commitments that she has made the decision to. I mean, because she has made the decision to.
You would see she explained that finally well that she cannot.
The time is, thank you for watching. And remember, you can catch up on this conversation on YouTube by visiting our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And also do remember to subscribe. You can also watch Tea Time on R2 TV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you as always to go to my co-anchors, Ife Omaya and Ife Oluwaseun and the entire production team. Thank you for watching Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Elsie Godwin. Do stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days, I love music. So I started working in a pure water company, where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session, go to shows. Before you buy one or two, went well for me. But thank God, after the also, so many dirty jobs that I did then. But thank God today I'm here,
My daughter was living with my mom
and I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, you know, work and give my daughter something, you know, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, have been many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground, And
look at even how
only
they
for
see.
you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month and then you throw them back and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fund meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere, and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long,
They've sold
long
Nigeria.
time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
And didn't get
against the
anything from
behemoths
the
of APC and PDP.
Ekene,
Those same
these
people who are
didn't
looting
run
us.
ele-
No,
I
they're not
always-
exhausted.
If you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country, but do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even until now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country, undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Benny Ark. In the news, the Federal Ministry of Health has confirmed the first case of coronavirus disease, COVID-19, in Nigeria. Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ahanire, confirmed the case in a statement issued in the early hours of today, February 28, 2020. According to the statement, the case involves an Italian citizen who works in Nigeria and just returned from Milan, Italy on the 25th of February 2020. It was confirmed to be positive by the Virology Laboratory of the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUF, part of the laboratory network of the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, the NCDC. The ministry, however, noted that the patient is clinically stable with no serious symptoms and is being managed at the Infectious Disease Hospital in Yaba, Lagos. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Health in Lagos has confirmed its first case of the novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19, incidentally the first in Nigeria and in West Africa since the outbreak in China in January 2020. This was contained in a statement released Friday morning by the State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi. It is the second confirmed case in Africa following one recently recorded in Algeria in North Africa. The novel virus is fast spreading, having been reported in over 20 countries across Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and lately in Africa. Like the case confirmed in Algeria, the victim, an Italian traveler, arrived in Nigeria on Tuesday from Milan on a business trip. The victim used the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. The state government said it is working with the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and other preparedness groups to ensure that the case is effectively managed out of circulation. The Senate yesterday tasked the Health Ministry to put in more measures to contain the spread of coronavirus. Senators say they want more visible measures put at the nation's international airport, saying an outbreak on the country will be disastrous. The president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, accused the Federal Ministry of Health of not doing enough, saying the protection of Nigerians must be priority for government, considering the effects the virus had on other countries.
Mr. President, because of the pandemic nature of coronavirus, every country in the world is taking preventive measures. Because the wisdom is that prevention is better than cure. When we landed in South Africa, we were not allowed to leave the aircraft for a good 30 minutes. Officers of the Medical Corps of the South African Army came into the aircraft and screened everybody before we were allowed out of this aircraft. When I arrived yesterday at the Nnamdi Azikiwe airport, there was no screening. All we were given is a sheet of paper to indicate whether we were sick, whether we have been to one country or the other, and how we'll be contacted in emergency. What are you contacted in emergency? How do you train me? How do you know whether I fall sick after I left the airport? So this is very frightening, Mr. President and the senators. Very frightening. And I think something has to be done to ensure that we do not give way to a situation which we will not be able to control.
Today, every country in the world tries to ensure that if it has coronavirus, it limits it to those that are affected, that it doesn't go beyond those that are affected. And if it doesn't, every country tries to ensure that it doesn't cross to its border. While the Federal Ministry of Health and the associated agencies may be doing their best, I think at the moment with this kind of explanation, this best is not good enough. And we shouldn't take anything for granted. We are a prideful nation, but when we pray, we should walk the prayer. We are not hoping, but we must be prepared. We must take all the necessary measures at our ports, airports, seaports. People who are coming back to Nigeria, especially from areas that we have been identified to have this, in fact, should be screened. This is the least we can do. If someone is coming back from China, he should be quarantined, not self-isolation. Should be quarantined for whether it is 2 weeks or 4 weeks. We have to protect the lives of Nigerians. So our Committee on Public Health, the chairman, Senator Otazi, you recall, came up with a motion which was very exhaustive on this. But I want to urge the committees on primary health care and health to engage with the Federal Ministry of Health once again. We want to see every possible effort done at our airports, at our seaports, that people are screened when they come into our country. We are 200 million. It doesn't mean that we can afford to part with anybody. Every single life matters. With this, I want to thank you once again, Deputy Leader, for bringing this.
Also in the news, President Muhammadu Buhari says the federal government will sustain the deployment of Geographic Information Services, GIS, and similar technologies to help farmers achieve increased production. The president made this known when he received a delegation from the Surveyors Council of Nigeria, led by the president of the International Federation of Surveyors, Rudolph Stagge, at the State House, Abuja, on Thursday. He expressed delight that many states had adopted GIS for both urban and rural development, noting that government was also on track in using similar technologies to support farmers to increase their yields. Buhari said his administration will continue to work with members of the survey and geoinformatics profession to provide quality infrastructure that will bring prosperity to Nigerians. We'll go for a quick break now, and when we return, the news will continue.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority will be quite happy.
That money will shoot every person that we know can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed us for a long period of time.
That time why I carry gonorrhea. I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
What is the soul of a man?
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
Hear the stories making the headlines.
The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Yunus Bashoru Street.
Where the fire destroyed our transformer complete.
Beat you to the lowest level you can.
Plus TV Africa, the big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
In recent times, getting employment is a major testimony. Getting a fantastic job, that's a cut with all the cream. So in what world does anyone ever leave that sort of job? Well, in this world. Not Your 9 to 5 show covers all the seemingly questions and intrigues.
I can't work for anybody. Number of times I spent with shoes, I see shoes in my dreams sometimes.
I can't be waiting for salary.
I know we have a lot of challenges.
Working for people is like starting from the scratch.
We have political issues, we have socio-economic issues, we have so many, we even have spiritual issues.
I don't think I can do 9 to 5 anymore. So this is not your regular 9 to 5.
It's my life, my world.
Join me, Amaka Okoye, on Not Your 9 to 5, showing on Monday 5:30 p.m. and Thursday 11:30 a.m. West African time.
Mona Lisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense.
I was there for 2.5 hours on the floor. Nobody attended to me.
If we don't take care of the poor will take care of us.
It's about getting at the root of things and hearing from the horse's mouth.
We have 15 public hospitals to make them affordable.
In the whole of Africa, we are bigger. You know, Nigeria, we sleep, eat, dream, fashion.
Those with the financial backing don't see fashion as an investment, which makes no sense.
If they do it for free, they won't have money for the next case. Mona Lisa is about real life and real lives, yours and mine. Make a date with Mona Lisa, and together, let's ensure that the important stories get told.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like an
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright. I really like you. I can still make music
and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal eye.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
Sleeping early.
Big stories live here.
Hear the stories making the headlines.
The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Eunice Bashorin Street.
When the fire destroyed our transformer complete as
the lowest level that you can.
This is Plus TV Africa. The big stories live here.
big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
As the Federal Ministry of Health confirms its first case of coronavirus COVID-19 in Nigeria, Lagos State in particular, we have joining us from Abuja via phone to take a look at coronavirus in Nigeria is Dr. John Mack. Good morning, Dr. John.
Good morning.
And thank you for joining us on News on the Hour.
Thank you for having me.
Now, this stuff is of nightmares, like we have nightmares in our street. Please, do you want to give us more background to this discovery, please?
Yeah, but I don't think it's at any panic stage yet. This is one isolated case that we've already talked about that is likely to happen. It's an Italian citizen that arrived in Nigeria on the 25th of February, and he was diagnosed on the 27th. So it's likely to be that he has contracted this disease sometime in Italy and got incubated here. So the clinical manifestations were actually got manifested here, and then he was diagnosed. So we cannot relate this to, let's say, in this case in Nigeria yet. But we need to be very, very serious with our screening at the border, because it is easy to get it imported. And once it gets to the community, it will start spreading.
Now, you did say while talking that this is an isolated case, but he definitely will have made contact with people while coming into the country. Now, how are we sure he's definitely the only one right now with the virus?
There's a screening process at the airport, and all those that were in the airplane, they have their contacts because they do fill forms and submit it at the Port Health Authority in the airport. So they're going to go through those close contacts because that's what they do. Once the people arrived, they take these forms and sort them out according to the level of severity. They categorize them. So those are close to this patient in the airplane, and also those that had contact upon arrival will all be traced and they will be monitored. Remember, it is respiratory droplet. So if this person wasn't coughing and sneezing at that moment, it is not likely that it will spread that much. But yes, it's possible. Okay. And they all need to monitor their body temperature. And once they show any sign of cough or difficulty in breathing, they need to alert the hospital and also use their masks immediately before going to any clinic.
All right. Now, this is an important case in a tropical country like ours. How does this change our perception of the virus and the viability in hot climates, given also the positive test in Brazil?
Well, we are yet to, I don't think it's good at this stage to see what the effect of the temperature will be, because this person got infected in Europe and arrived in Nigeria. So it is not tied to the climate. But at this stage, if it gets to the community, we are likely to have advantage, just for sure, because this is a thermolabile virus. So if there are contaminated surfaces, the heat might not allow this virus to exist on its own for long. Unlike in areas that the temperate regions where if a surface, maybe a door handle or a car dashboard or a table, the desk in the office is contaminated, the virus will likely survive there longer hours or longer days than in a tropical region.
Okay. Now we have a confirmed case in our hands. How does this change the game in terms of public health measures and also responses?
Yeah, we need to step up. We've all been at a sketchy level, but now we need to tighten up all our strategies. We need to increase surveillance and also control both at airports and land borders.
Let's put this in perspective, if you will. Can you put the risks with the coronavirus in perspective compared to the risks with infections that are endemic in Nigeria, like the Lassa fever case?
Not at all. This is not a virus. This is quite new. It's a new virus, so we don't have much information about it. You can see all the countries, even the developed countries, are still struggling. There's not much information about it. It keeps changing. So we can't compare even with Lassa fever, because Lassa fever has been with us for some time. And you can see the pattern is usually only during the dry season that the numbers increases and then it drops. Because you need to have a close contact with the ill person, especially those in the hospitals, before you can get infected, or you have direct contact from contaminated food by the rodents. While in this case, it's something that goes on respiratory droplets. We also do have a culture of handshakes worldwide. So we also advise start practicing social distancing at this stage.
No more handshakes is what you're saying.
Exactly.
All right, for the viewers and the general public, can you remind us again, what are the measures to take to avoid getting infected? Should everybody in Nigeria start wearing face masks?
No need to wear face masks at this stage. And for those that had experience in other countries, there's also some discussion around the use of face masks as protection that is not that effective. But those that are ill must wear face masks. However, anybody that knows that he's sitting close to someone who is sneezing or coughing, this person has to put on a face mask. It's good to have one in your pocket and make use of it when you in a clustered environment, especially airports or traveling in a public transport. But at this stage, we will not say everybody in Nigeria sitting in a public transport should just put on a mask. And the basic preventive measures still tied to good hand hygiene. We need to wash our hands with soap and water for like 20 seconds and use hand sanitizer if available. And also, we should avoid close contact with someone who has cough or is sneezing. If you have to talk to such person, even if you are putting a mask, you should give a distance of about 1.5 meters. That's preferable. And also, people that are sick should please let the hospital know ahead of time that they have respiratory symptoms and wear their mask, even if it's a handkerchief that they will tie their face before approaching the hospital. We advise public places to start making use of screening measures like temperature check, providing soap and water for people to wash their hands, or sanitizers.
Dr. John Mark, thank you for joining us and for your contribution in News on the Hour.
Thank you for having me.
Still in the news, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has announced that taking effect from 1 April 2020, it will be implementing reviewed electricity tariffs in line with its multi-year tariff order, MYTO, which reflects increases that were supposed to have been implemented between 2016 and 2018, but were not. The recently concluded upward review of energy tariffs under MYTO2 has proved necessary due to the illiquidity issues plaguing the Nigerian power sector. However, as NERC reviews energy tariffs for retail, it must consider and address the effects of deleterious policies in the business of meter assets providers who play a key role in Nigeria's power decentralization policy and agenda. NEC, as an agency of federal government and a regulator protecting consumers' interests, should engage with the Ministry of Finance concerning a reconsideration of the increased import tariff policy and its implementation. And joining us in the studio to talk about this morning, it's Sunday Odotun, electricity expert. Thank you for joining us. And also legal practitioner, Liberos Oshoma. Thank you for joining us this morning.
My pleasure.
Now, just last week, it was said that the Minister of Power was quoted as saying that he had written a recommendation to FEC to repossess discos if they don't sit up and perform. Now, others even quoted him as saying that the federal government want to take over the discos and hand it over to Siemens. What is your reaction to this? I'll start with you, Liberos.
I think we are truly not serious in this country. When this government first came on board, some people had argued that the way the discos were privatized and that there was need for the government to look, into the privatization process again, also check their capacity, that it was actually, stage managed and sold to cronies. But the government said no, that if every government comes on board and had to look into privatization of the power sector, and that would not also repose confidence in investors, and so they were going to leave, things as they were. I also expected that at that time there should be close monitoring, apart from just leaving them as they were. There should be close monitoring on power generation and power distribution. But from what we see, it's almost like motion without movement. Government will tell you they have a projection to generate, and then over time you hear that, they generate so much, or that they have the capacity to generate. That's evacuation that is the problem. We are not, and then now we're talking about tariffs. Because consistently you hear the disco talk about the fact that in Nigeria is, we have the lowest, costs for energy tariff. And I begin to ask the question. We all talk about cost for energy tariff. We talk about the cost of investment, but nobody is really bothered about the consumer here. And nobody seems to be worried about, how does the consumer benefit in all of this? We'll be talking about metering all of these years. And the government will tell you, though, they have given instruction that, the discos must meter, every consumer. And the discos will tell you that there are not enough meters, to go around, but that they are trying their best. And now it is so bad that the discos, the federal government has said, you know what, we need to, if you don't sit up, we will need to maybe repossess. Yes. And then all of a sudden the discos went to Abuja in a roundtable meeting, and the next thing we'll start hearing of, oh yes, we need to increase tariff to be able to, so that's why I said it's almost as if we are not serious. Until we sit down to address the root cause of this problem, then we will just be going around in circles.
Mr. Sonny, how do you want to react to this development, please?
Well, thank you very much.
Yes.
I think what we need to do, when you are talking about electricity, it is beyond activism. It is beyond sentiment. The first thing is that the government that, in their own wisdom, choose to privatize this sector, the industry. I think mistakes were made from the very first day. And what do I mean? One, they committed to doing certain things, and they asked the incoming investors to also do certain things. In the case of the discos investors paid a cash sum of $1.4 billion. Where is the money today? You can ask the government. And if you look at other countries where such privatization took place, it is not the way we dealt with the money we made here that it was done in other countries. That's number one. After that, they signed an agreement in which the discos were asked they gave the discos what was called the customer numbers, the whole country. Everything was about 2.7 million households. And you and I know, Ibadan alone was said to be the largest city in West Africa when I was young. And when you see a building, a block of 4 flats with about 4 shops in front of it, that alone means 8 customers, 8 outlets or buildings with accounts. So it was after we came on board and after doing our own checks, enumeration, we found out that we have more than 10 million households that needed meters. Okay, so they now gave the DISCOs targets on metering, which is another thing that people are not saying. What we are required to do was only 1.7 million meters in a country of over 200, well, at least 180 million people. So the 1.7 million meters, which was 200,000 meters per annum per DISCO for 5 years. And that one we have done. But it is not enough. How can you want to meter only 1.7 million people out of about 32 million households in the country? Yes. So after that, the same federal government then decided that metering is not a primary duty
of the DISCOs.
Yes. So they took it away from us. And then they gave it to external third-party contractors and meter installers and meter manufacturers. We believe that with that, then we should flood this country with quality standard meters such that everybody will be metered. But what is happening now, the situation is even worse. And it is worse not because those guys are not performing or they don't want to perform, the map providers. The problem is that the same government, the same policy, the same regulator that handed these things over to them are the one creating more problem for them. Number one, there's 45% import duty on meters. We feel that for these providers, they should even give them waivers so that they can bring in so many meters. Those who assemble here or those who manufacture here have to buy a lot of the components abroad. Now, with that kind of scenario, now there are no meters. And people out there are blaming the DISCOs. People think, a lot of people still think that the DISCOs are the one in charge of metering. We are no more in charge of metering. We only work under MAP. We work with MAP. And you will notice that when you want to apply for meter, you still go to our website to apply. That happened because the meter asset providers have to, their own infrastructure has to pick with our own ICT backend, our billing platform. That's why we work with them. When you pay into an escrow account, which we also see and have access to, that money is paid to them, nothing to do with us.
I mean,
So
Mr.
this
Sonny,
is-
let me
these are
interject.
failed.
Yes, let me interject here. So if you're saying the DISCOs are not to be blamed from this, we can't deny the fact that Nigeria was still getting, crazy estimated billings. So who then is hampering the effort of the government and
like I'm telling you this, no, the government is the one hampering their own efforts. You can't have bad policies and you expect the system to work. You cannot appoint people to go and bring in meters and install meters, and you are the same person. You have capped the highest they can charge for the meters for them. But at the same time, you are now increasing their landing costs. I'm not speaking for them, but this is the reality that they face. You can invite them to come and tell you their stories. You can even ask the question, how many meter asset providers were nominated by NEC, the regulator? How come the only few of them are metering today?
But
So what are we
again,
doing?
sorry, the MD of TCN has been blaming the DISCOs for the woes of Nigeria. I mean, how do we begin to react to this? Yes, Mr. Shuma.
My friend said that electricity is beyond activism. I disagree completely because he did admit that the problem started right from the beginning.
Yes.
But rather, instead of admitting that they also contributed to the problems, he placed the problem at the doorstep of government. You're buying an asset.
Yes.
One expected that you do due diligence. You were given a figure that, okay, you have 2.5 meters to provide.
Yes.
We all know that is a practical impossibility. I don't need to be a meter provider or one of the electricity regulator or a DISCO owner to know that that is a practical impossibility. But because they were so much in a hurry, to take over this federal government asset because it was almost at a giveaway, they closed their eyes to all of those, inefficiency and ineptitude that were thrown at them because to them it was a big cash cow. And then they came on board. Even while they were installing meters, how many of the meters did they install at that time?
1.7 million meters.
When you said after you had done your due diligence, when you after takeover, you did your due diligence and you discovered that you needed to install 10 million meters, you installed 1.7 million meters.
Yes.
For me, that is a woeful failure. Let me finish. I allowed you. And that's a failure, woefully. And then because they were benefiting massively from estimated billing, and so they would always push the buck to the government and then tell the consumers that, look, there's nothing we can do. Government had told us that it is we need to install 1.7 per annum, and so we are following the government guideline systematically. But in the real sense, the major benefits that was behind, nobody was discussing about it. And then secondly, the other issue was the fact that after you took over these companies and you found out that it wasn't what you were told, how many of them, after all of this, how many of them did say, okay, look, government, this is what we met on ground as distinct from what we expected. So how do we cushion? Where is the meeting point? None. And then lastly, on this same issue, the federal government now saw the inefficiency in the meter distribution. That was why, just like the federal government is threatening also now that they were going to reacquire the discos, that was why the federal government said, look, since you are inefficient in distributing meters, they worked out a plan. And after working out the plan, costs and the profit, because you know in Nigeria, we always want to maximize profit and minimize cost. After working out the plan, some of the meter providers that were licensed to provide meters, some of them were man-no-man businesses, and that was why a lot of them couldn't come on board.
Okay.
And I will yield the floor here, allow my friend here to continue.
Yeah, while you respond to that, the MDC of TCN also, they said that the issues of generation and transmission has been fixed. You want to react to that quickly?
Okay. First, the Honorable Minister, before him, the TCNMD gave Nigerian figures of what is generated, transmitted, and distributed in Nigeria. Totally inaccurate. Unfortunately, again, like I said, there are some things we should not, I think figures don't lie. Number one, it is not true that Nigeria currently generates 13,000 megawatts. If Nigeria does that, we won't be where we are. There's a difference between installed capacity and actual generation. And installed capacity is just what we are capable of doing if all things are equal. Number one problem with Nigeria is that we don't have different mix of energy. What we have is mainly three plants that depends on water. That is the hydro, Shiroro, Jeba, and Kanji. And those ones give us less than 1/4 of what we currently generate. All the other 25 plants actually rely on gas, and there's a major gas constraint. A lot of them has to do with where the plants are located. If you go to Ogun State, Olonchogbo Power Plant, that is in Papalanto. There's another one here in Egbe Thermal Station. The thermal plant in Egbe is the largest in West Africa. They have never produced up to optimum. Why? Because of gas constraint. And that is the problem all over. Whereas we have the hottest spot in the country between Kano and Jigawa, why can't we do solar? How come we're not even doing all other kind of mix? So that's one of the problems. Problem of sufficiency, that's one. Number two, transmission. The Siemens report, I believe, is a public document now. When Siemens were coming to Nigeria, showing interest in what they wanted to come and do, they did a report where they listed the capacity, the installed capacity of each of the layers in the value chain.
Okay, Mr. Sonny, you want to speed up with your thoughts now? Yes, okay. Please. Yeah, just go ahead. Just speed it up. Yes.
So, generation, transmission, and distribution. Yes. Transmission is known to be incapable of even wheeling up to 5,000. The TCN themselves carried out a stress test in 2015, and they confirmed that the division can do 6,288 megawatts. 6,288. Never before has that been wheeled by transmission. Okay. So generation will generate, transmission needs to wheel the power before you can distribute. And the Siemens report also states very clearly that currently the installed capacity of the discos goes up to 11,000 megawatts. That doesn't mean that they can distribute 11,000 megawatts. Again, we have a lot of inefficiency in the system. But let me quickly say something about what my brother said earlier on. Because like I said, there's no point in us misleading the public. I, as a person, I will just say it as it is. I'm not going to defend the disco blindly. For instance, when you talk about inefficiency, discos are number one. And I think what we all need to understand, number one, when we took over, there's nothing like government guideline. The meters that they asked us to supply has to do with how they computed the figure in the tariff. So if you spend more than they asked you to spend, you will not be able to recover the cost. So it is not about, they just say you can just go mystery. No, they give you a figure of your capex. Once you spend a penny more than that, you can't get it back. That's how business operates. That's how the system works. And these are things you can also access and see for yourself. So it's not about, okay, government say this. They said you must not do more than this.
Mr. Sunday,
and that's what we did.
The question is, when you acquire a business,
yes,
the first step is due diligence.
Yes, that was done.
So after you did your due diligence,
yes,
you discover that what the government were telling you were different from what is on ground.
Yes.
At that point,
yes,
what did the disco do? No,
what they did,
but because
no,
they were so much in a hurry to acquire,
what they did was that
they closed their eyes to it.
No, they didn't.
That's why they are complaining.
Mr. Sunday
complaining after
electricity expert and legal practitioner, Liberal Oshoma, we're out of time. Thank you very much for joining us and for your contribution on this hour. Now, joining us this morning via phone is the Minister of State for Health, Senator Olorunimbe Mamora. Thank you for joining us, Minister.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, and good to have you with us this morning. Now, there's been an outbreak of coronavirus in Nigeria and Lagos in particular. Now, what would you want Nigerians to be aware of at this point in time?
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the first thing to say is that there shouldn't be any hysteria or panic. We don't need that. We need our people to have correct and accurate information. Now, having said this, hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, Senator.
Yes. I was saying that Nigerians should not panic. And they should look out and continue to follow accurate and correct information that will be issued and communicated to the citizenry through official channels, television stations, radio stations, press releases, and of course, the toll-free line of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. Now, having said that, since the outbreak of COVID-19, that is coronavirus disease in China, the National Emergency Operations Center was activated so that multi-sectoral meetings were held for preparedness and readiness for any outbreak in Nigeria. And since this first case has been confirmed, and an Italian from Milan, a businessman coming into the country a few days ago and took ill, well, not severely, moderately ill, and tested and confirmed. He's been taken to isolation center. And the key things to note that have been done is first detect, then isolate, which has been done, and of course, contact tracing is what is ongoing right now. That is, trace all those that incident case came in contact with. And of course, what the man is having now is what is quality clinical care. And in doing that, you also want to safeguard the health of the people in the hospital. That is, you want to be sure that there is no hospital transmission. And finally, you want to prevent any transmission within the community. Don't forget,
yes.
Fortunately, being apprehended in Lagos, which has a robust preparedness outfit, taking cue from what happened in Ebola case. So, and they have the governor is designated as the incident commander, and is working with the Emergency Operations Center in Lagos, and of course, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. So, all necessary measures are being put in place to strengthen what is on ground and ensure that this outbreak is contained.
All right, Senator, let me interject here, if you don't mind, for a moment. Now, this man was actually, he came into the country on the 25th, which was a Tuesday, and he wasn't detected until Thursday yesterday. Now, this might cast a little bit of doubt on the ability of the government to curtail these, as he wasn't discovered until 2 days after. How do you begin to repose confidence in the Nigerian people that we are able to safeguard them from the spread of this epidemic?
Well, let me say this, which is, for most people, don't forget what we call the case fatality ratio for coronavirus is still very low. It's just about three cases out of 100 that may succumb. That is very low compared to even Lassa fever. Lassa fever, has a case fatality of between 15 to 17%. That is, if 100 patients are infected, then about 15 to 17 may die. So it's still low. So, and the point in that is that most people who contact or who are infected may not even manifest any severe symptoms. We even have cases that are asymptomatic. That is, they don't even manifest any symptoms. So there has to be high index of suspicion before you can really zero in on that patient and then do the needful. But having said that, the advisories and the information that we put out to people, when anybody comes from high-risk area, then we expect some self-isolation in the interest of that person and the immediate family and all people surrounding him or her. So that is important. Two, the measures that we generally communicate to our people in terms of taking primary responsibility for your health. That is, if you feel sick, contact or go to the hospital so that you can be properly examined and properly tested. Then it's also important that if you are manifesting any symptoms like cough, sneezing, fever, and all that, you also need to present early. So these are some of the things, and of course the personal hygiene, respiratory hygiene, wash your hands and use alcohol-based sanitizer, and of course, keep away from the crowd or keep some distance from people that you are likely to infect and all that. These are some of the measures which we continue to hammer on and very critical at times like this.
All right. Senator Olorunimbe Mamora, Minister of State for Health, thank you very much for joining us this morning on News on the Hour.
Thank you very much.
And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Benny Ark.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
PET is turning waste PET bottles into construction materials.
Lagos produces about 30,000 tons of plastics waste in just a day,
and only 30% of that is recycled.
Every time you pass a pile of plastics, you pass a job opportunity.
At a first glance, this garage doesn't look like a factory, but more like a scrapyard. However, these young Africans have found success as they convert plastic waste to bricks for construction.
PET initiative is a project that came out from a project called Recreate. We started from the collection process first, collecting PET bottles from our environment, and then we now decided, oh, okay, what can we do with these bottles? We're like, we can actually make something valuable from it. So that's how the idea of PET City actually came. We discovered that plastics were a big problem in the environment. But what everybody knew the problem as was plastic pollution. Now, we took a closer look to find out what was the root cause of plastic waste pollution, and we discovered that it was improper plastic waste disposal.
And let me make it practical. 1 kg of waste plastics is equal to 50 bottles. Now, can you imagine how many bottles is created? 30 tons. Like, just picture it, imagine. So we saw this as a problem, and a problem that really needed a solution.
There was no innovation in the recycling industry. What most recycling companies would do is they would gather the waste and send it off to foreign countries to convert. So we had no innovation here, and that was where we came in.
This innovative group have found a solution to addressing the bedeviling issue of environmental pollution caused by the large mass of non-degradable plastic waste, and in effect, creating more sustainable and durable construction materials.
We met Standard Organization of Nigeria to test our bricks. They gave us validation that it's actually stronger than the conventional one by compressive strength, water absorption, and a lot of other tests. So it's really an amazing project, and we actually are excited towards the impact it will have in Nigeria and also the world at large?
If you take a look at the building industry, cement is the most significant material you use, right? And replacing that with plastics, because once you're building something, you need a binding agent, that is cement. Now, we replace that binding agent for plastics. This is where the first stage of the production starts. So here we get a lot of plastics from different women that have been cooking for us. Over 20 women have gathered this amount of plastics for us. So now that he has gotten it into the sack, we just weigh it, then he transfers it into the production pan. So the beauty about this is we don't even have to clean these plastics because they are waste plastics. If we clean them, they're not waste plastics anymore. They are now processed materials. So production is very easy. Here he's now transferring the plastics inside. As you can see, it's turning to color black. So why it's black is because the plastics are burning. So it burns to an extent where it has reached its elastic limit. So then we can start putting the sand inside. So as we keep putting plastics, we wait till everything is liquid. So right now it's getting to about 260 degrees. So as he's pouring the sand into the mixture, it gets kind of thick. So constantly we keep stirring over and over and over again. So it gets to that viscous level because we just observe to an extent where we know, okay, it's ready for us to pour inside. For us to mass produce this, we have to come up with a better production process. So we came up with a machine prototype. One of our team members, a mechanical engineering student, designed a machine that can mix the ratio to which we wanted. This machine is being heated up by an electric power supply. It consumes about 24 kilowatts per hour. So that's a lot of energy to get these plastics into the state that we want. So for now, this is what we use, and it has been working well for us. So we shake it for any air molecules to escape. From the few tests we conducted, the compressive strength was 3 times higher than the normal concrete bricks, which means you can use these bricks for bridges, for construction sites that required a lot of machines that have a lot of weight, because in different parts of certain communities, you have a lot of machines go there and they damage the road. So if you have a brick this strong in those areas, which means that it would increase the lifespan, it would increase the duration to which there is road maintenance.
Plastics are especially problematic if not collected and managed properly. They do not biodegrade and could take 500 years or more to fully decompose. Hence the need for initiatives such as this, which leaves us in a better environment, creating more sustainable building materials and shrinking unemployment figures. For Plus TV Africa, Irene Ubani.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
What is happening right now took over 300 years to manifest, and it's not going to take overnight to get it sorted out. People don't really understand the consequences of the action of burning waste or cutting down trees. They don't really understand it. They don't believe we are attacking the environment. They don't know that ripple effect is coming.
Yeah.
It's affecting security, affecting agriculture, everything in the country.
I don't think in school they teach climate change as a course. So a lot of kids are graduating and they don't even know.
If you go to Niger Delta today, apart from the suit that is covered, you might not be getting the effects of climate change as you get it in Lagos. That is not flaring gas. Whatever you do in Nigeria might not be felt in Nigeria. Yeah. So we have to think as our brothers keeper. What you are doing in Nigeria might be felt in Indonesia. If we all claim to be climate change enthusiasts, how much have we tried to cut down our carbon emissions?
Mona Lisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense.
I was there for 2.5 hours on the floor. Nobody attended to me.
If we don't take care of the poor will take care of us.
It's about getting at the root of things and hearing from the horse's mouth.
We have 15 public hospitals to make them affordable.
In the whole of Africa, we are bigger. You know, Nigeria, we sleep, eat, dream, fashion.
Those with the financial backing don't see fashion as an investment, which makes no sense.
If they do it for free, they won't have money for the next case.
Mona Lisa is about real life and real lives, yours and mine. Make a date with Mona Lisa, and together, let's ensure that the important stories get told.
That money will shoot every person that we know can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed me for a long period of time.
That time why I carry gonorrhea. I first go hospital first, but it didn't no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
What is the soul of a man? They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police. We have to tackle it holistically.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Benny Ark. The Federal Ministry of Health has confirmed the first case of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, in Nigeria. Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Eaniwe, confirmed the case in a statement issued in the early hours of today, February 28, 2020. According to the statement, the case involves an Italian citizen who works in Nigeria and just returned from Milan, Italy on 25th of February 2020. He was confirmed to be positive by the Virology Laboratory of the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, part of the laboratory network of the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC. The ministry, however, noted that the patient is clinically stable with no serious symptoms and is being managed at the Infectious Disease Hospital in Yaba, Lagos. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Health in Lagos State has confirmed its first case of the novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19, incidentally the first in Nigeria and West Africa since the outbreak in China in January 2020. This was contained in a statement released Friday morning by the State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi. It is the second confirmed case in Africa, following one recently recorded in Algeria in North Africa. The novel virus is fast spreading, having been reported in over 20 countries across Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and lately in Africa. Like the case confirmed in Algeria, the victim, an Italian traveler, arrived in Nigeria on Tuesday from Milan on a business trip. The victim used the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. The state government said it is working with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and other preparedness groups to ensure the case is effectively managed out of circulation. Meanwhile, the Senate yesterday tasked the Health Ministry to put in more measures to contain the spread of coronavirus. Senators say that they want more visible measures put at the nation's international airports, saying an outbreak on the country will be disastrous. The president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, accused the Federal Ministry of Health of not doing enough, saying the protection of Nigerians must be priority for government, considering the effects the virus had on earlier countries.
Mr. President, because of the pandemic nature of coronavirus, every country in the world is taking preventive measures. Because the wisdom is that prevention is better than cure. When we landed in South Africa, we were not allowed to leave the aircraft for a good 30 minutes. Officers of the Medical Corps of the South African Army came into the aircraft and screened everybody before we were allowed out of this aircraft. When I arrived yesterday at the Nnamdi Azikiwe airport, there was no screening. All we were given is a sheet of paper to indicate whether we were sick, whether we have been to one country or the other, and how we'll be contacted in emergency. What are you contacted in emergency? How do you train me? How do you know whether I fall sick after I left the airport? So this is very frightening, Mr. President and the Secretary and Senators. Very frightening. And I think something has to be done to ensure that we do not give way to a situation which we will not be able to control.
Today, every country in the world tries to ensure that if it has coronavirus, it limits it to those that are affected, that it doesn't go beyond those that are affected. And if it doesn't, every country tries to ensure that it doesn't cross to its border. While the Federal Ministry of Health and the associated agencies may be doing their best, I think at the moment with this kind of explanation, this best is not good enough. And we shouldn't take anything for granted. We are a prideful nation, but when we pray, we should walk the prayer. We are not.
The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has announced that taking effect from 1 April 2020, it will be implementing reviewed electricity tariffs in line with its multi-year tariff order, MYTO, which reflect increases that were supposed to have been implemented between 2016 and 2018, but were not. The recently concluded upward review of the energy tariffs under the MYTO2 has proved necessary due to the illiquidity issues plaguing the Nigerian power sector. However, as NERC reviews energy tariffs for retail, it must consider and address the effects of the deleterious policies on the business of meter asset providers who play a key role in Nigeria's power decentralization policy and agenda. NERC, as an agency of federal government and a regulator protecting consumers' interests, should engage with the Ministry of Finance concerning a reconsideration of the increased import tariff policy and its implementation. Joining us in the studio with Sunday Oduton, electricity expert and also legal practitioner, Liberos Oshoma. Thank you, gentlemen, for staying with us still.
Thank you.
Now, the other time, we ran out of time, and I just want to take it from this angle. Now, it appears that the federal government has confidence in Siemens because Siemens have been brought on board to be able to run the discos better than your investors. Now, what do you say to this, saying the fact that they say they don't have trust in your capacity? How do you respond to this?
First of all, we don't have any problem with Siemens. But it's important to know that Siemens is a very good company when it comes to equipment manufacturing. But I'm not aware of, and Siemens has presence in many countries, but I know for a fact that all Siemens does is equipment manufacture. It's just like you calling on Boeing or Airbus, who are very good at manufacturing aircraft. But the moment you ask Boeing to go and run the British Airways, then you are in for something else. But again, that is not even our problem. Our own issue is that if you take the discos and give it to angels, the angels will fail. They will fail because the basic thing that was necessary for the foundation is still not there. And that's what I was trying to explain earlier on. I said those who are going to sell and those who are buying, first they bought, the federal government of Nigeria went all over the world asking for investors. Not that they just sat down in Abuja and sold to their friends or cronies, as alleged. But the investor didn't turn up. Why? They said two things. Nigeria has not changed. They were still very corrupt. The other thing they said was that Nigerian federal government does not respect the sanctity of contract. And when you sign contract with anybody and you say, I will do this, like in the case of the discos, they said they will do 4 things. They will do 1, 2, 3, 4, and you must do 5, 6, 7, 8. But your performance of 5 to 8 is predicated upon my performance of 1 to 4. And of all the 1 to 4 that they said they were going to do, they didn't do any of it. Number one, they said from day one, we'll make sure you charge the appropriate tariff so that you can recover your costs. Number two, they said, because of what we are handing over to you, the inaccuracy in our record, including the NEPA figure, which gave the number of customers as 2.7 million all over the country, they said we'll give you 100 billion naira subsidy for the first 2 years. That's 200 billion. None of that has been done till today. Number three, they said we will leave you with a debt-free balance sheet. The toxic balance sheet from the NEPA PSN years, in which case the DISCO are the one carrying all the debt of the whole of the value chain. They said they would do that. That one was not done. The last, they said they will ensure that the ministry, departments, and agencies will be paying their bill, and the debt that they owe will be paid. As at the end of December 2019, the MDAs are owing a total of 116 billion naira. Yes. And when government don't even pay their bill, how do you expect an ordinary person on the street to pay? You see, it is easier for people. It's the easiest thing. The discos are soft touch. And I'm not saying the discos are doing well enough, but I'm saying that even efficiency is linked to pricing. If you are buying something at 88 naira and you are compared by a lot to be selling the same thing at 31 naira, there's no way you can be efficient. There's no way you will not be cutting corners. But in addition to that, may I make it very clear that twice the discos have turned in a force majeure. They declare a force majeure, telling government in essence to people that may not understand what that means. We are tired of this. We are no more interested. Take your licenses, give us our money, and let us go. First, during the administration of President Jonathan, last government, they refused. One has been done again during this particular regime. They refused. And what we are saying is that, one, people need to be metered. When you limit what I can do because you want to limit my capex, because if you increase the capex, the capital expenditure, you have to adjust the tariff. And the issue of tariff, in England, the government pays old people every winter time because they know they will have to pay more tariff, more money on gas to heat their homes and electricity. All they do is they send check to these old people. So government can do a lot of things to help citizens and those who are on low income. Yeah. That is the point.
Now Mr. Libros, the federal government has said they don't think they have the capacity to run these utilities, and that's why Siemens was brought on board. What does this say of the whole situation?
Yeah, you see, like the federal government had said initially that they don't have faith in the DISCO's distribution of meters. Yes. And then they brought independent contractors. So also the federal government is making the same statement here now. But there are issues here. The federal government also consistently had not done what they ought to do. And it's like you give a man freedom and then you tie a rope around his neck. And yet you expect him to move. Siemens, we all know. We are here again. We are on another round of Siemens. We remember the same bribery scandal with Siemens. And almost everybody, that were involved in that scandal in Siemens in their countries were tried and sentenced. But in Nigeria, we investigated the matter. And even people that attempted to investigate the matter were also investigated and found culpable. And then the matter died a natural death. And here we are again on that same trajectory of Siemens. And we know Siemens had never distributed electricity before. We all are aware. All of these are you can check them online. And so bringing that company here now, what does the government want to achieve? The distribution companies have complained on what government ought to do. One would have expected that in that meeting in Abuja, what should be discussed would be, okay, yes, what are the areas that we need to fill in the gap? And so, how do we ensure that we perform our part of this bargain so that you'll be able to perform yours? And not just, how we hear them discuss now is about pricing. oh, we need to increase tariff, we need to increase tariff. Nobody's taking the consumer into consideration.
Yes.
Government is not doing what they ought to do. The discos also are cutting corners because they need to, run their businesses. Even if you bring cement, at the end of the day, we are still going to be on the same spot because at the end, people are going to get kickbacks, money is going to exchange hands, and inefficiency will not be addressed, and then we'll be where we are. So I don't think that the best thing for government right now is to say, you know what, let's change the drivers. Let government show leadership. Let government show, commitment by doing those things that they ought to do.
Yeah.
Take metering, for example. How well has the government supported the metering company? How well also has the government performed its responsibility and its duties to the discos? It's not enough to say, let's change the operators now and bring a new operator on board.
Okay. Mr. Oshoma, Liberous legal practitioner, thank you very much for your contribution. And also
pleasure.
Sunday Oduton, the electricity expert, thank you for joining us on News on the Hour.
Thank you very much.
We'll go for a quick break right now, and when we return, the news will continue.
Hear the stories making the headlines.
The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street where
The fire destroyed our transformer completely.
Beat you to the lowest level you can.
Plus TV Africa, the big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
If you know what it means to drink mud water in the battleground, and only for you to arrest these same people, and somebody says because they are child soldiers, and so you rehabilitate them for a month and then you throw them back and they come back to confront you.
We have brought the army down to nothing.
Nothing.
So I don't blame us for not knowing what to do about soldiers.
I wonder how they go to sleep knowing fully well that people are suffering around them, and then the fund meant to all of us, they take it away, keep it somewhere, and it's not doing anything.
They have no conscience. That's really all I have to say. Nigeria is for sale. I think Nigeria has actually been for sale for a long,
They've sold
long
Nigeria.
time.
I want to completely disagree.
And you're telling somebody who is still recovering from having exhausted themselves
And didn't get
against the
anything from
behemoths
the
of APC and PDP.
Ekene,
Those same
these
people who are
people
looting
didn't
us.
run election.
No,
I
you're
always-
not exhausted.
If you don't have 2 hours, I won't come back. 2 hours for me alone.
There you go.
February 15 is Single Awareness Day.
I'm very sorry for stealing their day. I apologize, all the singles.
Federal government announcing that 36 million reward for any scientist who finds cure for coronavirus.
When I saw this story, first thing I did was roll my eyes. The second thing I did was, why is it corona that you are placing 36? What have you done for Lassa fever? That is right here. Our confidence from how we treated Ebola would impact how we would plan for this. So I kept looking. So when I saw this story, I thought, okay, thank God.
We just hope that they actually mean it and it's not a soundbite.
The only time they will mean it is when it's at their doorstep.
Please
That's
let
the
it not
only
get to
time.
their doorstep, because their doorstep is my doorstep. Please, coronavirus, please, can you just stay back? Thank you.
The first ever Miss Deaf Beauty Pageant Nigeria took place on the 1st of November 2019 and featured 15 participants from across Nigeria, and it was a huge success.
We are all about ability. We want you to look beyond
what you perceive as disability and actually see the beauty, the strength, the grace, the talent, and every other beautiful thing that makes up a human being.
So this is like a kind of awareness for people to know what is going on in the deaf community.
Seeing all these girls and celebrating them, just like any other beauty pageant, was just out of this world to me.
The first ever Miss Deaf Beauty pageant in Nigeria, celebrating diversity, encouraging inclusion, and promoting ability, airs on Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The chief coordinator of the event and CEO of Edwin Empathy Driven Women Initiative, Uri Ngozi Izuchuka, joins us to tell us the vision behind this event and what it's taken to get here. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Now, you conducted a successful Miss Deaf pageant, and I'm just wondering, why was this platform suitable for you to use to highlight the plight of the deaf in the country?
Okay, yes, I run Empathy Driven Women International. We work with women with disabilities. And the Miss Deaf pageant, was actually registered by another organization. And so they tried very hard over the years to conduct this particular pageant. They couldn't. But because we've been working in that territory, so it was easy for us to connect. And so when we connected, we decided this is the very best place for us to showcase the beauty, because we are all about inclusion. And we also believe that we should look beyond the disabilities of persons with disabilities and actually see their ability. So this platform was just the right place for us to show that these girls, they may have speech or hearing impairment, or they may be deaf as it is, but they still have a lot to offer. And we believe that a society watching and seeing how gifted and talented and determined these girls are can actually integrate them, right, into every other things that they're suited for.
Great. Now, you're an advocate of beauty and diversity. You want to tell us what this means to you and what it encompasses?
Okay, I am an advocate of inclusion, okay. Now, beauty in diversity is just one. But the most important thing here is to see the beauty beyond disabilities, because beauty is not just physical. Beauty comes from within, right? And normally a lot of people, the world that we live in right now, you are judged or you're put in a box based on your physical appearance.
Yes.
And we are saying, no, you have to look beyond, because beauty is about character, is about grace, is about value system, is about confidence, is about the projection, is about intelligence. Beauty is all encompassing, and so it is diverse. So you do not streamline beauty and put beauty in a box as if it's just, like a physical thing. No, we're saying look beyond. It's beautiful, it's big. And, it's a lot more.
Okay, this is it. Aside the public image, a beauty pageant speaks to, what does participating in a beauty pageant of this nature, what does it do for people with disabilities?
Okay, for us, we look at the SDG goals, and if you look at the SDG goal from SDG goal 4 to 8 to 10, it's all about creating an equitable environment, okay? It's also about social inclusion. And then when you're talking about social inclusion, that's where you begin to make sure that, various sectors of the country or various sectors of the economy or the public, are more inclusion sensitive. And at the same time, they are, they look beyond, these persons. They don't put them in a box. They make sure that every of their areas or every of their environment is suited, for persons with disabilities, to function and to live their full life, because this is their fundamental human rights.
All right. Now, let's talk about you personally. What rewards are there for you? What rewards do you get from these personally? And, organizing these pageants and the outreaches you do engage in?
Well, what reward is there for me? It's more intrinsic than, physical. It's not about, having a reward per se. It is about, reaching out and creating value and adding value to the society. And for persons that participate, we're looking at their mental health as well. People that live with disabilities, we just think that, okay, they probably need more physical things, but in this kind of outreaches that we do, that we reach out to them, we love them, we care for them, we show them that they matter, it helps their mental health. which is very key and very necessary for their development and for their continued, performance in their lives.
All right, before I let you go this morning, you want to tell us quickly what other projects you have in the pipeline?
Yes, okay. It is International Women's Day on the 8th of March, and we have instituted what we call a medical outreach, for women with disabilities in the country. So we're trying as much as we can to host women with disabilities, about 300 of them. But that is dependent, on how well the doctors cooperate with us and how well, the public as well, cooperate with us on this. Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning and for the
Thank you.
insightful details you put out this morning on News on the Hour.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And in entertainment, an Igboshere High Court in Lagos granted bail in the sum of 20 million naira to a musician, Inyanya Mbok, popularly known as Inyanya, over alleged car theft. The charge was preferred by the Special Fraud Unit, SFU, of the Nigerian Police. Justice Mobolanle Okikiolu Igile, while granting Inyanya bail, said she has perused the affidavit and the counter affidavit of the parties. There is a prima facie case of criminal conviction against him, and there is nothing to show that the defendant will interfere with the proceedings of this case, and nothing to show that he would jump bail if granted. Bail is therefore granted to a defendant in the sum of 20 million naira with one surety in like sum. She ordered that the surety should have a landed property in Lagos and possess a certificate of occupancy. She also ordered that the bail should be perfected within the next 7 days, otherwise the bail shall be revoked. The judge adjourned the case until May 27 for trial. That's it on entertainment. The very best in sports coming right after this. Inter Milan qualified for the Europa League round of 16 on Thursday night with a 2-1 win and 4-1 on aggregate over Bulgarian club side Ludogorets behind closed doors of their San Siro stadium. The game was closed to the public and journalists, with only broadcasters allowed into the 80,000-seater San Siro stadium. The Italian government ordered the game to be played in an empty stadium because of the outbreak of coronavirus, which has particularly spread in the northern part of Italy, which Milan is the capital city. Italy has been reported to have the largest coronavirus outbreak in Europe, with 650 people infected and 17 deaths. Inter Milano will also play next Sunday's Serie A game against title rivals Juventus behind closed doors at the Allianz Stadium in Turin. And that's our news roundup events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. To join us, I am Benny Ark.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on Off the Press and Plus TV Africa. I am Benny Ark and we have the headlines from our national dailies this morning and we'll go into analysis and review. And joining me for this morning, I have Saidou Basharu, a social and economic commentator. Thank you for joining us, Saidou. And also still with us in the building this morning is legal practitioner Liberos Oshoma. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us.
Thank you.
And we want to take a look at the headlines making the rounds in the Punch newspaper this morning. Federal government orders forensic audit of discos, and that you find on page 28 of the Punch newspaper. And also the federal government makes a U-turn amid Boko Haram targeting Christians. Southwest Assemblies to pass a Motekun bill on Tuesday. House Saraki diverted Kwara 10 billion naira, says the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC. 21 killed as police vigilantes battle Katsina bandits. And Bauchi governors head PDP panel probing 2019 elections. Repentant terrorists to enjoy foreign education, says the Senate bill. And UBEC TED fund to fund rehabilitated insurgents agency. Buhari called 7 months after Leah Sharibu's abduction, says mother. And tears flow as Remo Stars player is buried. Coronavirus. Saudi Arabia suspends pilgrim's visa. Iran's VP infected. Policeman's lover dies during suspected sex romp in Ekiti. And still in the Punch this morning, court dismisses Amber Date's bid to stop bus probe. Geotech lover jumps into Lagos Lagoon, but was rescued. And Ogun PDP suspends secretary, rubbishes Abuja peace meetings. This and more making the headlines in the Punch newspaper. And where do we kick this off this morning from, gentlemen? Federal government makes a U-turn amid Boko Haram targeting Christian. Why is this now being played on the lines of religion? Mr. Shuma, you're laughing about that.
Yes, because what we should be discussing are issues we are not discussing.
Yes.
I wonder why it should be whether Boko Haram are killing Christians or killing Muslims. The fact is that Boko Haram are killing Nigerians.
Yes.
And so, if they are Muslims, are they not humans? If they are Christians, are they not humans? And government should be up and doing. Boko Haram are killing people, terrorists, bandits everywhere, kidnappers on the rampage. And I expect that by now we should, change our approach and strategies to this and stop, playing it along the line of religion, be it Christian or be it Muslim. Boko Haram does not represent Islam in as far as I'm concerned, because I know at least much about Islam too. And I know that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did say that you should seek knowledge as far as China, because then China was seen as, you know, the end of the world. And so if Boko Haram is saying that they forbid anything Western education, and yet they are using gadgets, you know, produced from this Western education, it shows hypocrisy. And so government also should not swallow that bait of, you know, running along that line.
Say your thoughts on this?
Yes, I think where government is very reactive, you know, there seems to be that narrative that Boko Haram targets Christian, and the pressure is building up. And I think, you know, government is just trying to play along. I agree with liberals 100%. Nigerians are being attacked. We're practically in a war situation with Boko Haram. It's not about Muslims or Christians. Nigerians are being slaughtered every day, and we should address it as such. Not Muslims or Christians, but innocent civilians are killed. And putting that religious or ethnic coloration just shifts, you know, away the core of the problem there. You know, that this insurgent, it's a big problem that needs collective approach, effort.
All right. Let's dwell on interesting twist of event right here. And the bill came on the news earlier on this week. Repentant terrorists to enjoy foreign education. The Senate bill, and UBEC, third fund to fund rehabilitated insurgents agency, and Buhari called 7 months after Leah Sharibu's abduction. The mother. Your reaction to this? Still on the bill
you know, when I hear things like this, tears flows in my eyes and in my heart. I cry, I weep for our country, where our soldiers are dying, you know, and their family are begging for rehabilitation. And here we are rehabilitating the killers of these soldiers. What you're telling people is like the same way I criticize and condemn amnesty for militants. Because at that time, till date, it's still difficult for us to, you know, actually find out who is a militant. Because we also give amnesty, blanket amnesty, to armed robbers and kidnappers. Some who had matters in court, all of a sudden they were all granted amnesty. And in the same vein, we are, you know, towing the same line today. People who took up arms against the state. What you're telling people is that it's beneficiary to take up arms. What they're telling people who have the capacity but are not carrying arms now is that go carry arms and, you know, the government will recognize you. What message are you sending the parents of the victims? Nobody's taking care of the victims, and rather what you're doing now, you're going to send them, those people who took up arms, you know, against the state abroad. So what it means is that tomorrow liberals go take arms against the state, and then the state will listen to you. It's sad.
Quickly, your thoughts on this, please.
I agree with liberals. Just to add that, I think it was last week, Chad executed 10 Boko Haram militants. I mean, that shows seriousness on their part. And sadly, or on our part here, we're granting amnesty. I am not in support of that. I think it's counterproductive. Like he said, it will only encourage other people, you know, to seek that path. I see a precedent from the amnesty program, and I think we should discourage it.
What are the alternatives? I mean, total annihilation of this insurgents?
You only rehabilitate, you know, people when you have, you know, defeated Boko Haram, and you now say, okay, after defeating Boko Haram, there are some people who need rehabilitation, and not the kind of rehabilitation we're talking about.
This has not been done from a vantage point at all.
Not at all. You're still fighting them, and then what? The only way you can also do this, you can have a buster home, where you take the child soldiers, you keep them there, you know, de-radicalize them. These are people who have been radicalized for 16 years upward, and then you think you can just de-radicalize them in 1 month and then bring them back into the military. No wonder you're having, you know, some of the soldiers having to turn against their colleagues.
And we'll take a look at the Guardian newspaper. First headline in the Guardian: National Assembly probes alleged inflated 151 billion naira road contracts, gapping monetary rates. And no rest until we get acceptable laws for Amotekun, says the Southwest Houses of Assembly speakers. Senate considers stiffer penalties as Nigeria loses 271 billion naira yearly to gas flaring. Jilted Uber passenger jumps into Lagos Lagoon. 17 bandits, others killed in fresh Katsina attacks, and federal government urges religious leaders to unite against terrorism. More Boko Haram members surrender to army. Nigeria not prepared for coronavirus, Senate warns. Now, this is very topical, and we should talk about this seriously. And early on in one of our news, we had the Minister of State for Health, Senator Olorunimbe Mamora, and he said what the situation was. Liberals, I'm going to start off with you. Were you impressed with the comment of the minister on this issue as it stands?
I was completely disappointed in the comments from the minister. In fact, it was so bad that the minister had to he was putting percentage of death rates on it, that it's 3%, and that out of 100 cases, and you might just record 3 deaths. 3 is high, and I didn't expect that from the minister. And you asked him a question on the capacity to withstand this.
Yes.
Against the backdrop that this man came in on the 25th. And then they didn't discover, he didn't answer anything on that at all. He was completely silent on it. And so when you listen, this is a Minister for State for Health. And so when you listen to the minister's statement, what it completely tells you is that there is no preparedness, on it. The minister did not talk like a medical doctor at all, and I'm completely disappointed in him. But I would say that thank God it happened in Lagos, and I have confidence in the ability of Lagos State government to manage, because I had seen it happen before with the Ebola crisis. And so they still have a disease control center in Yaba. And so with capable hands and all the facilities in place, I have confidence that Lagos State will be able to manage it. If we leave federal government alone, I tell you, we'll just be waiting to die by installment.
Our airports come to mind particularly. I mean, inbound tourism, domestic travelers, and people coming into the country. What measures should they be looking at right now at those entry points, at every of our entry points? Because it's critical to this virus coming into the country. Absolutely. Yes, Saidu.
That like you said, is very critical. The regime we have right now, I understand, is just you filling a small piece of paper to disclose if you've had any, or the countries you've visited, presupposing that I'll tell you sincerely if I've had. I think it's not the right approach. We need to have that whole retinue of checks with proper equipment to scan, like we used to do in the past. That is very key, because that's where it all starts from. I'm surprised how the Italian got in without being tracked, at least with the temperature. We should have, the signs should have been there. So more has to be done at that point of entry, but I don't see that happening. Again, we're very reactive, until we begin to see effect before you see the purchasing equipments that'll do that. But we've had, quite a bit of time, to prepare for this.
Liberal Shuma, while we're talking to Dr. Mark from Abuja, he did say, given our tropics and the fact that this virus thrives under certain conditions and degrees, do you think we might, because of our tropic, given the fact, hey, we know how it's obtainable yet, do you think we might be able to curtail it and without it spreading as much as we've seen it in other climes?
I'm not a medical doctor. But I listened to him, and I know medical doctors would not want to sound alarm. So he probably also...
Because he did say that there's no need for panic here. That's what he said.
But, he also might want to, be very, very politically correct. But knowing Nigeria and the way we react to issues, Saidu just, said something that all we do at the airport is just give a piece of paper, write the country you've visited, and, how you feel. And this is a virus that had been spreading like wildfire since January. So other serious-minded countries are already taking steps to ensure that once the plane lands, they go in and do all the checks. But we're not doing all of those. So now, even when this first case initially was denied until last night, so with all of this in mind, I would still want to take whatever, Dr. Mark did say with a pinch of salt and, advise Nigerians to take their destiny in their hands by observing strict hygiene conditions.
All right.
That's the only way for
All right, and lastly, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. 2023 El-Rufai's power shift to South comment raised dust, and gridlock reps move to probe alleged extortion at Lagos port. And State of the Nation, Nigeria on the brink, eminent Nigerians. That's an opinion piece in the Vanguard newspaper this morning. Federal government facilitates $20 million tech fund, 90 billion naira agripreneur loan. And Nigeria at risk of coronavirus, says NEC. Federal government not doing enough, says the Senate, and asks federal government to quarantine travelers from China. Oil price drops $5 below 2020 budget benchmark, and insecurity, religion not behind killings, banditry, Archbishop Kaigama. And lastly, this morning in the Vanguard, court okays Lagos Assembly to probe Ambode. And 2023 APC should be ready for eviction in Lagos, says Makinde. Boko Haram targeting Christians to trigger religious wars, says the Honorable Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed. APC crisis, pro-anti-Oshomole protesters clash in Abuja. Let's quickly consider the comments credited to El-Rufai, power shifting to the south, and now this is raising a whole lot of dust. Do you think there are other currents? Because lately there's been a whole lot of call and statements. Power 23 should be shifted to the south, should be shifted to the east. Are there other currents to all of these calls? Saidu, let's start with you.
Yes, I think it's about time we start having these difficult conversations, if you like. What he's doing, I don't think is out of place.
Okay.
Asking that we should, if we're talking about rotational presidency. And the Southeast has not had that opportunity after a long time, why don't we have that conversation now and begin to challenge them to put forward their best candidates? You know, we should have the conversation. I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, but the argument is, should we be talking about this based on merit or based on geopolitical zones?
Absolutely. Merit is part of it, but we're talking about rotational.
Because if we're to look at merits, then we won't so much bother on what region, what zone that person is coming from, which is still part of the problem. Our policy, our democracy has been suffering.
Our constitution says we must have this. We should have, or I don't know if it's a silent agreement that we should have
unwritten
code that we should have this rotational presidency. So give us the best from your region.
Okay, Benny, there are Nigerians who are meritorious, you know, in all regions.
Yes.
And to give these regions a sense of belonging, it's only natural and traditional that, you know, allow this go round. Okay. Because let me give you quickly an instance. The fact that Obama was the president of America does not benefit Africa in any way. But the blacks were happy. Yeah. Africans went agog as if, you know, they are the ones governing America because it gave them a sense of belonging. What it told them is, look, you can aspire to that level. And so, El-Rufai initially, you know, was of the view that he should remain in the north. But I think he also gauged opinion poll and discovered that, look, that's no longer a popular idea to sell. And if APC must remain in the saddle come 2023, they will have to change gear. And so quickly, he's testing the water and to actually know, also gauge the mind of the people. And it's only natural and traditional that also it should go down to the southeast.
Will it be unjustifiable if come 2023 the North still retains the presidency?
It will be impossible for them to retain it.
Will it be unjustifiable?
It will be unjustifiable. It will be, because here, you look at all the big political actors. Yes. We're talking about merit. Also, you look at the actors and the names that will naturally come up.
Okay.
You know, if you look at all of them, it will be unjustifiable for the North to still retain it. One of the reasons they even went to the North was, okay, yes, because of the North were shortchanged with the death of Yaradua, and then, okay, let's bring somebody who has merit from the North, and, you know, who is a Northerner and also has merit, but we are where we are. And so that's why people are saying, look, even if it's going to the Southeast, it shouldn't just be as of right. It should be that they truly, you know, not just deserve it, you know, want it, and then it should be somebody who is capable, who should be able to deliver, you know, and then be able to unite us, because we are divided much more than we ever be before. Then we can begin to take it up from there, now talk about, okay, how do we de-emphasize? all of this rotational and consistently look on merit. That is even to be possible.
People have argued the fact that the Southerners have not so much, been in the front line for this, that they just expect it to be dropped on their laps. Do you think so?
Nobody serves power like that.
I don't. I think they have tried. I don't, but probably not tried enough because they've made their position very, obvious, and I think that men has to change a little bit. They need to align with the North, with the Southwest, if they must get this. But the general contention is, right now we need that inclusiveness from, if we must be one, then let them also have a taste, but put their best person.
Social and economic commentator Saidu Basharu, thank you very much for joining us on Off the Press, and also legal practitioner Liberals Oshoma, thank you for your contributions on Off the Press. And that's all we can take this morning. Off the Press, we're back next week, same time. This is Plus TV Africa, and I am Benny Ark. Do have a good morning.
Hear the stories making the headlines.
The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete. The lowest level you can.
Plus TV Africa, the big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. On a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, That's why you should never underrate anyone, no matter the situation. You see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Rio Festival Hall with Miriam Makeba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that's akamu selling girl. That was selling akamu. So be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load in at the back. Then in between the driver and the loads, we have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos, all my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through, it makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Ebute-Metta, and I would trek, from Ebute-Metta into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Broad Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally, when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you want to stop. You have cried many times. I've failed many times, but I've just got up. I get up again. A lot of people, I enjoy goodwill of some people who pull me up again and help me on my feet, and then I go on.
I finished that film and I became very famous. As young as I was, I didn't even know what it was. Film, everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place, so I couldn't go to the market, and I used to go to the market a lot, to go and buy all these second-hand, all the second-hand outfits, and then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore, because they would tease me. The market, the people in the market, the traders will always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Bendam Boutique, So that made me realize that, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
All right, country people, I greet you on top of 0 o'clock when Mr. join us for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. This is not the Toronto Mr. Wansama given and my name na Promise Nero. They say the Federal Ministry of Health will confirm the first case of coronavirus disease, COVID-19, for Nigeria. The Minister of Health, Dr. Saige Ehanire, he confirmed the case for one Yanis Wemse give for the early hours of today, February 28, 2020. As the Antic Day, he said he involved one Italian citizen when he said they work for Nigeria, and when he said just show back from Milan, Italy, on the 25th of February 2020. And the virology laboratory of the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, where we say be part of the laboratory network of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, now confirmed say he get the sickness. The ministry can say the patient is clinically stable with no serious symptom, and then they manage him for the infectious disease hospital inside Yaba, Lagos. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Health for Lagos State don't confirm their first case of novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19, when we say be the first for Nigeria and inside West Africa since the outbreak of China for January 2020. This one day, the statement when we say the State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, he released on Friday morning. Now the second confirmed case inside Africa after the recent one when we say they just recovered for Algeria inside North Africa. The novel virus they don't work well as they don't report them for over 20 countries across Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and now for Africa. Like the case when we say they confirmed for Algeria, the victim when we say be one Italian traveler, he showed Nigeria on Tuesday from Milan for one business trip. The victim he used the Murtala Mohammed International Airport for Lagos. And the state government say that they work with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and other preparedness group to see say they manage the case well, make it for no carry waka. The Senate yesterday told the Health Ministry to do more work to contain the spread of coronavirus. Senators say they want to put more visible measures for the nation international airports. Say because outbreak for the country if it was. The president of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, is someone accused for the Federal Ministry of Health head, say they know they do enough. Say the protection of Nigeria people must be number one thing for government to consider because what the virus don't cause for other countries, it was well.
Mr. President, because of the pandemic nature of coronavirus, every country in the world is taking preventive measures. Because the wisdom is that prevention is better than cure. When we landed in South Africa, we were not allowed to leave the aircraft for a good 30 minutes. Officers of the Medical Corps of the South African Army came into the aircraft and screened everybody before we were allowed out of this aircraft. When I arrived yesterday at the Nnamdi Azikiwe airport, there was no screening. All we were given is a sheet of paper to indicate whether we were sick, whether we were going to one country or the other, and how we'll be contacted in emergency. What are you contacted in emergency? How do you train me? How do you know whether I fall sick after I left the airport? So this is very frightening, Mr. President and the Secretary and Senators. Very frightening. And I think something has to be done to ensure that we do not give way to a situation which we will not be able to control.
Today, every country in the world tries to ensure that if it has coronavirus, it limits it to those that are affected, that it doesn't go beyond those that are affected. And if it doesn't, every country tries to ensure that it doesn't cross to its border. While the Federal Ministry of Health and the associated agencies may be doing their best, I think at the moment with this kind of explanation, this best is not good enough. And we shouldn't take anything for granted. We are a prideful nation, but when we pray, we should walk the prayer. We are not hoping, but we must be prepared. We must take all the necessary measures at our ports, airports, seaports. People who are coming back to Nigeria, especially from areas that we have been identified to have this, in fact, should be screened. This is the least we can do. If someone is coming back from China, he should be quarantined, not self-isolation. Should be quarantined for whether it is 2 weeks or 4 weeks. We have to protect the lives of Nigerians. So our Committee on Public Health, the chairman, Senator Otazi, you recall, came up with a motion which was very exhaustive on this. But I want to urge the committees on primary health care and health to engage with the Federal Ministry of Health once again. We want to see every possible effort done at our airports, at our seaports, that people are screened when they come into our country. We are 200 million. It doesn't mean that we can afford to part with anybody. Every single life matters. With this, I want to thank you once again, Deputy Leader, for bringing.
The senator called saying may they end one gas flaring for the country. And the senator when said that they shook mouth for say one bill to stop gas flaring for Niger Delta. When say Senator Akpan Bassey sponsor say Niger they lose billions every year, as both international and indigenous oil companies like to flare gas because the federal government no agree one show face. Senator Akpan say that they lost over 200 billion naira every year, while other lawmakers say flaring, they put the environment and people of the Niger Delta for risk. The bill passed the second reading on top the matter.
Mr. President, the impact on gas flaring on the environment and the lives of our people need not be overemphasized. Available data from the NNPC has shown that in 2018 alone, Nigeria lost over 217 billion naira in revenue as oil and gas companies flared a total of 244.84 billion standard cubic feet of natural gas within the same period, with the average price of natural gas put at $2.90 per thousand scoop as of February 16, 2017. Mr. President, you could see the huge loss that we incurred. Mr. President, colleagues, this volume of gas flare, according to analysis, is sufficient to feed 3 LNG trains or generate 3.5 gigawatts of electricity. Mr. President, the last time, the main objective of this bill was that the last time any regulation was done on gas flaring was in 1979, which actually stipulated only 10 naira per thousand scoop of gas. So despite all that we had been flamed, Mr. President, all we could generate was barely 2 billion naira a year. So what the bill actually seek to achieve, Mr. President, is to have a timeline where the Minister of Petroleum Resources must always review the situation in the oil and gas sector as regards gas flaring. It was through the instrumentality of this bill, Mr. President, that the President, President Muhammadu Buhari, signed just last year, September, between September and October, the first gas flaring penalty, which actually increased the penalty from 10 naira per standard cubic scoop of gas to about $1.20. This has catapulted the revenue on the gas flaring.
The gas flaring has remained something the oil companies are not willing to stop. For me, there's no amount of cost that will be enough for us to continue to allow gas to be flared in Nigeria. We should stop gas flaring. The bill should state clearly that gas flaring should be stopped. The gas should be reinjected and reused to generate electricity or to provide raw material for the LNG plants. So when this bill goes to the committee for more work, I think we should have a date that should be specific when gas flaring should stop. The effect of gas flaring, if you go to the Niger Delta, you see plants, we can't grow plants anymore. The damage on the environment is too much. We are having degradation coming from oil spillages. Now we are also having degradation coming from gas flares. The damage is too much that I don't think any amount of money will be enough to compensate for the damage and the sufferings and the diseases that are coming out from the Niger Delta.
Apart from the danger to the environment that flaring causes, what we lose in economic terms is unimaginable. At this point in time in the world, when people are speaking to the issues of environment and the disasters that accompany our refusal to do that which is needful in terms of global practices relating to the processing of oil and gas, etc. We are still in this country allowing companies to go away with excesses that are detrimental to the health of our people. It's not acceptable at all. I think we should all put our hands and heads together to ensure that these practices do not happen at all. The companies themselves are aware that what they are doing is wrong. And a bill such as this is very, very...
The House of Representatives don't call for alternative funding for Nigerian military as they do one campaign against terrorism. The chairman of the House Committee on Top Defense, Honorable Babajimi Benson, he tells lawmakers to approve one alternative and put better funding plan to see they put plenty money for the military for more effective and better motivation. The bill when we say pass the second reading and waiting cause a strong debate for the floor of the House as other lawmakers talk their mind for both the bill and against them.
It's a bill that has 23 sections. It has a board that appears transparent and accountable. We have not just allowed the service chiefs and defense CDS become members. We have looked at the private sector. We have included men of integrity, particularly the MD, the guy in the Sovereign Wealth Fund. We've also included a retired CBN governor and heads of communication and oil and gas companies.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we are really serious on funding the military, then I believe the National Assembly should take the bull by the horns and lead by example. And why I say so, Mr. Speaker, I believe every single member in this chamber, if we are really serious, then we should donate a percentage of our salaries to the armed forces. We should take the bull by the horn and let it start from this chamber, Mr. Speaker. Every member for the duration of this tenure from 2019 to 2023.
I'm aware that $1 billion was at the time announced that we're taking it from the sovereign account or federation account for that fight. Could have that money been disbursed? If it was disbursed, what did they use it for? $1 billion. Is that not enough for them to fight an army they describe, rebels described as ragtag rebels? How can they get $1 billion and we don't know what it's used for? I want to say that there's absolute need for accountability on this war. If there's no accountability, even if you give them the whole world, they will not use it for anything. And again, while I support Babajimi because he's my brother from Lagos, I also want to say that 1% of federation account money is too much. 1% from VAT is too much. 0.5% from several welfare is too much. How much is the state getting?
There are several windows of opportunities, best practices that are being done in other parts of the world. Those of you who travel frequently, you stay in hotels in Europe. There are taxes that you pay that go to the security agencies. They call the terrorism tax. You may not notice it's very small.
The armed forces or the military to dip their hands into the funds and just spend willy-nilly however they want it. No. Subsection 2 actually mandates that it's a contingency fund, that they will now bring their request for expenditure from that fund to the National Assembly for approval. So there are already checks and balances that have been baked into that section and into the bill.
They say they don't pass the bill when they say they want to give immunity to principal officers of the House for second reading for the House of Representatives. The bill when they say will protect executive officers from any legal prosecution for their tenure for service. Now they say the lawmakers do when they say they want to test for one public hearing to allow Nigeria people make their input. Lawmakers say one extension of protection to the legislature it will help preserve Nigeria's growing democracy.
Now we have privilege of serving in this hallowed chamber. But tomorrow, another person will be there. But when we look back, we should be able to say we have been able to stabilize this nation. Because this is the arm of government that given the power by the Constitution to balance institution is free. There's no constitutional backing to guarantee him of saying the truth or saying the critical matters when they are necessary.
The wisdom of the drafters of this constitution when they were doing it was to create a kind of shield, administrative shield, for head of executive's arm of government, whether at the center or at the periphery, so that these officials of government may not be unnecessarily distracted from discharging their responsibility. If that could be a good reason, an acceptable reason to be embodied in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Speaker, I stand and I dare say that it is also worthy to extend this kind of protection to the head of Nigeria's legislatures, whether at the center or at the periphery.
What is that we cannot do on this floor and be held accountable, or by the presiding officers that should be so desirous of us passing an amendment to include a clause that says there should be immunity for presiding officers? Mr. Speaker, I think it's wrong and it should not be.
The Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Toko Buratai, he don't relocate go the Operation Lafia Dole Theater inside Maduguri, Borno State, to boost the war against the new terrorist attacks. One top source for inside the Defense Headquarters, Abuja, confirmed this one, give our talk person, as they say Buratai visit still connected to recent ginger and wahala among the troops. On Wednesday, the Army confirmed say one of their corporals opened fire for who they work with, as he killed 4 people, himself, and injured 2 others. The Army talk man, Colonel Saga Musa, he said the mass shooting happened for the Army Super Camp 15. When he say they Malam Faturi, as they rush the 2 people when he say they injured, go to military hospital inside Maduguri, Borno State. One authoritative source tell our talk person say the thing when we say they happen for the Northeast don't make the Chief of Army Staff to relocate to the Northeast. He did the theater of war and a visit go join for the meeting with operation commanders and troops to find out wetin dey happen. Boko Haram fighters for the week don't change gbege for communities inside Borno and Adamawa State when we say it be the Chibok local government area. When we say they take back one top civilian task force commander and other people for the area. All right, the news will continue after the chicken break. Mona no go anywhere. The U.S. government of Sama wants say terrorist group fit dey do one kind plot for one attack against one major hotel inside Nairobi. The alert for the embassy website is some advice give the U.S. tourists say may they exercise high vigilance when they visit or to stay for hotel for the Nairobi area and to be aware of the hotel's waka waka plan. The alert advise travelers to torchlight their personal security plans, to know wetin dey happen for inside where they dey, and to monitor local media for plenty updates. The hotel, when we say they talk, they never know them, and but they say they believe say, and one of the hotel when we say popular with tourists and business travelers. As the embassy talk person take care, they say the United States and Kenya they work well to share information and to monitor the security area for inside the country. The embassy here say better security alert to U.S. citizens. They give timely information to them so that they feel informed travel decision as they hot. The alert happened even as the Inspector General of Police give assurance to Kenya say everything they go well. Inside one year news to newsroom, Hilary Motiambe, he say Kenya supposed to do their normal day-to-day activities without say they fear. He say police don't ginger border surveillance to see say criminal elements come out from say they don't enter the country. As way to end the terrorism when we say they scatter Sahel region of Africa, the African Union, they ready to carry 3,000 troops to the country for inside the region. The year when we say happen, they say now before the AU summit and early this month, 19 happened. Smile Chenge, when we say be Oga of AU Peace and Security Commission, and that one. He confirmed on Thursday say the AU it is sent through because of regional forces when we say that they struggle to shoot mad for nearly 8-year-old waka from armed Islamists. The African Union go to work together with the G5 Sahel and ECOWAS. G5 Sahel now 5,000 member joint force when we say they already there for ground inside the Sahel, and ECOWAS now the West Africa region bloc. They say one localized revolt when say start from northern Mali inside 2012. It don't work out, go the center of the country and the neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger. All right, the next one, our foreign news. Onto foreign, they say Lithuania report their first coronavirus infection on Friday for one woman body when they say just show back from one visit to Italy northern city of Verona. The government now took this one as a disease they work out worldwide. Hope say they go fit hold the virus for China, it don't finish. With countries when they say they don't start to buy medical equipment and investors when they say they don't take flight as they expect global recession. For one yarn, the Lithuanian government say they don't lock the woman for one place inside one hospital for the northern town of Sulea as she show back on Monday. She did under observation since and she did show only small symptoms with no high temperature for the moment. One senior Turkish official say they don't kill like 33 Turkish soldiers for one airstrike when we say Syrian regime forces for northwestern Syria they do. Ramay Dogan, when we say the governor of Turkey, Hatay province, they say plenty people injured for the Idlib province. Other reports say people when they die don't go up. Turkey come later call fight against Syria troop government targets on top of the matter. And Syrian forces when we say Russia supported, they try to retake Idlib from rebels when we say that they backed by Turkish soldiers. All right, the next one we say we'll get for now our business news.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
And onto business, they say Zimbabwe State Power Transmission Company talk on Thursday say they go carry their electricity money by 19.02% from March 1st as they concern inflation and one weakening exchange rate. The Southern African nation, when we say that they endure daily power cut, when we say they last up to 18 hours, carry their money go up with 320% for October as they say it will help them increase supplies. Still ahead at the Top Plus TV African News, now a roundup for entertainment and sports with the show back. On to entertainment, they say one Igboshere High Court for Lagos don't give bail of 20 million naira to one musician when say they call Inyanya Mbok. When say they know well as Inyanya. Sake of say he thief moto. Now the special fraud unit SFU of the Nigeria Police Nigeria discharge. Justice Mobolanle Okikiolu Egile, when we say give Inyanya bail, he say she don't pursue the affidavit and the counter affidavit of the people when we say they join body. They get prima facie case of criminal conversion against them and nothing to show say the defendant go shook mouth for inside the proceedings of this case and nothing to show say he could jump bail if they grant him bail. But they can't grant him bail of 20 million naira with one shorty when we say follow. She orders say the shorty must get landed property for Lagos and he must get certificate of occupancy. She still orders say make the bail happen within the next 7 days or they go revoke the bail. The judge carried the matter go until May 27 for trial. All right, now on for entertainment, the next one, now for sports.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
For sport, they say Niger legend and female table tennis player Funke Ochonaike, he don't say she will stop to play tennis after this year Olympic inside Tokyo, Japan, when it been nearly over 20 years for the ping pong event. Funke Ochonaike first show face for Atlanta 1996 Olympics, and the 44-year-old they don't ready to show face for her 7th Olympic game. Ochonaike took this one after he finished the International Table Tennis Federation Africa Top 16 Cup inside Tunisia. She represents Team Nigeria for the London 2012 Olympics, and it does still be the flag bearer inside Rio 2016. Ochonaike win total of 11 medals for all African Games, with her only gold when she get for 2007 inside Algeria. Inter Milan qualified for the Europa League round of 16 on Thursday night with 2-1 win and 4-1 for aggregate on top Bulgarian club side Ludogorets head behind closed doors of their San Siro Stadium. They don't allow the public and journalists enter where they play the game, but only broadcasters now they are allowed to enter the 80,000-seater San Siro Stadium. The Italian government orders say they play the game for one empty stadium because of the outbreak of coronavirus. When they don't enter the northern part of Italy, when Milan, the capital city, where they say now Italy get the largest coronavirus outbreak for Europe, with 650 people when we say don't affect and 70 people when we say they don't die. Inter Milano, he go still play next Sunday Serie A game against the title rivals Juventus behind closed doors for the Allianz Stadium inside Turin. All right, now for a go back break on top this very o'clock for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. For better and plenty information, follow us at Plus TV Africa for Facebook, for Twitter, and for Instagram. And it will make better sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. All right, now for a go break, my name is Promise Nero, and I thank you for that join us. Well done.
Hear the stories making the headlines.
There's a Coastal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street where the
fire destroyed our transformer complete as
the lowest level you can.
Plus TV Africa, the big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
I still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Apala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
Sleeping early.
That money we shoot every person that we know we can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed us for a long period of time.
Is that time why I carry gonorrhea? I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
What is the soul of a man?
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all.
We're a bit too selfish when it comes to, the climate and the society. And I think eventually Earth is going to say, you know what, I'm done.
Climate change, especially what we're experiencing now, some of them, most of them is actually man-made.
Climate change is both ways. It is natural occurrences that leads to climate change. We might be positive. And there are human activities.
So these days we have investors trying to say, well, if you are not practicing sustainable days or climate smart technology, we're not going to invest.
The state is supposed to manage the local government to deal with our waste. Anywhere in the world, the local governments
has the power
manage the waste because they are closer to the people.
Yes. The evidence of human-made climate change is overwhelming.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Trending.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
This TV station, Plus TV Africa, is designed to help to create a paradigm shift. The more we tell our stories, the more we learn from whatever our past mistakes have been.
We can be much more than we are.
We should be doing a lot in refineries.
And we are definitely investing in our staff we're training, we're developing, we're creating the kind of workforce that will be the envy of the international broadcast. The quality of the reportage, the quality of our presentation, the quality of our production will be obvious. We're saying that we want to reach Africans wherever they are and get the message across to them. That's what Plus TV Africa is all about.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Mona Lisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Many thanks for joining us on the show this morning. It's a wet Friday, and I'm sure everyone is happy that it rained last night. Well, the heat has reduced, but we are saddened by the continuous spread of the coronavirus, which has killed more than 2,800 people and infected about 83,000 people worldwide. And the most recent is a reported case in Lagos. Well, I've got Sunday Binibo this morning, and we'll be talking about sports. And of course, we'll also touch on what's happening with the coronavirus across the world. Welcome to the show, Sunday.
Thank you, Duka, for having me.
Well, looking at the coronavirus, we heard the one that broke this morning in Lagos, and the Lagos government are doing everything that they can to curtail it.
Yeah, actually, I think that news came out yesterday, but the government came out to say it has not been confirmed, that the test they carried out was negative. But only for us to wake up this morning and discover that the much talk about coronavirus is finally here in Nigeria. So knowing fully well the population of Lagos State, I mean,